In the land of fire, the village of Konoha. Inside the Hokage Tower, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi and a group of jonin were gathered around a crystal ball discussing and commenting. The third Hokage said, "Today is the graduation day at the Ninja Academy. Take a look and see which team you want to lead." Asuma Sarutobi glanced casually at the crystal ball and replied, "I'll take the Ino Shikacho team." The third Hokage said, "Approved." The other jonin inwardly thought that it was all predetermined, just going through the motions. Asuma and the third Hokage exchanged a knowing glance. The group of jonin pretended not to notice and continued observing the crystal ball. Kurenai Yuhi promptly added, "Then I'll take the team with Hinata Hyuga." The third Hokage agreed again. "Approved." At that moment, inside the crystal ball, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha engaged in a deep French kiss. Kakashi Hatake, seeing this, couldn't help but burst out laughing. He chuckled. "Ha ha ha, I'll take those two kissing kids." The third Hokage also smiled wryly at the scene in the crystal ball. "Ha ha, fine. Kakashi, the last remnants of the Uzumaki and Uchiha clans, am entrusting them to you. You must teach them well." "Don't worry, Hokage-sama." Kakashi patted his chest in assurance. The other jonin continued selecting their preferred students. At the Ninja Academy. Inside the classroom. Kakashi, contrary to his usual habits, was not late. He held a folder and pushed open the door directly. "Team 7, follow me." After speaking, he turned and headed toward the rooftop. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura quickly followed. When the three arrived on the rooftop, Kakashi was already sitting on the railing. "Come over here. Just give a simple self-introduction," Kakashi said while tapping the folder in his hand. "The introduction includes graduation theory scores, taijutsu scores, throwing scores, 3 basic jutsu scores, and the ninjutsu you specialize in." After speaking, Kakashi opened the folder and took out a pen. "All right, begin." The three of them exchanged glances. Especially Naruto, upon hearing that theory scores were required, a few cold sweat drops appeared on his forehead. "They'll go first." Sasuke, as the top student, took the lead. "My name is Sasuke Uchiha. Theory excellent, taijutsu excellent, throwing excellent, 3 basic jutsu excellent. I specialize in fire release ninjutsu." Kakashi jotted down notes and praised. "Very good, as expected of the top student." Sasuke didn't respond, but the raised forehead and faint smile at the corner of his mouth revealed his inner pride. "Next. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Theory pass, taijutsu good, throwing excellent, 3 basic jutsu excellent. After retake specialty, multiple shadow clone jutsu, can create up to 1000 shadow clones." Naruto thought for a moment and decided not to mention the sexy jutsu or harem jutsu he developed. After all, Sakura was there, and he didn't want her to think he was a pervert. What? Sasuke and Sakura looked at Naruto in shock. 1,000 clones. That was too exaggerated. 1,000 shadow clones. Naruto, you're quite capable. Kakashi praised with a smile. Hee, not bad. Naruto laughed, scratching the back of his head. Keep it up, Naruto. I'm rooting for you. Naruto was the child of his former teacher. Kakashi decided to train him well. Next. My name is Sakura Haruno. Theory excellent, taijutsu pass, throwing excellent, 3 basic jutsu pass. As for my specialty, other than the 3 basic jutsu taught at school, I haven't learned any other ninjutsu. Sakura lowered her head in disappointment. It's okay, your theory is excellent, but you'll need to work harder from now on. Ah, yes. Sakura raised her head and quickly replied. After finishing his notes, Kakashi stood up from the railing and said, Ah, yes. Sakura immediately stood straight and replied. After the 3 finished their introductions, they all stared at Kakashi. Kakashi stretched lazily. All right, now it's my turn to introduce myself. My name is Kakashi Hatake. I graduated from the Ninja Academy at age 5, became a Chunin at 6 and a Jonin at 12. I am a disciple of the 4th Hokage, an elite Jonin proficient in all 5 nature transformations. As for the ninjutsu I specialize in, there are over 1,000. After Kakashi finished, the three stared at him in shock. Sasuke thought to himself, graduated at 5, even better than Itachi. Naruto thought, a disciple of the 4th Hokage. If I learn from him, can I become Hokage? Sakura thought, so strong. Adept at over 1,000 ninjutsu. I want to learn under him and master many ninjutsu. As for strength, Kakashi continued lazily. For now in this village of Konoha, aside from the Hokage and the Hokage's assistant, no one can defeat me. Kakashi spoke with absolute confidence born from his own strength. Of course that was without going all out, since that certain acorn wearing kappa in a green jumpsuit had terrifying strength as well. What? The three were even more shocked, never expecting Kakashi to be this strong. Of course he'll soon surpass them and become the strongest in Konoha. Kakashi silently thought to himself. Once he completed the novice mission, his strength would undergo earth-shattering changes. That's right, this Kakashi was not from this world. He came from another world called Blue Star, having transmigrated here a month ago due to an accident. He had been bound to a Supreme Assistance system which claimed it would help him become the strongest in the shinobi world. The first mission was to take Team 7 as students. Once he recognized them, they would officially be his students. The system said the first mission's reward would be especially generous, like a beginner's gift pack. Kakashi could hardly wait. Anyway, that's about it. Kakashi observed the reactions of the three little ones. Sasuke quickly bowed. Please take care of me from now on. As long as I can learn under him, he'll definitely be able to kill Itachi one day. Naruto and Sakura also bowed in succession. Please take care of me from now on. Naruto thought, the position of Hokage, here I come. Sakura thought, I must become strong and stay by Sasuke's side. Very well, from now on you three are my students, Kakashi, Hatake. From now on you may call me teacher. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. The three replied in unison. Congratulations, host, mission complete. Rewards are now being issued. Congratulations, host, you have received the Uzumaki clan bloodline defective. Congratulations, host, you have received the Uchiha clan bloodline. Congratulations, host, you have received the Senju clan bloodline diluted. A series of reward notification sounds danced in Kakashi's mind. Kakashi heard these generous rewards and was deeply excited, internally eager to return home, and sensed the new power. Alright, dismissed. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning assemble at Training Ground 7. After saying that, Kakashi vanished from the railing. Kakashi's house. After receiving the mission reward, Kakashi felt the suddenly surging power within his body, barely able to suppress it. Therefore Kakashi rushed into the basement. As soon as he entered, he activated the isolation barrier. This was a barrier he had set up right after he transmigrated. It was mainly to guard against the peeping third Hokage. The barrier could temporarily isolate the perception of the third and others, ensuring no one would disturb his training. After the isolation barrier was fully activated, Kakashi released his suppression of the power within. Visible blue chakra waves burst out from Kakashi's body. A massive amount of chakra impacted the surroundings. Fortunately, the basement walls had been reinforced by Kakashi. Besides chakra, the ocular power of his left Sharingan also began to surge, causing Kakashi to cry out in pain. He tore off the eye patch on his left eye. Obito's 3-Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly in his eye, quickly transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan. But it didn't stop there. Kakashi's right eye also began to change. Ocular power filled the right eye, quickly forming 1 Tomo, then 2, then 3. In the end, the right eye remained at 3 Tomos without evolving into Mangekyo. At this moment, the chakra on Kakashi's body also calmed down, surging to the level of Super Kage. As expected of the Uzumaki bloodline and the Senju bloodline, even if only incomplete and diluted, they have increased my chakra volume to Super Kage level. Of course, the most important thing is that I obtained the complete Uchiha bloodline. Now I can freely turn my Sharingan on and off. Kakashi muttered to himself, closing the Sharingan in both eyes. Next, it's time to test it out. He deactivated the isolation barrier and with a body flicker headed toward the back mountain of Konoha. Arriving at the back mountain, Kakashi first set his sights on a large tree. He activated his Sharingan and fixed his gaze on a towering tree 100 meters away. Kamui! A ripple appeared in the distant space, and the crown of the ancient tree 100 meters away was twisted and sucked into the Kamui dimension. Kakashi sensed the ocular power consumption in his left eye and found it was only 1%. Great, this way Kamui can be used as my regular attack. And he'll never run out of chakra again. In the original story, Kakashi was actually extremely powerful. His flaw was that suppressing the left Sharingan consumed massive chakra, leaving him perpetually low on energy. Now, having obtained the Uzumaki and Senju bloodlines, his chakra had skyrocketed, and he no longer had to carefully ration his techniques. From now on he could be an emotionless ninjutsu turret. Next, let's test the power of my techniques. Lightning Blade. As chakra converged into Kakashi's right hand, it transformed into a blue chainsaw. Not enough compress. Kakashi increased his chakra output, compressing and reinforcing the chakra in his right hand. Soon the blue lightning blade turned purple, and then the purple lightning blade turned black. At the same time, Kakashi's chakra suddenly dropped by 10%, equivalent to his entire chakra capacity before. This was a technique he would never have dared to develop before, because once an accident happened without chakra, he couldn't protect himself. Now, Kakashi performed a body flicker, leaping to a height of 100 meters. Then with his right hand pointing downward, he dove toward the ground. Lightning release, super lightning blade. Boom! A deafening roar erupted and the ground in the village trembled slightly. What happened? Inside the Hokage building, the third Hokage heard the loud noise and immediately called the Anbu heading toward the back mountain of Konoha. In the root underground base, Danzo Shimura, the Pot Shadow, also immediately dispatched root shinobi to investigate. The shinobi in the village also felt the sound and tremor, and spontaneously headed toward the back mountain. As for the ordinary civilians, they stared curiously at the source of the sound. After the ground stopped shaking, they went back to their own business. At the back mountain, inside a 100-meter-deep crater, Kakashi stood and looked around. 100 meters deep and 100 meters wide. I didn't expect such power. I need to leave quickly. Otherwise people will come soon. With that, Kakashi performed a body flicker and left. After a while, the third Hokage led a group of Anbu root and other shinobi who had arrived on their own. What happened? Such a huge crater. How was this caused? The shinobi murmured among themselves. The Anbu and root shinobi jumped into the crater to investigate. After a while, Anbu jumped out and reported to the third. Root, on the other hand, returned to report to Danzo. Lord Hokage, observation reveals the crater is saturated with massive amounts of lightning nature chakra. Preliminary judgment is that it was caused by some kind of lightning release technique. But the Anbu hesitated. After all, if it was caused by a ninjutsu, it was astonishing. With such immense power, what kind of technique could it be? And who performed it? Was it a shinobi from the village? Is it hostile to the village? The third Hokage silently stared at the crater for a while. Temporarily seal the information. Don't let it spread. Conduct a discreet investigation. Also inform Root to keep it secret. Yes, Lord Hokage. Let's head back. Yes. With that, the third left some Anbu to seal the information and investigate, then led the rest back. At night, the Konoha F4 held a brief meeting. They discussed the crater caused by the mysterious shinobi in the back mountain. It could be inferred that the shinobi was at least cage level or above and proficient in lightning release. As for identity and purpose, they remained unknown. However, the third was not too worried. After all, his own 5 elements great combo technique was no less formidable. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kakashi's house. Kakashi was lying leisurely on the bed reading Makeout Paradise. Now, with super cage level strength, Kakashi finally had confidence. Except for the Toad Sage Jiraiya, who was wandering the ninja world gathering materials, Kakashi could be considered the true strongest in Konoha. In this way, he could also avenge the original Kakashi's grudge. Back then Kakashi's father Tsukumo Hatake had abandoned a mission to save his comrades and was subjected to all kinds of rumors and slander in the village. In the end, unable to bear the burden, his father committed suicide. As a transmigrator, Kakashi believed that this matter was not so simple. It must have been the work of the third Hokage and Danzo behind the scenes. Their goal was the Hokage position. One must know that great merit threatens the ruler. Kakashi's father did not understand this principle, and was schemed to death by the third and Danzo. Third Hokage Danzo, just wait. I will settle this score with you sooner or later. The next day. Early morning. At Kakashi's home. Kakashi was preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Suddenly Tongziko had a mission. Mission issued: go to the rooftop of Konoha Hospital to sign in. Mission reward: Yang release. Oh, Tongziko has a mission again. This mission is practically handing me the reward. But I do love these simple and straightforward mission rewards, hee. It's precisely because you the host are too weak that I can only give you missions with simple objectives and generous rewards. Hee, with you Tongziko it'll definitely grow stronger quickly. Of course, just look at who I am. Yes, you're the greatest. After finishing breakfast and washing the dishes, Kakashi strolled leisurely toward Konoha Hospital. Soon he arrived at the hospital and ascended to the rooftop. Tongziko, sign in. Congratulations, host, mission completed. Reward: Yang release chakra. Oh, Yang release is mine. I wonder when I can unlock the Rinnegan. After all, the Yin release of the Mangekyo Sharingan combined with the Yang release of Wood release equals the Rinnegan. Moreover, Kakashi was proficient in all 5 elemental natures, and Obito's Sharingan counted as Yin release, leaving him only lacking Yang release. Now Yang release was complete. Kakashi became a full attribute ninja possessing all 7 chakra natures. Having completed the sign-in, Kakashi was in excellent spirits. After requesting a scroll of the healing technique from the director of Konoha Hospital, Kakashi continued his leisurely stroll toward Training Ground 7. Along the way, Kakashi activated Yang release. He healed all the old scars on his body, including those on his left eye. Yang release is truly a blessing for those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Now there isn't a single scar left on me. Now that the vertical scar on his left eye was gone, he could use the Sharingan freely. Kakashi simply straightened his forehead protector, revealing both dark eyes. Of course, to avoid unnecessary trouble, Kakashi donned a pair of sunglasses. At Training Ground 7, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were waiting for Kakashi, utterly bored. Oh, good morning, everyone. Naruto. You're too slow, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura. Exactly, you're already an hour late. My sincerest apologies. Just now at the intersection a cat blocked my path, so. What a lame excuse. Yeah, right. Alright, let's get down to business. Listen to my arrangements. Kakashi clapped his hands to signal that he had something important to say. Today's plan is this: to make it easier for me to create detailed training plans for each of you. So, with that, Kakashi pulled out 3 chakra test papers. Take one each and infuse it with your chakra. You'll first determine your chakra natures, then decide what to teach you. The 3 of them each took a test paper. Then they infused their chakra into the papers. Kakashi-sensei. My paper split in half. Naruto shouted. I can see that. Keep your voice down. Kakashi pinched his forehead. Naruto's personality was exactly like Kushinani's. Sensei, my paper got wet. Sakura's test paper was completely soaked, looking very moist. Kakashi. Not bad. Sasuke. Master, my paper is different. Sasuke's test paper first wrinkled, then burst into flames, burning the paper to ashes. Excellent. The 3 of you come here. Naruto's paper tore in half, meaning his chakra nature is wind. Sakura's paper got wet, indicating her chakra nature is water. But Kakashi knew in his heart that besides that, Sakura should also possess Yang release, though the test paper couldn't detect it. As for Sasuke, first wrinkling then burning, his chakra nature is a dual lightning and fire affinity. The 3 listened intently to Kakashi's explanation. Naruto. So that's how it is. Kakashi. Correct. Next I will teach you suitable ninjutsu based on your chakra natures. However, chakra natures are not absolute. As your strength increases, you will gradually develop new chakra natures. Generally speaking, a jonin needs to master at least 3 or more chakra natures. Naruto nodded repeatedly, looking utterly impressed despite not fully understanding. Naruto. Yes. Watch closely. He'll now demonstrate a wind release technique suitable for you. Yes. Naruto's eyes widened as he observed. Wind release, wind blade. Kakashi rapidly formed hand seals at a speed of 6 seals per second. So fast. The 3 young ones were stunned by Kakashi's hand seal speed. Then Kakashi brought his right index and middle fingers together, and swung them toward the tree ahead. The trunk of the tree 10 meters ahead was deeply cut with a single gash. Wow, that's amazing! Naruto saw the technique's power, and squealed with excitement. It's not over yet. Kakashi formed hand seals again. Wind release, multiple shadow wind blades. This time a massive and fierce gale swept through the grove in front of him. The entire forest was engulfed by countless wind blades, leaving every tree covered in wounds. Wow! Seeing such destruction, even Sakura and Sasuke besides Naruto gasped in awe. I want to learn it! I want to learn it! Naruto rushed excitedly to Kakashi's side. Here, Naruto! Kakashi pulled a scroll from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to Naruto. This is the training scroll for Windblade. Once you've fully mastered this technique combined with your multiple shadow clone technique, you can achieve the effect I just demonstrated. Great. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto grabbed the scroll and eagerly flipped through it. Next is Sasuke. Hearing Kakashi call him Sasuke, immediately ran over, eagerly anticipating a powerful ninjutsu lesson. Sasuke, though you have dual lightning and fire affinities, what you should develop most is the Uchiha clan's unique bloodline limit, the Sharingan. Exactly. But before you awaken it, it'll teach you some powerful techniques to protect yourself until you grow stronger. Watch closely. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Boom! With rapid hand seals, Kakashi expelled a torrent of blazing flames from his mouth. The entire grove in front of Kakashi burst into a raging inferno. Sasuke said nothing, but his eyes sparkled as they fixed on the forest. The power of this fire release was incomparable to the fireball jutsu he had mastered. Sasuke, here. Kakashi pulled another scroll from his pouch and handed it to Sasuke. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke took the scroll solemnly and went off to study it. Next is Sakura. Coming, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura hurried over, looking at Kakashi with anticipation. Sakura, during wartime there's an unwritten rule. That is, a team should ideally have a medical nin to increase the squad's survival rate. Sensei, are you saying? Correct. I hope you can become a medical nin. This. Sakura had expected Kakashi to teach her a powerful technique, but instead he wanted her to become a medical nin. Well, but a medical nin also needs to defend themselves, so he'll still teach you other ninjutsu. Yay! Sakura watched closely. Water release, exploding water colliding wave. With a dizzying sequence of hand seals, a massive torrent of water gushed from Kakashi's mouth. The fiercely burning forest in front of Kakashi was instantly extinguished by the water, leaving only a stretch of charred bare trees. So powerful! Sakura marveled in awe. Here, this is yours. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura bowed and took the scroll. Huh. 2 scrolls. Sakura was puzzled. Correct. In addition to the technique I just demonstrated, there's also a simple medical ninjutsu called the healing technique. Take them back and study them slowly. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Okay, Kakashi-sensei. Suddenly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A squad of masked Umbu appeared in an instant. Kakashi-senpai. The leader in Umbu with brown hair greeted Kakashi. Oh, it's Yamato. Kakashi turned his head and replied. Kakashi-senpai, what happened here? Yamato asked, looking at the charred forest before him. Nothing much, just a small ninjutsu demonstration for teaching my students, Kakashi answered lazily. A small ninjutsu. Kakashi-senpai, if it's just teaching ninjutsu, isn't this scene a bit excessive? The Hokage sensed the situation here and sent us to investigate. Hearing this, Kakashi glanced at Yamato sideways. No special circumstances. I'll explain to the Hokage. As for the forest restoration, I'll leave it to you, Yamato. Let's go. With that, Kakashi prepared to lead the three away. Kakashi-senpai, Yamato called out again. The four ANBU members Yamato brought formed a semicircle blocking Kakashi and the three. Kakashi stopped walking silent. Suddenly a powerful surge of chakra emanated from Kakashi, chakra at the Super Kage level. At the Hokage's office, third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi was staring into his crystal ball, enjoying the view of the women's bathhouse. He paused. Such immense chakra. Even more than mine. The signature of this chakra. Kakashi. Sensing such a vast amount of chakra, the third Hokage took a puff of his pipe, losing interest in the bathhouse, and turned his gaze toward the source of the chakra. Meanwhile, Kakashi seemed to sense something and glanced at the sky. Yamato and the four ANBU members were forced back by Kakashi's pressure, finally steadying themselves 10 meters away. Kakashi stared sharply at Yamato and the others. Fortunately, the pressure was directed at them. The three students behind Kakashi remained unaffected. What? I've only just left the ANBU and you already want to challenge me? The four ANBU could barely breathe under Kakashi's pressure. Their bodies trembled, unable to move, let alone speak. Answer me. The four ANBU struggled desperately. Only Yamato managed to stammer. Kakashi wouldn't dare. Kakashi withdrew his chakra pressure. You'd better not dare. And I'm no longer your captain. Yamato and the other sighed with relief. Kakashi-senpai, leave the forest restoration to me. I'll report to the Hokage later. Don't push yourself too hard, Yamato. It's fine if you don't plant too many trees. After all, you're with style. Kakashi patted Yamato's shoulder. As the saying goes, the first Hokage conquered the world with wood style, while Yamato merely does landscaping with it. And even just landscaping and building houses leaves Yamato depleted of chakra. Ha! I'll do my best. Yamato forced an awkward but polite smile. Let's go. Kakashi waved his hand and led the three away. Take care, Kakashi-senpai. Yamato and the others saw them off in unison. ANBU 1. You finally gone. ANBU 2. Yeah. ANBU 3. Yamato take Kakashi-senpai truly lives up to his reputation as a fearsome ANBU powerhouse. His pressure was terrifying. ANBU 4. Right, I was frozen stiff with fear just now. Yamato. Enough, stop gossiping or Kakashi-senpai might hear. I'll stay here to plant trees. You go report to the Hokage immediately. Yes. The four ANBU vanished using the body flicker technique. At the Hokage's office. Knock, knock, knock. Third Hokage. Enter. The four ANBU entered one by one and knelt on one knee. Report, Hokage-sama. The matter has been investigated. Former ANBU Captain Kakashi Hatake, while teaching his students, demonstrated a jutsu that burned down all the trees in Training Ground 7. Currently, Captain Yamato is planting trees at the training ground. He ordered us to report back first. The third Hokage took a deep drag from his pipe. I understand. You may leave. Yes, Hokage-sama. The four ANBU stood up and vanished. Kakashi, when did you grow to such a level? And that glance just now, I'm certain I'm not mistaken. Kakashi must have sensed me. The third Hokage puffed his pipe worriedly. Meanwhile, Kakashi led the three to a ninja tool shop. Jingle jingle. The wind chime at the door announced the arrival of customers. Welcome. What can I get for you? A cute, lively little girl popped her head out from behind the counter and asked. 10. The three recognized the girl as a senior student 1 year above them. Oh, it's you all. 10 recognized them too. 10 is this ninja tool shop run by your family? Sakura asked curiously. Yes, my father runs it. I help out sometimes. I see. Then can I get a discount when I buy tools here? Naruto, usually boisterous, felt a bit shy as his wallet was never fat due to his living on a stipend. Of course. They'll give you all a 20 discount. Tenten patted her barely developed chest, acting like a boss. To be honest, with this ninja tool shop, Tenten's family made a fortune. As the only child, Tenten was practically a little business owner. After catching up with the three, Tenten turned to Kakashi with respect. Kakashi-sama, what would you like to buy today? The three were already used to the deference everyone showed Kakashi. From the ANBU earlier to Tenten now, it was clear that Kakashi was well known and powerful, and Konoha a respected shinobi. Just as Kakashi had introduced himself on the academy rooftop, a genius and powerful ninja second only to the Hokage and the Hokage's advisor. Of course, the three didn't yet know that Kakashi had broken through to the Super Kage level. Now even the Hokage and his advisor were no match for him. In Konoha, only Jiraiya with his Sage Mode and Might Guy with his 8 gates could possibly rival Kakashi now. I'm here to buy some ninja tools for my students and to custom order a sword. With that, Kakashi handed Tenten a hilt. This is the White Fangs. Yes, it's my father's keepsake. Unfortunately, the blade shattered during the last war. Also, for each of my students I'd like 1 short sword, 2 high-quality steel kunai, 10 shuriken, and 10 explosive tags. Put it on my tab, I'll settle it together with the sword. Wow. Long live Kakashi-sensei. Naruto and Sakura were thrilled by Kakashi's generosity. Sasuke was grateful too, but far less excited, as the last Uchiha had inherited at least some of the clan's wealth. Understood, Kakashi-sama. I'll get the tools shortly. What material would you like for the blade? Tenten asked hesitantly. For the sword, I want to attach it to this hilt. As for the material, use chakra conductive metal. Preferably one with excellent lightning nature conductivity. Very well, Kakashi-sama. I've noted your requirements. Please wait a moment, I'll fetch the tools now. After a short while, Tenten brought the ninja tools for the three. Tenten handed them to each of the three and additionally gave each a small pouch of soldier pills. Wow, freebies too. Thanks, Tenten. You're welcome. Please come again. Tenten gave a playful smile. Kakashi-sama, do you have any requirements for the sword's length and width? Or should it be the same as the White Fangs? Make some changes: 1 arm's length, 2 fingers wide, no blood groove, straight blade. Understood, Kakashi-sama. Forging will take about 7 days. Please return in a week to pick it up. Alright, thank you. Let's go. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. See you later, Tenten. Goodbye, everyone. With that, Kakashi led the three away, heading for the Hokage's office and the mission hall. Inside the Hokage building, the mission hall, Kakashi led the three straight to the counter. Good afternoon, Kakashi-sama. May I ask what mission you wish to take? The young lady behind the counter was not only sweet in appearance but also had an exceptionally pleasant voice. Hand me the mission scroll, I'll pick some myself. Certainly, Kakashi-sama. The three stood behind Kakashi, glancing now at the lady behind the counter, now surveying their surroundings. After a while, Kakashi selected 2 missions and returned the scroll to the young lady. These 2? Very well, Kakashi-sama. Allow me to confirm you have chosen wiping the Hokage rock and cleaning the river channels, 2 drank missions. Is that correct? Correct, those 2. Understood. I will register the missions immediately. Please wait a moment. All set, Kakashi-sama. The missions are registered and must be completed within 3 days. I see. Thank you for your trouble. Don't mention it, Kakashi-sama. With that, Kakashi led the three out of the mission hall. Only when they reached the outside of the Hokage building did Kakashi stop. He turned to face the 3 youngsters, his expression stern. Do you know why I chose these 2 missions? No, we don't. The 3 replied in unison. Because you are still too weak. These missions serve both to complete the tasks and to train you. Understood. Understood, Kakashi-sensei. The three nodded. Good. Very well. Let's go. First mission: wiping the Hokage rock. The three followed Kakashi to the foot of the Hokage rock. Kakashi produced a scroll, tossed it to the ground, and formed a single-hand seal. With a pop, the scroll transformed into 3 cloths and 3 buckets of fresh water. Begin cleaning. Kakashi-sensei, how do we climb up? Sakura asked in confusion. Excellent question, Sakura. Kakashi casually picked up a cloth and stood at the base of the Hokage rock. Watch closely. A layer of chakra coated his hands and feet. Then Kakashi stepped onto the Hokage rock, gripping the wall with one hand, climbing upwards step by step. As he climbed, he wiped the rock with the cloth. Upon reaching a certain height, he turned around and walked back down, until he returned to the ground and stood before the three. Did you understand? Sakura nodded. Sasuke nodded. Naruto shook his head. Seeing Naruto shake his head, Kakashi decided to explain. Listen carefully. The key point of this mission is not wiping the Hokage rock but training your chakra control. As you just saw, concentrating chakra on the soles of your feet or your hands creates a powerful adhesive force. Besides climbing, it can even allow you to walk upright on the smooth Hokage rock. Similarly, you can walk on walls and tree trunks. Mastering chakra control will make learning and using ninjutsu twice as effective. I hope you can complete the chakra control training and finish wiping the Hokage rock by sunset tomorrow. I've finished explaining. Any questions? The three quickly shook their heads, indicating none. Excellent. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. Then give it your best. With that, Kakashi vanished with a body flicker technique. The three slowly walked to the base of the Hokage rock, closed their eyes, focused their concentration, and a ripple of chakra formed beneath their feet. Now! Sasuke's eyes snapped open and he began sprinting up the Hokage rock. His figure was agile as he dashed swiftly across the rock face. However, it didn't last long. After 5 seconds of running, the chakra beneath his feet suddenly dissipated and Sasuke fell from the rock. Naruto and Sakura, who were about to start climbing, quickly helped Sasuke up. Sasuke, are you okay? I'm fine. Sasuke shook his head. It's just that this Hokage rock is harder to climb than I imagined. We don't have much time. We need to fully master chakra control and finish wiping the rock by sunset tomorrow. Sasuke hit the nail on the head. Sasuke is right. Time is running out. Naruto also realized the preciousness of time. He immediately began practicing. After making sure Sasuke was unharmed, Sakura also started practicing. Sasuke dusted himself off and charged at the Hokage rock again. Inside a clothing store on the east street of Konoha, Kakashi was ordering custom outfits for his students. As Kakashi's students, Sasuke and Sakura were fine. But Naruto wore the same orange hoodie all year round. As the son of the 4th Hokage, it was rather shabby. As a former student of the 4th Hokage, Kakashi wanted to do his part and look after Naruto. Of course, he treated everyone equally. If he ordered for one, he ordered for all. Hello shopkeeper, I'd like to order several sets of ninja combat wear. Certainly, sir. Any specific requirements? These are for my students. They're about 12 or 13 years old. 2 boys and 1 girl. 2 sets each of short-sleeved summer and long-sleeved winter ninja outfits, all in black. 2 forehead protectors each, also in black. 6 pairs of ninja shoes, 2 pairs of women's size 35, 4 pairs of men's size 40, also in black. Understood, sir. I've noted everything. Good. Also, I'd like 4 sets for myself. Same requirements: 2 short-sleeved, 2 long-sleeved, all black. 2 forehead protectors and 2 pairs of ninja shoes, also in black. Certainly, sir. Shall I take your measurements now? That way the clothes will fit perfectly. Yes, please, thank you. You're welcome, sir. After the measurements, Kakashi paid a deposit. They agreed to pick up the clothes in 3 days and he left the store. The setting sun shone brightly just outside the shop's door. Through his sunglasses, Kakashi glanced at the dusk sun and headed toward the Hokage rock. After all, he had only explained once. He wondered how the three were progressing. He decided to take a discreet look. On a large tree near the base of the Hokage rock, Kakashi observed the three for a while. Not bad. They're making good progress. I can relax now. Time to head home. Bathed in the sunset glow, Kakashi strolled toward his house. The next day, at Kakashi's home, he lay sprawled across his bed in the shape of the kanji ta, fast asleep. Ding! A new mission has arrived. Congratulations, chain missions have been triggered. Mission 1: The Glory of the Father. Might Guy, formerly known as Tsukumo Hatake, was a peerless shadow term master whose Hatake sword art attained transcendent mastery. Former head of the Hatake clan and former director of the Umbu division of Konoha village, he was one of the foremost candidates for Hokage, and the only man ever granted half of the Hokage's sleeve. Tsukumo Hatake's death remains a profound regret for the system. The host must visit the memorial stone and pay solemn tribute at his father's grave. Reward: White Fan Blade. Tsukumo Hatake's personal weapon, complete Hatake sword art, modified Edo Tensei technique system, enhanced 1 unconscious white setsu and a single strand of Tsukumo Hatake's hair. Mission 2: The Glory of the Hatake clan. In days past, Tsukumo Hatake, peerless among Shadow Term masters, commanded awe and reverence. As former clan head, his strength elevated the entire Hatake clan to unprecedented heights. At its zenith, the Hatake clan boasted 10 elite jonin, 20 standard jonin, 100 shunin, and 300 genin. Yet, following Tsukumo's passing, leadership passed to his younger brother, and with it the clan's luster began to fade. Objective: reclaim the position of Hatake clan head. Reward: 10 9-fold golden pills, Ninja World Edition. Effect: elevates any clan member to elite jonin status. Kakashi stirred. His drowsiness vanished instantly upon reading the rewards. With a swift kip up, he leapt from bed and left after a hasty bite. First destination: the memorial stone. Standing before Tsukumo Hatake's gravestone, Kakashi bowed his head, eyes closed in silent mourning. Father, I have come to see you. Have you rested well these many years beneath the earth? What happened then was never your fault. The fault lies with Konoha, and with its leadership. You were merely a pawn sacrificed on the altar of politics. Father, I shall soon restore you to life, and settle the score for what was done. Having completed his silent vigil, Kakashi opened his eyes. System: confirm attendance. Mission completed. Reward: distributed White Fan Blade. Tsukumo Hatake's personal weapon, complete Hatake sword art, modified Edo Tensei technique system, enhanced 1 unconscious white setsu and a single strand of Tsukumo Hatake's hair, all securely stored within the system's item space. Detected modified Edo Tensei technique. Learn now. Learn. Mission completed. Kakashi has mastered the modified Edo Tensei technique, a forbidden art that summons and fully restores the deceased to their prime, preserving 100% of their original strength and memories. Detected complete Hatake sword art. Learn now. Learn. In an instant, both the modified Edo Tensei technique and the complete Hatake sword art were etched into Kakashi's mind, as if he had practiced them for decades, ready to manifest at will. In the original timeline, Kakashi rose to legendary fame through the Sharingan, not the Hatake sword art. His swordsmanship had amounted to no more than 1/10 of Tsukumo's mastery. Now, however, he possessed the complete art, and had fused it seamlessly into his being. A future awaited in which the Hatake sword art would reclaim its rightful glory. Kakashi would ensure the world knew beyond the Sharingan his blade was unmatched. Having fulfilled the first mission, Kakashi set out for the Hatake clan compound. Since Tsukumo's death, he had not returned there in years. He had lived in numb repetition, accepting missions, killing, accepting missions, killing. His sword skills abandoned, his growth stalled, even the title of heir apparent usurped by his uncle's son. And his uncle, the younger brother of Tsukumo, had seized the clan headship without resistance. Tap. 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 Kakashi strolled across Hatake's soil, gazing upon familiar houses and faces. Suddenly a silver-haired man stepped into his path. "You are Kakashi Hatake." As clan head, his uncle had devoted himself solely to decadence and indulgence, thus hastening the clan's decline. Though rumors of Kakashi had long circulated across the ninja world, he failed to recognize his own nephew at first glance. "Yes, it is I. It has been many years. Why have you come to the clan compound today?" "Uncle, you have grown old. The clan headship you seized from my father's hands belongs to me now. It falls to me to guide the Hatake clan forward once more. Under your rule the clan sinks ever deeper into oblivion. Under mine it shall rise again, to glory." "What did you say?" His uncle's face darkened. "Guards, seize Kakashi Hatake." "Yes, Lord Clan Head." His cronies answered instantly. "Shush. Shush. Shush." At his uncle's command 10 Hatake shinobi encircled Kakashi in an instant. Kakashi remained utterly unruffled, his hands still buried deep in his pockets, no weapon drawn. "Is this all you have? Very well, I shall not humiliate you. I will not even use the Sharingan. Arrogant fool, seize him." Hatake sword art first flash. Time itself seemed to freeze. Kakashi's uncle, and all 10 shinobi, stood motionless, frozen mid-gesture. Kakashi's left hand remained in his pocket, his right held a ninjato dripping with blood. Thud. 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 The arrogant figures collapsed, heads severed cleanly from bodies. "How disappointing! This is all the strength you possess." Kakashi bent low, gripped his uncle's hair, and lifted the severed head. 1 step. 2 steps. Deeper into the heart of the compound he walked. "Who goes there?" A Hatake shinobi atop a rooftop spotted him. "That's the clan head's head." Shocked, the shinobi fired a signal flare, summoning scores of Hatake clansmen in moments. "Now does anyone still oppose?" "I agree." "I also agree." "Yes, we all agree." "Clan leader, your ascension to clan leader is what everyone desires." "Correct, correct. Under your leadership, clan leader, we will surely restore the glory of the Chimu clan." "Restore glory. Pledge our lives to follow the clan leader." "Restore glory. Pledge our lives to follow the clan leader." "Restore glory. Pledge our lives to follow the clan leader." Congratulations, host, mission completed. Reward 10-9 Revolutions Golden Pills Ninja World Edition. Very good, your performance has satisfied me. As expected of the Chimu clan's ninja, you have not forgotten the former glory of the Chimu clan. I, Chimu Kakashi, swear here that I will lead the Chimu clan to brilliance and restore its glory. Oh ho! Long live the clan leader! March toward brilliance, restore glory! March toward brilliance, restore glory! March toward brilliance, restore glory! Wait until the clansmen's enthusiasm cools down. Kakashi instructed everyone to disperse and attend to their duties. He also instructed the young man standing on the rooftop to lead him on a tour of the Chimu clan territory. "What is your name?" Reporting to the clan leader, "My name is Chimu Ada." "Ada. A good name. Come on, take me around to have a look. After all, I haven't been back for a long time." "Yes, clan leader." "Clan leader, this is the former commercial street, but now it has fallen into disrepair. The clansmen nowadays prefer to go to the Konoha commercial street." "Clan leader, this is the training ground where the clansmen train." "Clan leader, this is the council building where clan meetings are usually held." "Clan leader, this is the clan's hospital responsible for treating ninja injured on missions and various ailments of civilians." "Clan leader, this is the clan's school. Some children who are unwilling to attend the ninja academy usually receive instruction here and graduate within the clan." "Clan leader, this is the central plaza. In the evening there are lights and fountains." "Clan leader, this area is the residential district. Everyone lives here. The largest house at the end is the former clan leader's residence." "Oh. Are there any other people in my uncle's house?" Reporting to the clan leader, now there should only be the former clan leader's widow and servants inside. "I see." Kakashi stroked his chin in thought. Let's go seize the property. Ah. Seize the property. That's right. The former clan leader was corrupt and embezzled clan assets for his own pleasure. There must still be clan assets in the house. Moreover, if you don't pull up the roots, the weeds will grow again when the spring wind blows. What if my never met aunt gives birth to a few more? Ada, call people. Yes, clan leader. Shortly after, Ada led a group of people and guided Kakashi to the end of the residential area. Bang! Ada kicked open the gate of the former clan leader's house. He entered first. Kakashi followed closely behind. Who are you? This is the clan leader's residence. How dare you barge in? Get out immediately, or I will make you regret being born into this world. Just as he entered, Kakashi saw a woman making a fuss. She must be Kakashi's aunt, the wife of the former clan leader. Ada, take action. Kakashi didn't bother to waste words with her. Yes, clan leader. What? Clan leader. My husband is the clan leader. You are. Before Kakashi's aunt could finish her words, Ada beheaded her with a single stroke. The other Chimu clansmen who came with Ada scattered and began killing the servants in the house, not even sparing the dog. After eradicating the roots, Ada and the clansmen began to seize the property. Meanwhile, Kakashi sat on the sofa waiting for the result. After a while, Ada and the clansmen carried over 2 chests. One chest was filled with Konoha bills, the other with gold, silver, and jewels. You have done well. Take 2/10 of the contents of the chests and divide them among yourselves. Thank you, clan leader. Ada and the clansmen bowed in gratitude. After Ada and the clansmen had taken their share, Kakashi's eyes transformed into the Sharingan. His left eye's Mangekyo focused on the 2 chests. Kamui. In the blink of an eye, the 2 chests were stored by Kakashi into his Kamui space. Is this the ability of the clan leader's Sharingan? Ada and the clansmen watched the chests vanish into thin air, deeply astonished. Let's go. Bring the chest. Yes. Kakashi left first, followed by Ada and the clansmen. After everyone had exited, Kakashi turned around and unleashed a fire-release ninjutsu at the house. Instantly, the entire house was engulfed in blazing flames. Now that's thorough eradication. Ada, once the house has burned down, rebuild the clan leader's residence. Use top-quality materials and notify me when it's completed. Yes, clan leader. Having done all this, Kakashi and Ada and the others departed. Evening at Ada's home. Ada invited Kakashi to his house as a guest. Ada's wife was preparing dinner in the kitchen. Ada and Kakashi sat on the living room sofa chatting. Ada, thank you for today, for showing me around all day. Clan leader, it's my duty. Rewarding and punishing clearly is a principle I learned in the Umbu. Kakashi took out a golden pill from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to Ada. Here, this is your reward. Clan leader, what is this? This is a 9 revolutions golden pill. I happened to meet a master alchemist while on a mission outside the village, and he refined it. Its effect is that it can instantly grant any ninja with chakra the chakra and strength of an elite jonin. What? There is such a divine object. Hearing Kakashi's introduction, Ada was extremely shocked. Don't get excited, everything has advantages and disadvantages. The drawback of this pill is that the one who takes it will never be able to break through for the rest of his life. His strength will be capped at elite jonin with no possibility of further growth. Even so, this pill is a rare divine treasure, clan leader. Therefore I reward this pill to you. Whether to take it or not is entirely up to you. I'll take it. Thank you for the reward, clan leader. Ada eagerly took the pill and swallowed it whole. Instantly a powerful surge of chakra emanated from Ada. Kakashi quickly set up a ceiling barrier to prevent the furniture in Ada's house from being damaged. After a while, Ada's aura calmed down. Ada opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing through them. He was as if reborn, full of vigor and spirit, his demeanor like a cold blade. Besides the increase in chakra volume, it seemed as if Ada had experienced countless battles. Many combat techniques were deeply etched into his mind. After thoroughly feeling the surging power, Ada suddenly knelt on one knee before Kakashi. Thank you for the reward, clan leader. Ada will follow you unto death. Ada, get up quickly, you're being too formal. I understand your loyalty. Actions speak louder than words, I'll see how you perform in the future. Yes, clan leader. Ada stood up and sat back on the sofa. Ada, I want to replan the clan territory, you will be in charge of this matter. Yes, clan leader, please give your instructions. The Chimu clan territory is located directly east of Konoha village. I plan to expand the clan territory into a circular area with a radius of 5 kilometers. Around the clan territory, build a circular wall and set up a sensory barrier to prevent enemy intrusion. The interior of the clan territory should also be replanned. Reserve a circular area with a radius of 500 meters at the very center to build a central plaza and erect a statue of myself in the center of the plaza. The height need not be too tall, just as tall as I am. In the east of the clan territory, build a commercial district. Later we will create a Golden Age commercial street belonging to the Chimu clan. In the south of the clan territory, build a residential district, everyone will move there later. In the west of the clan territory, build a public facilities district, hospitals, schools, training grounds, etc. will be set up there. In the north of the clan territory, build an administrative district, the mission center, guard force, and protection squad will all be located there. Do you understand? Ada. I roughly understand, clan leader. But I have 2 questions. First, regarding your earlier instruction to build a new clan leader's residence on the site of the former clan leader's house, should that continue? Second, our Chimu clan has never had a guard force or protection squad, I don't know their specific duties. Ada, suspend the construction of the new clan leader's residence for now. Follow the new clan territory plan. As for the guard force and protection squad, the guard force is responsible for maintaining public order within the clan territory, similar to the former Konoha guard force. The protection squad is responsible for protecting the clan leader's safety and carrying out tasks assigned by the clan leader, similar to the Anbu directly under the Hokage. Clan leader, then I apply to join the protection squad. I will definitely protect you. Ada looked at Kakashi with fervent eyes. Ada, I believe you will protect me. I allow you to join the clan leader's guard and appoint you as the captain. Thank you, clan leader. I am grateful for your trust. By the way, find 9 clan members who are pure-hearted but of average strength. I still have 9 revolution golden pills. I plan to use them to enhance their strength. From now on they will be your subordinates and members of the clan leader's guard. You must choose carefully. What matters is loyalty to me and to the clan. Rest assured, clan leader. I will carefully select 9 loyal, pure-hearted clan members who lack strength. Good. Just then. Time to eat. Ada's wife walked out of the kitchen carrying plates. Kakashi and Ada stopped their conversation. Kakashi moved to the dining table while Ada went to help bring dishes from the kitchen. At the table, Kakashi did not put on any airs as clan leader. The 3 chatted and ate cheerfully. To be fair, Ada's wife was quite skilled at cooking. Kakashi expressed that he was very satisfied with the dinner. After the meal, Ada's wife went to wash the dishes. Kakashi and Ada resumed their conversation. Ada, building the clan compound cannot be done overnight. They'll find someone to help you so we can speed up the progress. Who is it, clan leader? You'll know soon. Kakashi bit his right thumb and quickly formed hand seals. Ninja art summoning technique. A wisp of white smoke rose. A dog appeared in the living room. Kakashi, what do you want? Pakken, please go inform Yamato to come here. Okay, Kakashi. Pakken vanished before Kakashi and Ada's eyes like a gust of wind. Soon Pakken returned bringing Yamato with him. Yamato looked quite disheveled, probably still engaged in afforestation at Training Ground 7. Kakashi-senpai, what's the matter? Yo, Yamato, you look exhausted. Still not done with the training ground? Almost done, Kakashi-senpai. That's good. This time I called you here to ask for your help in renovating the Hatake clan compound. Huh? Yamato looked around blankly. Renovate the clan compound? Just me. For now you're the only architect. Kakashi nodded in response. Yamato felt a bleak future ahead. If this continued, Yamato would be drained dry into a smaller version of himself. Kakashi-senpai, shouldn't such a task be posted at the mission hall? I wanted to avoid the mission hall's commission. Besides, I've prepared payment for you. Also, it won't be just you, we'll hire a construction team. But with your help the renovation speed will greatly increase. As he spoke, Kakashi's left eye transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Spatial ripples appeared around his eye. A box flew out from his left eye and landed in front of Yamato. Kakashi-senpai, you can freely control your Sharingan now. During the meal, Kakashi had taken off his sunglasses so Yamato could see the change in his left eye. Actually, wearing sunglasses or not didn't matter. With Kakashi's current power, even the third Hokage couldn't do anything to him. That's right. I recently made some progress in training. There are 5 million ryo in the box as payment for renovating the Hatake clan compound. How much? 5 million ryo. Yamato stared at the box, his eyes gleaming. He felt his back no longer ache, his legs no longer hurt, and his whole body brimmed with motivation. Kakashi-senpai, leave it to me. I will renovate the Hatake clan compound beautifully according to your wishes. Take it easy, Yamato. Don't wear yourself out. Kakashi couldn't help but warn him. After all, Yamato had weak kidneys. Don't worry, Kakashi-senpai. My body can take it. With that, Yamato pulled out a large bag of soldier pills from his ninja tool pouch and casually popped one into his mouth. Kakashi-senpai, from now on I will serve you tirelessly and wholeheartedly. Had that Yamato, turns out he's a money chaser. I mean, making money isn't worth killing yourself over. In that case, Yamato and Kakuzu were indeed kindred spirits. Alright, it's yours. I'm leaving now. Do you fill Yamato in on the details of the renovation? Work starts tomorrow morning. Take care, clan leader. Take care, Kakashi-senpai. The next day. Early morning. At the foot of the Hokage rock. 3 people lay sprawled on the ground, sleeping soundly without any dignity. A gust of wind blew. Kakashi stood atop the third Hokage's head. Yo, my adorable students. It's Kakashi-sensei. The 3 were instantly awakened. They looked up at Kakashi with joy. Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, I can climb to the top now. Sakura. Sensei Sasuke, and I can also climb to the top. Sasuke said nothing but gave Kakashi a look that said, Praise me. Kakashi smiled. Well done. You truly are worthy of being my students. Hearing the praise, all 3 smiled. Kakashi leaped down. He landed beside the 3. Have you finished cleaning the Hokage rock? As he asked, he turned to look at the Hokage rock. The 3 replied in unison. We've cleaned it. Good. The training is complete and the mission is done. Let's go hand in the mission first. After handing it in, he'll treat you to a meal. After eating, go home, take a shower, and change into clean clothes. Looking at your grimy state, you must not have gone home last night and practiced all night. Indeed, we didn't. We wanted to learn to climb the Hokage rock in one go. Plus, we had to clean it. So. I see. Thank you for your hard work. With that, Kakashi led the 3 little ones toward the mission hall. Hello, would like to submit a mission. Of course, Lord Kakashi. As luck would have it, the receptionist on duty was the same young lady as last time. Which mission would you like to submit? Drank mission, cleaning the Hokage rock. Please wait a moment, we need to verify. Sure. Kakashi and the 3 sat on stools outside the counter to wait. The young lady said something to a male colleague beside her. Then the male colleague vanished using the body flicker technique. Soon he reappeared with a flicker. He nodded to the young lady. Confirmed. The reward is 5000 ryo. Thank you. After receiving the reward, Kakashi led the 3 out of the mission hall. Outside the gate, Kakashi took out the 5000 ryo and handed it to them. Divide it among yourselves. What? Naruto. All of it for us. Exactly. Sakura. But what about you, sensei? Sasuke. Yes, Sensei, aren't you taking your share? Although according to the rules the mission reward should be split among the foreman team. But well, this is your first time completing a mission. You deserve a reward. Besides, I didn't really contribute much to cleaning the Hokage rock, did I? Great. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto and Sakura were ecstatic. Especially Naruto, who suddenly had money. Sasuke, however, didn't show much reaction. Though inwardly happy, the Uchiha clan's wealth meant that even after the massacre Sasuke never lacked for food or clothing. So Sasuke only took 1000 ryo and let Naruto and Sakura split the remaining 4000. Sasuke, you're so generous. I'm definitely keeping you as my brother, Naruto said, patting Sasuke on the shoulder. Take your hand off, dead last. What? Smug Sasuke. Sakura, holding the money, hadn't even said thanks yet. Naruto and Sasuke were already bickering. Quiet down, Naruto. Sakura pulled Naruto aside with one hand and shielded Sasuke behind her. Sakura. Naruto looked wronged and dared not speak. Sasuke, thank you. I can't spend all 2000 ryo anyway. How about we go eat some grilled meat later? No time. I need to train. I'm leaving. With that, Sasuke walked toward his home. Halfway there he stopped and turned to look at Naruto. Dead last, keep up with your training. The still wrong Naruto stared blankly at Sasuke. Yeah, I will. Smug Sasuke, Naruto said with a slight smile. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Sasuke's mouth. He continued walking home. I'm going home to train too. Naruto also headed home. Watching this, Sakura suddenly felt like an outsider. Well, I'll take off too, Sakura. Please inform them that we have a river cleaning mission tomorrow morning. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi's house. Basement. An unconscious white Setsu. A strand of Hatake Sakumo's hair. The two were placed on the ground painted with runes. Ninja art, impure world reincarnation. Bam! With a loud bang, Sakumo appeared. There Hatake Sakumo stood in the center of the runes. His eyes were closed, arms hanging naturally, body straight, and there were no cracks characteristic of the impure world reincarnated. This was the system-improved version of the impure world reincarnation. No, it wasn't reincarnation, it was resurrection. Ugh! Where is this? Hatake Sakumo muttered and slowly opened his eyes. Father! Kakashi hurried forward. Is that you, Kakashi? You've grown so much, Sakumo said after carefully examining the Kakashi before him. Where am I? How was I resurrected? Sakumo had many questions in his mind. Father, please listen to me. Many years ago, after you took your own life, many things happened. After you left, I became self-destructive, completing missions like a walking corpse, and my strength stagnated. As for the Hatake clan, my uncle, your younger brother, stripped me of my heir position and became the clan leader himself. But he had no talent, only indulging in pleasure, and the Hatake clan began to decline. Not long ago I investigated the events of that time. The ninja you saved was actually a root operative. All of this happened because the third Hokage feared your deeds would overshadow him. He authorized Danzo to set a trap against you. From your rescue to the mission's failure to the ninja you saved turning against you after returning to the village, and then the eruption of public opinion across the village. It was all to force you to die, ensuring the third Hokage's position. I deeply regretted your death, so I learned the impure world reincarnation and improved it. That's how I resurrected you, Father. But the village doesn't know about this. You are now in the basement of my home, surrounded by isolation barriers to prevent detection and perception by the village. Hatake Sakumo remained silent for a long time after hearing this. Sigh, so that's how it was. I spent my life fighting, loyal to Konoha and to the third Hokage. I never expected they would scheme against me and deal with me like this. Kakashi, you've had a hard time all these years. Father, you now understand the situation fully. I resurrected you not only to avenge the past but also to revive the Hatake clan. The Hatake clan has fallen into decline. Apart from myself and the newly appointed captain of my clan guard, the others are negligible in strength. Revenge. Tsukumo Hatake murmured to himself. Forget it, Kakashi. I have no intention of seeking vengeance. It is already a blessing to be resurrected. Father. You. Kakashi, just because others are unrighteous does not mean I must follow suit. I spent my entire life fighting for Konoha. Seeking revenge would mean striking the village, the Hokage, and the Council of Elders. To me that would be disloyal and unjust. I cannot agree, Father. This is blind loyalty. Kakashi said angrily. The village's higher-ups schemed against you and harmed you. Yet you intend to let it go. Father, you disappoint me. Tsukumo's attitude dampened Kakashi's spirits. Kakashi, setting aside the matter of revenge for now. As you just said, the clan's strength is almost depleted. Even if we wanted revenge, what could we rely on? Rely on me alone to assassinate them. Father, if you wish, I will personally. Enough, Kakashi. Let us speak no more of this. I will not act. Is that so? I understand. Since his father refused revenge, Kakashi decided to take matters into his own hands. After all, during the Chunin exams, Orochimaru would also attack. With a little nudge, he might be able to bring down the Hokage and all the elders. By the way, Father, here is your white fanged blade. I am returning it to its rightful owner. Kakashi retrieved the white fanged blade exclusive to Tsukumo Hatake, a reward from the system, from a storage scroll, and handed it to Tsukumo. Oh. Is this the same white fang I left you back then? Yes, Father. If you give it to me, what will you use? Don't worry, Father. I forged one for myself. Very well, I accept it, Kakashi. Tsukumo took the white fanged blade, gently caressing the beloved sword he had wielded in countless battles. In truth, the white fang that Tsukumo left for Kakashi had long since broken, and was still being reforged at a ninja tool shop. But Kakashi saw no need to tell Tsukumo that. After all, Kakashi had seen the white fang blade from the system, and it was identical to the old one. By the way, Kakashi, what about your uncle? Uncle? He is already dead. Kakashi, did you? Yes, along with his loyal followers, I sent them all down. It would have been one thing if he had only sought the clan leader position or oppressed me as the young master, but the key issue is that the Hatake clan has declined further under his leadership. He is a traitor to the clan and deserves death. Alas. Tsukumo sighed and remained silent. Kakashi, what are your plans for the clan's future? Father, I am currently renovating the Hatake clan grounds. I have also restructured the clan's authority by establishing a security force and a guard unit. Now I wish to add a council of elders with you as the Grand Elder. I will serve as the clan leader. When I am away from the grounds, you will handle all internal affairs. Ha, Kakashi, you are conscripting me. When I was alive, I was busy as the clan leader, and now after death and resurrection I still have to be a workhorse. Father, the more capable one is, the more they must do. Besides, the Hatake clan truly lacks manpower now. Very well, I understand. But what about my identity? I look exactly as I did in life, and many clan members are familiar with me. It's fine, you can show your face as you are. I will issue a gag order. This will also test whether there are spies from the village within the clan. All right. Then I will notify the clan members' father. You can familiarize yourself with my home first. Tomorrow we can go to the clan grounds. Go ahead, Kakashi. After leaving, Kakashi first went to Ada's place. He informed Ada about Tsukumo and ordered him to impose a gag order on the clan while closely monitoring suspicious members. Ada was extremely shocked, having never imagined Kakashi could resurrect the dead. At the same time, Ada grew increasingly respectful toward Kakashi. After all, the ability to bring someone back from the dead was something he had never heard of before. After finishing his instructions, Kakashi returned home. That evening he once again ate a meal cooked by Tsukumo. It had been many years since he last had such a meal. Father and son enjoyed some sake and dishes, sharing a happy time together. The next morning, after a simple breakfast, Kakashi and Tsukumo set out. Before leaving, Kakashi made Sakumo wear sunglasses and a mask. After all, Kakashi's house was in the center of the village. This was to avoid others seeing Sakumo's face and causing unnecessary trouble. Once outside, Kakashi led Sakumo directly to the Hatake clan grounds. Ada was waiting early at the main gate. "Good morning, Ada." Kakashi greeted Ada, then introduced Sakumo. "Father, this is the guard captain I promoted. His name is Ada." "Hello, Ada." "Good morning, clan leader and former clan leader." Ada appeared nervous upon seeing Sakumo. After all, this was the first time he had seen someone resurrected from the dead. Don't be nervous, Ada. You may address my father as Grand Elder from now on." Kakashi patted Ada on the shoulder with a smile. "Yes, clan leader. Come take my father around to familiarize him with the grounds. I have matters to attend to and must leave." "Yes, clan leader. You'll be off, father. Go ahead, Kakashi. This way, please, Grand Elder." Ada led Sakumo away. Kakashi also vanished using the body flicker technique. At the Konoha River, Kakashi arrived to find his 3 students already waiting obediently. "Good morning, Kakashi-sensei. Morning, my adorable students. Today's mission: clean the river without falling into the water." "Yes," the 3 replied. "Watch me, like this." Kakashi formed a layer of chakra on the soles of his feet and walked directly onto the river, standing steadily on the surface. This is an advanced version of chakra control. While maintaining chakra output, you must adjust the output according to the water's flow to avoid falling in. Kakashi walked, ran, and jumped on the water as he explained. "Understood. Understood, Kakashi-sensei." All 3 answered simultaneously. "Good. By sunset you must master the advanced chakra control and complete the river cleaning." "Okay, Kakashi-sensei." "Alright then, see you later." With that, Kakashi used the body flicker technique and vanished before them. The 3 then began a new round of training, and their second rank mission. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura each carried a large bamboo basket in their left hand and a wooden grab stick in their right. They slowly walked on the river surface, picking up trash that villagers had thrown in. Occasionally, when their chakra flow became unstable, they fell into the water. Thus they repeated the cycle, walking on water, picking up trash, falling, and climbing out, walking again. Unbeknownst to them, evening arrived. They had completed the river cleaning and mastered the advanced chakra control, water walking. Meanwhile, after teaching the 3 the water walking technique, Kakashi left the riverbank and headed to the pawnshop on Konoha's Golden Commercial Street. The wind chimes hanging by the entrance jingled melodiously as he stepped through the door. "Welcome, sir. How may I assist you?" A receptionist stood inside the doorway greeting Kakashi as he entered. "I have a chest of gold, silver, and jewels to pawn." "Very well, sir. Please follow me." The receptionist led Kakashi to a private room and then withdrew. Kakashi sat on the sofa and waited for a short while. A portly, beaming man pushed open the door and entered. "Apologies for the wait, sir. I am the owner of this pawnshop. I understand you have a chest of valuables to pawn." "That's correct." Kakashi rose to his feet, his gaze fixed on the coffee table. His left eye transformed into a crimson Mangekyo Sharingan. A large chest overflowing with gold, silver, and jewels materialized from his eye and landed on the table. "So you are a ninja, sir," the owner remarked. He observed Kakashi's conjuring trick without excessive surprise, evidently accustomed to extraordinary sights. "Please appraise it," Kakashi said. The owner approached the chest and roughly sifted through its contents with his pudgy hands. "So the quality of these items is decent, worth roughly 10 million ryo. Of course, the exact sum requires a detailed check by my staff." 10 million ryo. That should be enough for preparations, Kakashi mused. He had retrieved 2 chests from the home of Chin-Mu Shuomao's younger brother after deducting the 2/10 share for Ida and his men. 1 chest, 5 million ryo, was allocated for renovating the clan compound. This chest, containing gold, silver, and jewels valued at approximately 10 million ryo, would be used to purchase strategic supplies, shuriken, kunai, explosive tags, tachi, for the clan once the compound was complete. This would prepare them for potential conflicts. As a reincarnator, Kakashi clearly recalled that during the Chunin exams Orochimaru's Sound Village and the Sand Village would jointly attack Konoha. Though Konoha ultimately prevailed, thorough preparation was essential. Agreed. The price is acceptable. Please summon your staff for a detailed count. Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment. The owner exited the room. Kakashi remained seated, and soon two elegantly attired female clerks entered. Greetings, sir. We will verify your pawned items. May we begin? Proceed. The clerks meticulously catalogued the chest's contents in Kakashi's presence. After a short while they finished. Thank you for waiting, sir. The total value is 10240000 Rio. Would you like the entire sum in Konoha banknotes? All of it, Kakashi replied, rising from the sofa. Very well. Please wait. The clerks departed. Shortly afterward they returned, each carrying a large chest. With a thud they set the chest heavily onto the coffee table. The weight was evidently considerable for them. Sir, here are your banknotes, 10240000 Rio in total. Please verify. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. No need. I trust your establishment's integrity. Thank you for your trust, sir. Goodbye. The clerks swayed their slender waists as they left. Kakashi's left eye flared into a crimson Mangekyo Sharingan, absorbing both chests. He then sauntered out of the pawnshop. At the Hatake clan compound, the clan head's building was already completed thanks to Day's tireless efforts. With a soft whoosh, Kakashi teleported in through the window. Father. He raised his right hand in greeting to Chimu Shuamao. Chimu Shuamao, seated at his desk handling official matters, looked up. Kakashi, why come through the window instead of the door? It's faster, Kakashi said, approaching the desk and fixing his left Mangekyo on it. With a whoosh, two large chests flew from his eye onto the desk. Kakashi, what's inside? Kakashi answered by flipping open both chests, revealing neatly stacked Konoha banknotes. So much money. Chimu Shuamao stood in astonishment. Kakashi, where did you get all this? How much is here? He asked excitedly. This came from the gold, silver, and jewels seized during the raid on Uncle's house, Kakashi explained. He had amassed wealth extravagantly. The raid yielded a chest of valuables and another with 5 million Rio in banknotes. The banknotes were used for rebuilding the compound. The valuables were pawned and the proceeds are here, 10240000 Rio. What? Over 10 million. He dared to extort the clan's hard-earned money. How despicable. Indeed, father. That money belongs to our people. Father, intelligence suggests that the future may be turbulent, possibly leading to localized war. I entrust this sum to you. After the compound is rebuilt, purchase ample strategic supplies, shuriken, kunai, explosive tags, tachi, for the clan. Additionally, intensify the clan's training to enhance their combat prowess. Is this certain, Kakashi? Will war come again? Yes, father. It's wise to prepare early. Understood. I'll procure supplies and boost training immediately. I'll take charge of this money. Good, father. Chimu Shuamao locked the chests and sealed them into a storage scroll. He then tucked the scrolls securely into his chest pocket. With business concluded, Kakashi strolled through the clan grounds where he encountered Day, who was laboring diligently on the construction. He offered a few words of encouragement, and generously gave him a large pouch of military rations pills to replenish chakra, quickly enabling Day to work tirelessly on the compound's infrastructure. Unconsciously, Kakashi completed a full inspection of the ongoing construction. Glancing at the sun, he saw it was near the horizon. Thus he left the Hatake compound and headed back to the riverbank where Team 7 had been assigned their mission. Under a tree the three little ones were resting. 3 large bamboo baskets sat on the ground filled with the trash they had collected from the river. The river channel has been cleaned very thoroughly. Good work, everyone. Kakashi appeared before the trio in a flash, holding 3 popsicles in his hand. Take them, I'm treating you to popsicles. Sakura. Kakashi-sensei, you're finally here. Naruto. Ah, popsicles. Sasuke said nothing, swiftly snatching a popsicle from Kakashi's hand and starting to chomp on it. Naruto. Hey Sasuke, you cheater! Naruto quickly grabbed a popsicle and began eating as well. Not to be outdone, Sakura took one and bit into it. After finishing the popsicles, the three stood up from the ground. Have you rested enough? Yes, we have, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi. Then show me the results of your training. Naruto. Just watch, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura. Yes, sensei. Sasuke had already run onto the river surface with chakra clinging to his feet. Naruto and Sakura followed closely behind. The three sprinted and leapt on the river surface like three unbridled wild horses. Kakashi. Alright, that's enough. Come here. Upon hearing this, they stopped and ran toward Kakashi. You've done exceptionally well, worthy of being my students. The three beamed with joy at Kakashi's praise. You have fully mastered chakra control. Now strive to learn the ninjutsu I taught you as soon as possible. Once you have completely mastered them, I will teach you new techniques and commence the next phase of training. Naruto, your chakra reserves are the largest, and your stamina the best among the three. Henceforth focus on ninjutsu and taijutsu. Naruto. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Also, Naruto, I'll visit your home tonight to resolve a small issue for you. An issue? I don't have any issues. You'll find out tonight. Sasuke, the Sharingan is your strength. Tonight I'll assist you in awakening it. From now on, focus on the Sharingan and ninjutsu. Sasuke. What? Kakashi-sensei, you can help me awaken it. Kakashi. Indeed. After I deal with Naruto's problem, I'll help you awaken it. Don't worry, it won't be long. Sasuke. Yes. Though outwardly calm, Sasuke's heart yearned impatiently for nightfall. Sakura, your chakra is the least. But your chakra control is the finest. As originally planned, specialize in medical ninjutsu. Sakura. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Alright, henceforth train diligently according to the plan I've laid out for you. Now let's head to the mission hall to submit the task. All three chimed. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Oh, I almost forgot this. Kakashi looked at the bamboo basket on the ground and formed a single-hand seal. Fire style, great fireball technique. A ball of flame erupted from Kakashi's mouth, shooting straight toward the basket. The moment they met, the fireball incinerated the basket, and it's trashed completely. At the mission hall, Kakashi led the trio to the counter. Hello, I'd like to submit a mission. Hello, Kakashi-sama. Which mission would you like to submit? The counter attendant had changed to a young woman. Drank mission, river cleaning. Very well, Kakashi-sama. Please wait while we confirm. A staff member headed to the river. Soon they returned and informed the attendant that the mission was completed without issue. Confirmation complete. Drank mission, river cleaning is marked as finished. Here is your reward, 5000 Rio. Please keep it safe. Thank you. You're welcome, Kakashi-sama. Kakashi pocketed the reward and led the trio out of the mission hall. So have you learned how to take and submit missions? Yes, Kakashi-sensei. The three answered in unison. Good. Next time bring a camera to take photos as proof. ITLL save time and mission confirmation. Got it, Kakashi-sensei, well remember. Excellent. Since you've finished these two tasks and understand the procedure, starting tomorrow you'll take missions on your own. Strive to complete 50 drank missions soon so I can take you on crank missions. We will, Kakashi-sensei. Well, work hard. They pledged. Oh, and don't just grind missions. Don't neglect your training either. Master the ninjutsu I taught you as quickly as possible. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Well, train hard too. They promised again. As for these 5000 Rio, split them among yourselves. Kakashi handed the 5000 Rio to Sakura, indicating she should divide it equally among Naruto and Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei, you're not taking any again. No, you keep it. Alright, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura took the money. Wow, Kakashi-sensei is so generous. Naruto cheered. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke remained calm. After all, he wasn't short of money. Sakura kept 1500 ryo for herself and gave 1500 each to Naruto and Sasuke. Let's use the remaining 500 ryo for a meal and treat Kakashi-sensei to dinner. How about that? Awesome. Agreed. Kakashi. Then he'll gratefully accept your kind offer. It's still a while until dinner. Come, I'll take you somewhere. Where to, Kakashi-sensei? The three asked curiously. To a clothing store. Huh? Are you buying clothes, sensei? Naruto inquired. Partly and partly for you too. 3 days ago I ordered clothes for all 4 of us at the shop. As the official uniform for Team 7 on future missions, durable and cohesive. Awesome. New clothes. Naruto rejoiced. I reckon they're about ready. Since you're all here, we might as well pick them up together. Once we get the clothes, try them on at the shop. If they don't fit, we can adjust them on the spot. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. The three replied excitedly. At the clothing store on East Street in Konoha's Gold District, Kakashi led the trio to the counter. Hello, I'm here to pick up an order placed 3 days ago. An old man was dozing in a recliner behind the counter. Hearing this, he opened his eyes and stood up. Certainly, sir. 1 moment, please. The old man went into the back room. Soon he emerged carrying a large stack of black garments. Sir, these are for the children 2 summer short-sleeve and 2 winter long-sleeve ninja combat suits for each boy, all in black. And for the girl, 2 summer short-sleeve and 2 winter long-sleeve ninja combat suits, also black. Also 6 black forehead protector, 6 pairs of ninja sandals, 2 for girls, 4 for boys, all black. Everything is black, the trio muttered. Less complaining, black hides dirt. Take your clothes and shoes, go to the fitting room and try them on. Yes. They dared not argue and replied in unison. After the three entered the fitting room, the old man approached Kakashi with a stack of clothes and shoes. Sir, these are for you. 2 short-length sets and 2 long-length sets, all in black. 2 headbands and 2 pairs of ninja shoes, also black. Good, thank you. Kakashi took the clothes and shoes. Would you like to try them on, sir? No need. My clothes were custom-made last time. Very well, sir. Please also get me a pack of black masks. Wearing all black, a blue mask would look mismatched. No problem, sir. As Kakashi and the old man were speaking, the three emerged from the fitting room. Naruto, boss, my clothes are a bit big. Sasuke, boss, my shoes are a size too small. Sakura, my clothes and shoes fit perfectly. Okay, I'll alter the clothes right away and swap the shoes for you. The old man said to Sasuke and Naruto. They handed him the clothes and shoes and he went into the back room to make the adjustments and replacements. Soon the old man returned with the altered clothes and the resized shoes. Please try them again, sirs. Naruto and Sasuke tried them once more, and this time they fit perfectly. The three were dressed head to toe in black, paired with short swords, looking quite the part. A bit like the Hatake clan members. Kakashi commented, stroking his chin. Do we look good, Kakashi-sensei? The three asked. Absolutely stylish. Kakashi gave them a thumbs up. By the way, boss, there's one more thing I need to trouble you with. Please speak, sir. Could you embroider our respective clan emblems on the backs of our clothes? No problem. Please draw me the patterns of your clan emblems. Kakashi and the three drew their clan emblems for the old man. The old man took the clothes back into the back room. Soon he came out with the clothes, having embroidered the clan emblems on them according to the drawings. Kakashi was very satisfied and paid the remaining balance. Thank you, sir. You're welcome. Let's go, everyone. Kakashi beckoned the three to leave. Take care, sirs. Come again. After they left the shop, Kakashi glanced at the sky. It's dark. Let's go for dinner. Great. What would Kakashi-sensei like to eat? Sakura asked. Michiraku ramen. Kakashi said, stroking his chin. Awesome. Naruto was overjoyed. Ichiraku ramen was his favorite. Sasuke, fine. Sasuke had no objection to ramen. Sakura, I'm okay with that too. Whatever Sasuke liked, Sakura liked. Having reached a consensus, the four headed toward Ichiraku Ramen. After finishing their meal, they each went home. Night fell. Kakashi climbed through a window into Naruto's house. Who's there? Naruto, who was doing sit-ups on his bed, was startled. It's me, Kakashi. Kakashi pressed his forehead. Oh, it's Kakashi-sensei. I thought it was an enemy. Idiot, we're in the village. Where would an enemy come from? Kakashi tapped Naruto's blonde head. Ow, that hurts. Naruto winced. Alright, cut it out. Kakashi turned serious. Naruto, sit cross-legged on the bed, empty your mind and look into my eyes. Okay, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto did as instructed. Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi's left eye transformed into a Mangekyo while his right eye became a three-tomo Sharingan. Naruto's gaze was involuntarily drawn, captivated by the Mangekyo Sharingan. Inside Naruto's consciousness, a massive prison appeared before both Kakashi and Naruto. This was Naruto's first time entering his own consciousness. The ground was covered with endless sewer water emitting a foul stench. The sky was black as if eternal night reigned here. Directly ahead stood a huge square iron cage, rusty and battered. Inside was an orange fox with 9 tails. That was the Six-Paths Sage's favorite, Jalama, known to people as the Nine-Tails. Regrettably, only half of the young Nine-Tails was imprisoned here. The other half, the Yin Nine-Tails, was sealed inside Woofing Shuimen, who in turn was sealed inside the Shinigami's belly. To obtain the Yin Nine-Tails, considerable effort would be required. But that's a digression. Back to the main story. Naruto was shocked by the sight. Kakashi-sensei, where is this? This is inside your body. Inside my body? Why is there a big fox inside me? And why is the environment so harsh? Before Kakashi could answer, the Nine-Tails let out a furious roar. These two humans dared to ignore the great Nine-Tails' presence and chat away as if it were mere air. Calm down, Nine-Tails. Kakashi exuded authority, glaring with his Sharingan. The Nine-Tails immediately quieted down. That's the Sharingan. And a Mangekyo Sharingan at that. Seeing the Mangekyo Sharingan, the Nine-Tails recalled some unpleasant memories, from the era of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. The once arrogant great Nine-Tails had merely been a mount used by Madara Uchiha in battle. At the sight of the Mangekyo Sharingan, it instantly fell silent. It wasn't that the Nine-Tails was afraid, rather it wanted to hear what these humans had to say. Naruto, I'm going to tell you some things now. Listen carefully. This place is inside your body, the sealed chamber of this great fox. You are its container, and it is the Nine-Tails. What? The Nine-Tails. The demon fox. Am I really the demon fox people talk about? No, you are not a demon fox. You are the only son of the 4th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto. What? Me. The 4th Hokage's son. Naruto was stunned. If he was the 4th Hokage's son, why had he suffered such treatment? Living month to month on a meager allowance, being refused service when shopping, hated by adults, bullied by children. Why was all this happening? That's right, you are the 4th Hokage's son, no doubt about it. As for why you suffer those things, the reasons are complicated and involve the Konoha leadership. When you become Hokage yourself, you can find the answers. Kakashi-sensei, I don't quite understand. It's okay, you'll understand later. Alright, Kakashi-sensei. Now let's get down to business. Naruto, do you remember how you always failed the clone technique at the Ninja Academy? Of course I do, Kakashi-sensei. The reason you kept failing was because the Nine-Tails inside you was interfering. What? It was this big fox. Exactly. Now I'm going to make sure it stops causing trouble so you can train your ninjutsu much more effectively. Having said that, Kakashi turned to the Nine-Tails. Jalama. Roar. Vile Uchiha. How do you know my name? You're wrong. I'm not from the Uchiha clan. As for your name, the Six-Paths Sage told me. What? That's impossible. Nothing is impossible. Think carefully about what the Six-Paths Sage once said. From now on you are not to interfere with Naruto's chakra circulation. Otherwise I won't hesitate to make you experience the Mangekyo Sharingan again. The 6 paths, old man once said. Could this brat be? Jalama thought to himself. However, as a proud fox he wouldn't back down verbally. If you dare threaten the great Nine-Tails, I will interfere with his training just to spite you. Seems words won't work. Very well, Mangekyo Sharingan. The crimson Mangekyo Sharingan swirled in the Nine-Tails' eyes. Jalama, from today onward Naruto is your master. You will assist him in his training wholeheartedly. Yes. The Nine-Tails bowed in submission. The matter with the Nine-Tails had been settled and Kakashi departed from Naruto's subconscious. It's all right now, Naruto. The Nine-Tails won't cause trouble anymore. On the contrary, the Nine-Tails will assist you in your training, for instance by providing you with its chakra. Is it already done? What is Nine-Tails chakra? You'll find out later. By the way, study this Hatake blade technique carefully. I'm off now. Kakashi took a book from his pocket, placed it on the nightstand and vanished from Naruto's home with a body flicker technique. At Sasuke's residence in the living room, Sasuke sat on the sofa with his arms crossed, feigning calmness. Kakashi-sensei, why isn't he here yet? It's driving me crazy. Ever since Sasuke heard Kakashi say he could help him awaken his Sharingan, he had been in a state of extreme excitement, unable to calm down. Sorry for the wait, Sasuke. Kakashi entered through the window with a body flicker technique. Kakashi-sensei, you're finally here. Sasuke could no longer contain his emotions, springing up from the sofa with an excited expression. Well, don't get too worked up. Kakashi-sensei, I can't control myself at the thought of awakening my Sharingan today. All right. I understand you. Since that's the case, let's begin right now. Yes. Sasuke, sit on the sofa and look into my eyes. Yes. Sasuke sat down, staring directly into Kakashi's eyes. Mangekyo Sharingan Super Naraka Sight Technique. Kakashi's left eye transformed into a Mangekyo while his right eye became a 3-tomo. Sasuke's eyes immediately shifted into the shape of the Mangekyo Sharingan. His body stiffened and collapsed onto the sofa. Inside the illusion, Sasuke awoke on a street within the Uchiha clan grounds. Where is this? Wait, is this my hand? As Sasuke pushed himself up, he noticed his hand seemed smaller. He hurriedly examined himself. My body has shrunk. What is going on? Ah, help! Distant cries interrupted Sasuke's thoughts. Sasuke ran toward the sound. As he looked at the surroundings, the more he ran, the more familiar it seemed. Wait, this is the Uchiha clan compound. Sasuke abruptly stopped running, a suspicion forming in his mind. However, the illusion did not operate according to Sasuke's will. The scene shifted and Sasuke found himself inside a house. A man and a woman knelt on the floor with a man holding a blade behind them. Itachi, don't be afraid. Don't let your hands tremble. Whatever decision you make, I will be proud of you. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly spoke. Uchiha Mikoto. Yes, Itachi. I support your decision too. Behind them, Itachi's hands trembled uncontrollably. Forgive me, father, mother. Tears streamed from the corners of Itachi's eyes. Shush. After his apology, Itachi swung the blades swiftly and precisely. No, stop. Fugaku and Mikoto, still kneeling, collapsed in a pool of blood. Hearing the voice of protest, Itachi sheathed his blade and turned to face Sasuke at the entrance. Oh, if it isn't my foolish little brother! Itachi instantly stopped his tears, staring at Sasuke with murderous intent. Since the room was dark with no lights on, Sasuke couldn't see the tear streaks on Itachi's face. Damn it! Itachi prepared to die. Sasuke's hands moved rapidly through hand seals. Fire-style fireball technique. Using the fireball as cover, Sasuke appeared beside Itachi with a body flicker technique. He attempted a spinning kick aimed at Itachi's temple. However, thump! Sasuke was ruthlessly kicked away by Itachi. Then Itachi hurled 3 shuriken from each hand towards Sasuke. Schlick! All 6 shuriken embedded themselves accurately into Sasuke's body. Ugh! Sasuke cried out in pain. Everything within the illusion was real, including the pain. Foolish little brother, if you want revenge then hate. Live a wretched life. Come find me when you possess eyes like mine. With that, Itachi's eyes shifted to the Mangekyo Sharingan as he fixed his gaze on Sasuke. Why? Why is the gap still so wide? I've been working so hard to get stronger. And why am I back in this place again? Sasuke was consumed by a maelstrom of pain, rage, and hatred. The illusion Kakashi had cast on Sasuke was the Naraka sight technique, which allowed the target to see their deepest fears. Moreover, Kakashi's illusion was released through the Mangekyo Sharingan. It was an enhanced version of the Naraka sight technique, not only showing the target their worst fears but also causing an endless loop. The loop would continue until the condition set by the caster was met. In the illusion, Kakashi had set the condition for Sasuke to awaken the three-tomo Sharingan. Thus Sasuke was trapped in Kakashi's illusion, repeating this cycle over and over. Time and again he witnessed his parents' murder and felt his own weakness. On the third loop, Sasuke reawakened the single tomo Sharingan he had once possessed. On the 10th loop he awakened the single tomo Sharingan in both eyes. On the 50th loop Sasuke awakened the two-tomo Sharingan. Loop after loop he repeatedly saw his parents slain and failed in his challenges against Itachi. Finally, on the 100th loop Sasuke succeeded in awakening the three-tomo Sharingan. The illusion automatically dispelled and Sasuke emerged from it. In reality, inside Sasuke's living room, Sasuke woke up on the sofa. Itachi, this time I will definitely kill you. Just awakened, he couldn't distinguish reality from the illusion. Where am I? You're finally awake, Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei. Did I come out of the illusion? Yes, congratulations. You have awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. Kakashi-sensei, what kind of illusion did you just cast on me? Why did I see Itachi in the illusion? And how do you have the Sharingan? The illusion I cast was called the Naraka sight technique, which makes the target see their deepest fears. Moreover, because my illusion was released through the Sharingan, its power is greater, allowing the target to loop endlessly. As for my Sharingan, it was a gift from an Uchiha friend. I see. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, for helping me awaken the three-tomo Sharingan. You're welcome. You are my student, and I will do my utmost to help you grow. Sasuke, try activating the Sharingan. Yes, sensei. Sasuke stood up from the sofa. Sharingan. Instantly Sasuke's eyes transformed into the three-tomo Sharingan. A surging wave of ocular power burst forth from his eyes. This power, ha ha ha. Sasuke couldn't help but burst into maniacal laughter. Watching Sasuke laugh wildly, Kakashi recalled the 4 maniacal Uchiha laughters from his previous life. The sky had cleared, the rain had stopped, and Sasuke thought he was invincible again. Sasuke! Kakashi interrupted Sasuke's outburst. Kakashi-sensei, what is it? You've gained just a little power and already you're arrogant. You still have a long way to go. Adjust your mentality and continue training diligently. I'm sorry, Kakashi-sensei. I lost my composure. Sasuke realized he had inexplicably gotten carried away, laughing uncontrollably. Well, it's getting late. Study this Hatake blade technique when you have time. Give the other book to Sakura. Oh, and rest well tonight. You've just been under my illusion, so your mind has inevitably suffered some damage. Kakashi took 2 books from his pocket and handed them to Sasuke with instructions. Okay, I will. Sasuke accepted the books. I'll write him off. Take care, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi vanished with a body flicker technique. 1 month later, at the 7th training ground, Kakashi and his 3 students were all dressed in black combat uniforms. Kakashi stood before the trio delivering instructions. The 3 had already completed 50 drank missions. Kakashi had retrieved the newly forged white fan blade. The Hatake clan grounds had also been fully renovated and revamped. During yesterday's inspection, Kakashi was quite satisfied with the clan head's residence and the main building. Today is the day to prove the fruits of your training. I hope you will bring your best and demonstrate your true abilities. Shadow Clone Technique. With one hand in his pocket, Kakashi formed a single hand seal. Poof! A clone appeared beside Kakashi. The clone pulled out an alarm clock and placed it on a tree stump. This is my shadow clone. In a moment you must continuously attack it for 5 minutes. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, teamwork. I want to see it all. Understood. Understood. Good. Begin now. At Kakashi's command, his real body vanished from the training ground. The clone stood still awaiting the three's assault. The trio swiftly dispersed and concealed themselves. 10 seconds later, Naruto initiated the attack. Ninja Art Multi-Shadow Clone Technique. Naruto's real body hid in a tree as 100 clones charged from all directions toward Kakashi's shadow clone, shouting wildly. A diversionary tactic. Interesting. But a mere 100 clones won't suffice to dance with me, you're still too green. Kakashi's figure elegantly spun and leaped among Naruto's clones. Poof! 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 One by one the clones vanished under Kakashi's attacks. Sasuke could wait no longer. Seizing the opportunity created by Naruto's clones, he used body flicker to appear 5 meters behind Kakashi. He rapidly formed hand seals. Fire-style fireball technique. A 3-meter fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth, heading straight for Kakashi's back. It was as if Kakashi had eyes in the back of his head. Just as the fireball was about to strike, Kakashi vanished. Sasuke frantically began searching for Kakashi's whereabouts. What? He disappeared. Where? Above? No. Left? No. Right? No. Behind? Ugh! Sasuke's eyes suddenly turned crimson, his pupils dilated, and he cried out in pain. It turned out the vanished Kakashi had appeared behind him. Lightning style, 1,000 years of death. Kakashi's index and middle fingers were pressed together, lightning chakra swirling around them. Then he thrust his fingers forward, sharply aiming between Sasuke's legs. Whoosh! Accompanied by Sasuke's pained cry, his body was launched upward, then downward, crashing headfirst into a patch of grass. Naruto's real body and Sakura, watching from the shadows, drew in a sharp breath. Sakura swiftly moved towards Sasuke's location. Naruto conjured another 100 clones to harass Kakashi. Sasuke, are you alright? When Sakura found him, Sasuke was trembling on the grass, both hands clutching his rear. I'm fine. Sasuke could barely speak clearly. Don't be stubborn, Sasuke. Let me heal you. Saying this, Sakura forcibly pried his hands apart. Ninja Art Healing Technique. Sakura's right hand glowed with green chakra and she pressed it between Sasuke's legs. Sasuke thought, how embarrassing. Sakura thought Sasuke's but is so bouncy. Their inner monologues were extremely complex. Outwardly it merely appeared as a skilled medical ninja treating a wounded comrade. Naruto continued his relentless assault. After a short while the pain in Sasuke's rear subsided. He removed Sakura's hand and sprang up with a kip-up. Damn you, Kakashi! Sasuke used body flicker to leave. Naruto, get out of the way. Fire-style Great Fire Annihilation. Sasuke appeared above Kakashi via body flicker. A massive searing hot flame burst from Sasuke's mouth. Naruto's clones and Kakashi, caught off guard, were instantly engulfed. Gasps for breath. This attack drained nearly all of Sasuke's chakra. He collapsed on the ground, watching the fire he had created, unable to hide his satisfaction. Oh no, the forest is on fire! Seeing the raging flames spreading to the surrounding trees, Sakura rushed out. Water-style Exploding Water Wave. A torrent of water gushed from Sakura's mouth, instantly extinguishing all the flames. A thick cloud of steam rose. After a moment the steam dissipated. All of Naruto's clones and Kakashi's clone had vanished. Suddenly Kakashi's clone appeared behind Sakura, fingers pressed together, thrusting forward. Mid-thrust, Kakashi reconsidered attacking a girl in such a manner. He turned his fingers into a palm and delivered a chop to the back of Sakura's neck. Bang! Sakura fell to the ground. Sakura! Naruto, hidden in the shadows, saw this and, worried for Sakura, couldn't help shouting. Kakashi followed the sound toward Naruto's hiding spot. After swiftly subduing him, it turned out to be a clone. The clone's dispersal exposed Kakashi's position. The remaining clones simultaneously formed hand seals. Wind-style shadow clone wind blade. Countless wind blades surrounded Kakashi. He escaped underground. As soon as he emerged far from the blades, a pair of three-tomo Sharingan stared directly into Kakashi's eyes. Sharingan Genjutsu. Kakashi was dazed for half a second. Sasuke took the opportunity to sweep at Kakashi's head. Kakashi leaped up to dodge the sweep. Naruto hurried over, drawing his blade to strike Kakashi from behind. Hatake sword style 1. Suddenly, ring 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 ring. The alarm clock Kakashi had set earlier went off. Alright, time's up. Stop here. Kakashi's real body appeared with a body flicker and dispelled the clone. The three halted their attacks. Clap. 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 Excellent, truly excellent. In just 1 month you've managed to integrate what I taught you, more or less. I'm proud of you. You truly are my students. Hearing Kakashi's praise, the trio smiled happily. With your current strength you can handle crank missions with ease. Let's go to the Hokage building to take on one. Yes. The three replied in unison. At the mission hall in the Hokage building. Hello, would like to apply for a crank mission. Kakashizuma, newly graduated genin, cannot take crank or above missions without special approval from the Hokage-sama. Understood, I see. Kakashi led the three out of the first floor mission hall and headed to the Hokage's office on the second floor. Knock knock knock. Come in. Kakashi entered with the team. Hokage-sama Team 7 requests a crank mission. It's Kakashi. The third Hokage's desk still had a crystal ball on it. It seemed the third had been spying again, Kakashi thought to himself. Is Team 7 already capable of undertaking a crank mission? Yes, Lord Hokage. On my honor, Naruto, Uzumaki, Sasuke, Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno are fully prepared for a crank mission. Very well, I understand. In that case, come in. An old man pushed the door open, a wine bottle still in his hand. Burp, so it's them. The old man took another swig as he spoke. Tazuna. Didn't expect this. What must come will come after all. With that thought, Kakashi glanced at the third Hokage. Kakashi had reason to suspect that no matter when he brought Team 7 to take on a mission, the third would assign Tazuna's mission to him. As for the reason, the third had likely already investigated the unusual nature of Tazuna's mission. Perhaps he intended to use Zabuza's hand to eliminate the last remnant of the Uchiha clan. Even if Itachi learned of Sasuke's death, he could say nothing. At most it would be deemed a casualty of the mission. What do you mean, so it's them? Got some problem with us? Hearing Tazuna's words, Naruto flared up. Hearing Naruto's anger, Tazuna sobered up a bit and took a closer look. The ninja squad before him were all clad in black attire with ninja swords slung across their backs, exuding a fierce aura. Especially the leader, a silver-haired punk with black sunglasses and a black mask. Even through the shades, Tazuna could feel the man glaring at him with ill intent. All right, Kakashi, don't scare our client. The third smoothed things over. Let me introduce you. This is Tazuna, a bridge-building expert from the Land of Waves. And this is Hatake Kakashi, captain of Team 7 and elite jonin of Konoha, formidable in strength. Kakashi Team 7's mission this time is to escort Tazuna to the Land of Waves and protect him until the bridge is completed. Until the bridge is completed. How much longer will that take? Kakashi looked at the third, who then looked at Tazuna. Tazuna. If Gato doesn't interfere, about a month. Kakashi. Gato. Third. A local wealthy merchant who's reportedly hired many Ronin samurai and has influence in both the underworld and the legitimate world. Tazuna. That's right. Gato has committed every evil in the Land of Waves, leaving it incredibly impoverished. We must build the bridge and open up to the outside world to become prosperous. Kakashi. All right, I've got the gist. What's the reward? Third. 50,000 Rio. Kakashi. What? Only 50,000 for a month's protection. Third. No choice. As I said, the land of waves is very poor. Tazuna. I'm sorry, this is all I have. Please save the land of waves. Kakashi. Very well. Team 7, listen up. All three. Yes. Kakashi. Go home and pack your gear. Weapons, explosive tags, military ration pills and such. Assemble at the main gate of Konoha in 1 hour. All three. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Tazuna. So soon? I haven't even tried the hot springs in Konoha yet. Kakashi shot Tazuna a sidelong glance and said, My time is precious. Tazuna. Well. All right. Kakashi. Lord Hokage'll take my leave. Third. Go ahead, Kakashi. An hour later. At the main gate of Konoha, Kakashi set off with the 3 young ninjas and the drunkard Tazuna. Wow, so this is the world outside the village. The scenery is beautiful. Naruto marveled. Sasuke and Sakura nodded in agreement. This was their first time leaving the village. Naturally, they were brimming with excitement. But after half a day of travel, the enthusiasm of the 3 began to wane. Just then Kakashi noticed a puddle of water on the ground ahead. The scorching sun blazed like fire, yet there was a puddle on the ground, highly unusual. Kakashi glanced at it, and paid no further heed. Had leave such small fry to the trio to handle. Kakashi pretended not to notice, stepped over the puddle and continued forward. Suddenly the puddle vanished, transforming into 2 mist-hidden ninjas wearing iron masks. One wielded a sword, the other chains, and in an instant they sliced Kakashi into pieces. Kakashi-sensei! Sakura screamed at the sight. But Sasuke and Naruto drew their blades, used the body flicker technique, and each took down one. Hatake sword style flash. Hatake sword style flash. Thump. Thump. The 2 mist ninjas fell, their heads severed from their bodies. Sasuke and Naruto had not intended to take prisoners. Though they knew that with Kakashi's strength he couldn't have been killed, they still couldn't suppress their killing intent and struck with lethal techniques. Thump. At that moment Kakashi's corpse turned into a log. Kakashi's figure appeared behind Tazuna and Sakura. Sakura, don't worry. I'm fine. Sakura turned at the sound. Kakashi-sensei. You're okay. Thank goodness. Kakashi could see that Sakura's concern was genuine. Naruto, Sasuke, search the bodies and see if you can find any intel. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. The 2 went to search the corpses. Mr. Tazuna, don't you think you owe me an explanation? Kakashi turned to Tazuna with a murderous glare. This. I'm sorry I lied to you. The land of waves is too poor to afford the high cost of hiring ninjas. If you want to abandon the mission, I understand. It's just that my poor widow daughter and her little grandchild will never see me again. Tazuna began his pitiful act. Unfortunately, Kakashi wasn't buying it. Mr. Tazuna, that's not the explanation I was looking for. Besides, you can't afford to hire ninjas, but you can afford to buy wine. Tazuna hadn't expected Kakashi to be completely unmoved. Ah. Well. Mr. Tazuna, your plight doesn't concern me. If you want us to continue protecting you, first tell me the truth, second you'll have to pay more. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have concealed it. Gato has put out a kill order on me because I'm the bridge building expert. Only if I die will the bridge never be completed, and the people of the land of waves won't dare to keep resisting Gato. So besides Gato's Ronin samurai, there will also be ninjas targeting you for continuous and unrelenting assassination attempts, right? Yes, that's right. In that case, this mission is no longer crank. 2 Chunin appeared just now, so the mission rank is upgraded to rank with a reward of 100,000 Rio. Any problem? Honored ninja, but I truly don't have that much money. No problem, you can pay in installments. After the bridge is built, they'll set up toll collectors on both sides. From then on, civilians and merchants crossing the bridge only need to pay a small fee until your land of waves has fully settled the mission fee. What do you think? Agreed. Excellent. Just then Sasuke and Naruto returned from searching the bodies. How did it go? Kakashi-sensei, based on their headbands, they were rogue ninjas from the mist-hidden village. They had nothing on them except a few explosive tags and a few hundred ryo. Good, I understand. Mr. Tazuna has already told me everything. Fall back in. Yes. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, the mission has been upgraded to rank. There may be a steady stream of ninjas or samurai coming to assassinate us. You three form a triangle formation and protect Mr. Tazuna. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Team 7 escorted Tazuna as they continued forward. As they neared Tazuna's home, an unexpected incident occurred. A giant blade flew out from the forest ahead, spinning as it slashed toward Kakashi and his team. Kamui! Kakashi's left eye flared, transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan. The giant blade spun into a spatial vortex and then vanished. Nani! From the forest ahead, Momochi Zabuza, who had been planning a stylish entrance, couldn't help but exclaim at the sight. Zabuza stopped hiding and appeared before Kakashi with a body flicker. Where's my blade? Zabuza asked. Well, who knows? You are Momochi Zabuza, the rogue ninja from Kiri who failed to assassinate the Mizukage. Good eyes. Zabuza. As expected of the renowned copy ninja of the ninja world, Hatake Kakashi. The two exchanged mutual flattery as per the ninja world's custom. By the way, you haven't answered my question. Where is my blade? Defeat me and I'll tell you. Take this. Without his executioner's blade, Zabuza drew a kunai as a makeshift blade. Kakashi drew the white fang blade from his back. Protect Mr. Tazuna and watch for ambushes from other ninja. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. The three formed a triangle formation protecting Tazuna. Kakashi and Zabuza engaged in combat. Ninja art hidden mist technique. Ninja art silent killing technique. All flash, no substance. Kakashi dismissed the hidden mist technique with disdain. Wind release, great breakthrough. Kakashi used only 1% of his chakra to perform a crank great breakthrough, yet it achieved the power of an rank technique. As the great breakthrough was unleashed, Zabuza's hidden mist technique was instantly dispersed. Thus Zabuza's silent killing technique became useless. He could only face Kakashi in a straightforward sword fight. Clang, bang. Bored, Kakashi refrained from using lethal moves and toyed with Zabuza for a while. After a few minutes, Zabuza could only repeat the same moves. Kakashi grew tired and so. Hatake style 3 flashes. As Kakashi executed the Hatake blade technique, Zabuza only saw a blur before Kakashi vanished. Then Zabuza felt his left arm, left leg, and right leg all sliced by the blade. Blood gushed forth like it cost nothing, streaming down his body. True to his reputation as a hardened Umbu operative from Kiri, despite 3 wounds, Zabuza didn't even grunt. Kakashi sheathed his blade and stood upright. Zabuza, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Use whatever techniques you have. Damn it, you dare look down on me. Zabuza threw the kunai in his right hand at Kakashi. Then with the same hand he quickly formed hand seals. Oh. One-handed seals? Interesting. Let me see what surprise you have for me. Kakashi stood still, not interrupting Zabuza's hand seals. With Zabuza forming 4 seals per second, he soon completed the sequence. Kakashi, it's over. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon surged from behind Zabuza, aiming directly at Kakashi. TCH, that's all. Kakashi felt disappointed in his anticipation. Fire release, fire dragon bullet technique. Kakashi also formed hand seals with one hand, and a fire dragon leaped from behind him. The fire dragon and water dragon collided, interweaved, and bit each other in midair. Logically, water counters fire. But this time the opposite was true. Kakashi's fire dragon dominated Zabuza's water dragon with overwhelming superiority. After all, even ignoring quality and focusing on quantity alone, Kakashi's chakra reserves were far beyond Zabuza's. Naturally, the chakra used in Kakashi's fire dragon bullet technique far exceeded that of an rank technique. Zabuza's water dragon couldn't withstand more than a few exchanges before dissipating into the air. The fire dragon, relentless in its advantage, continued towards Zabuza. Seeing the fire dragon charging at him, Zabuza hurriedly formed hand seals with one hand. But before Zabuza could complete the seals, the fire dragon arrived. He had to pause his seals and dodge using body flicker. Boom! The fire dragon crashed into the ground, then burst out again to continue its pursuit of Zabuza. Damn it! Zabuza fumed. But he had no choice but to dodge while continuing his hand seals. Finally Zabuza completed the seals. Water release, great waterfall technique. A massive torrent of water gushed from Zabuza's mouth. So immense was the water that it not only extinguished the pursuing fire dragon but also turned the surrounding land and forest into a vast pond. Seeing this, Kakashi used body flicker to take the three genin and Tazuna away from the pond area. By now Kakashi was getting bored. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Kakashi formed seals at lightning speed, unleashing a massive ball of fire from his mouth. The flames covered a vast area and were intensely hot, instantly evaporating the pond. Zabuza swore he had never seen such enormous flames. Ninja art, body flicker. Zabuza dodged. Unfortunately for him. Hatake style, one flash. Kakashi instantly appeared before Zabuza, who had already fled the flame area. With a flash of the blade, Zabuza's right arm was also cut. Now Zabuza completely lost his ability to resist. As Kakashi was about to knock him out and take him away, a Saban suddenly flew in from a distance. It struck Zabuza's neck with pinpoint accuracy. Thump! Zabuza fell to the ground. A ninja wearing a Kirigakure mask suddenly appeared before Kakashi and Zabuza. Apologies for the interruption. Thank you for your assistance. I was able to apprehend the traitor Zabuza. Don't mention it. Tell me your purpose. As you can see, I am a member of the Kirigakure ordered to hunt down the rogue ninja Zabuza. I happened upon your battle and took the chance to kill him. Oh. Are you sure Zabuza is dead? Of course, I'm a professional Umbu. In that case, you wouldn't mind if I take another cut, would you? Hey, don't. What? I mean, Zabuza is after all our Kiri rogue ninja. How to dispose of him should be decided by Kiri. Besides, he's already dead. No need to defile the corpse, right? What if I insist on taking a cut? Kakashi's tone was quite firm. Then I have no choice but to spar with you. You! Mangekyo Sharingan! Kakashi's left eye flared. Thump! The ninja wearing the Kiri mask collapsed to the ground. Kakashi stepped forward and removed the mask. As expected, it was Zabuza's young companion, Haku. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, bring Mr. Tazuna over. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. The responses of the three genin came from afar. Soon they brought Tazuna to Kakashi's side. Search these two on the ground, then tie them up and take them. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. After a thorough search, they found a thick stack of silver notes in Zabuza and Haku's clothes amounting to as much as 100,000 ryo. It seems these two have carried all the money Gato paid them right on their persons. Incidentally, during the search, Sakura discovered that Haku was actually a girl. Kakashi had always thought Haku was a boy. It seemed they had been tricked by Kishimoto. Let's go tie them up and carry them. Continue the journey. By the way, Sakura, bandage Zabuza a little, don't let him die. As for the silver, we four will split it, 25,000 ryo each. Yes, thank you, Kakashi-sensei. On the road. Naruto was carrying Zabuza, Sakura was carrying Haku, and Sasuke was on guard. Kakashi approached Tazuna. Mr. Tazuna, I need to speak with you. This time a Jonin and an elite Jonin were sent to assassinate you. Therefore I have no choice but to upgrade the mission rank. According to the rules of Konoha, combat between Jonin is at least in a rank mission. Do you have any problem with that? No problem, as long as you escort me home and successfully build the bridge. You'll pay the mission fee as previously agreed. Excellent, Mr. Tazuna, you've made a wise decision. In the evening, Kakashi and his team arrived safely at Tazuna's house. Tazuna's daughter was cooking dinner in the kitchen and his grandson sat on the sofa glaring at Kakashi's group with hostility. Inari, don't be rude to the guests. These are the ninja lords I invited to help the land of waves. Everyone, this is my grandson Inari. Humph. Inari said nothing, stood up and ran upstairs. Excuse me everyone. Ever since Inari's father died he has become like this. Kakashi. It's fine. I won't hold it against the child. Tazuna. Thank you for understanding. Dinner will be ready shortly, make yourselves at home. Kakashi. Alright. You three bring the 2 prisoners and follow me outside. Yes. Outside in the small yard, Naruto and Sakura tied Zabuza and Haku to separate trees. Naruto, Sasuke, wake them up. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto walked in front of Haku and Sasuke in front of Zabuza. They simultaneously slapped both across the face with their palms. Slap, slap, slap. After the barrage, Haku and Zabuza woke up from the pain. Zabuza. Kakashi, how dare you humiliate me like this? Haku. How dare you treat Zabuza-sama this way? Unforgivable. Kakashi. Zabuza will only say 2 things. 1. Do you want your decapitation sword back? 2. Do you want to successfully assassinate the Mizukage and save Kirigakure? Kakashi then looked at Haku. Do you want your Zabuza-sama to live? Zabuza. Kakashi, what do you mean? Zabuza. I'm already a stray dog, otherwise I wouldn't work for scum like Gato. Haku. As long as you spare Zabuza-sama, I'll do anything. Zabuza. Haku. Kakashi. It's simple. Tell me where Gato is hiding and I'll return your decapitation sword. If you join the Hatake clan, I'll help you kill the Mizukage. As for Haku, if you join the Hatake clan, Zabuza will live. Haku. I agree. Zabuza. Haku. Haku. Zabuza-sama, you must survive. Zabuza. Kakashi, I can tell you Gato's whereabouts, but first give me back the sword. Kakashi. Agreed. Kakashi pulled the decapitation sword out from his left eye and tossed it in front of Zabuza. Zabuza. Zabuza was quite speechless seeing how Kakashi retrieved the sword. Zabuza. Gato is hiding in the most luxurious building in the center of the land of waves. Kakashi. Thank you. Zabuza. What do you mean by killing the Mizukage? Kakashi. Didn't you hear me? If you join the Hatake clan and serve me, you'll kill the Mizukage and save Kirigakure. Zabuza. Do you have that kind of strength? Kakashi. The fact that I, an elite jonin, easily crushed you, doesn't that prove my strength? Zabuza. Even if you're strong enough, can Konoha accept a missing nin from Kirigakure joining your clan? Can your Hokage agree? Can your Hokage agree? Kakashi. You don't need to worry about that. If the Hokage doesn't agree, I'll just kill him. What? Zabuza and the 3 members of Team 7 exclaimed. Zabuza was amazed at Kakashi's strength, and the 3 realized for the first time that Kakashi-sensei's relationship with the Hokage seemed strained. Zabuza. Alright, I agree. Kakashi. So readily. Zabuza. Who would rather die if they can live? Especially since you can help me realize my ambition. Moreover, you can help me achieve my ambition. Kakashi. Excellent, you've made the right choice. To be safe, I'll add a little insurance. Zabuza. Haku. Empty your minds and look into my eyes. They obeyed. Mangekyo's Sharingan. Kakashi's left eye transformed into the Mangekyo and fixed upon them. Instantly Zabuza and Haku's eyes were replaced by the Mangekyo Sharingan. After a second they returned to normal. Alright, Sasuke, Naruto, untie them. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Just then Tazuna stepped out. Everyone, dinner is ready. Good, let's go inside and eat. Everyone took their seats in turn. Tazuna. Allow me to introduce my daughter Tsunami. Kakashi. Hello? Tsunami. Hello? Kakashi noticed that Tazuna the drunkard was not good-looking, but his daughter turned out to be quite attractive. Especially since she had given birth, she exuded the full charm of a woman. Every smile and frown radiated the allure of a young matron. These are the ninja lords from Konoha. Tazuna glanced at Zabuza and Haku, unsure how to introduce them, as prisoners. Kakashi noticed Tazuna's hesitation. They are on our side now. Tazuna nodded. I see. Kakashi. These two are Zabuza and Haku. Zabuza and Haku. Greetings. Apologies for earlier. Tazuna. No harm done. After the introductions, everyone began eating. After dinner, Kakashi had the three train in the Hatake sword technique in the courtyard. He himself led Zabuza and Haku to Gato's residence. Land of Waves Central Area. Gato's house. The rogue ninja and rogue samurai guarding the entrance lay sprawled on the ground, each with a slit throat, having died without a sound. Inside, Gato was sleeping in his bed. Suddenly a basin of cold water was splashed onto his face, jolting him awake. Gato realized that three people had somehow appeared beside his bed. Looking closely, he saw it was Zabuza and Haku, whom he had hired, and an unfamiliar ninja. As Gato awoke, Kakashi drew his blade and pressed it against his neck. Mr. Gato, as a heads up, everyone outside is dead. Zabuza and Haku have been defeated and now serve me. So tell me, do you want to live or die? Gato. I want to live. I really want to live. Kakashi. Good. Kakashi sheathes his blade. Kakashi. Now tell me. How much savings do you have? And where are they hidden? Gato's eyes darted nervously. It's not that much. Kakashi's glare intensified as he pressed the blade against Gato's throat. Gato. Don't kill me. Ill talk. Kakashi. Speak quickly, my patience wears thin. Gato. I have a total of 1 billion ryo in deposits, some in the Konoha Bank, some in the Mist Bank, and the rest here in the basement of this building. Kakashi. How much is stored in this building's basement? Gato. 200 million ryo. The Konoha and Mist Banks each hold 400 million. Kakashi. Excellent. Now take us to the basement. Gato. Yes, sir. Inside the basement. Gato did not attempt any tricks or concealed traps. Kakashi easily found the chests containing 200 million ryo. Kamui. With a glare from his left eye, he sealed the chests into his Kamui dimension. After collecting the chests, Kakashi and his group left the basement. Kakashi. Gato, how do I withdraw the money from the Konoha and Mist Banks? Gato. My lord, you must appear in person, verified by palm print and facial recognition. Kakashi was speechless. The technology tree of the ninja world was truly skewed, with some areas absurdly advanced and others laughably primitive. For instance, they already had facial recognition, yet no mobile phones. Messages still relied on carrier pigeons. Kakashi. Is that all? Gato. Indeed, my lord. Kakashi. Thank you for your enlightenment. Farewell, and in your next life try to be a better man. A flash of the blade and Gato's head and both hands were severed. Zabuza. Just killing him like that. What if he lied to you? Kakashi. It's fine. If he dared to deceive me, I would summon his soul from the Yellow Springs and torture him night and day. Zabuza grinned. As expected of you. Kakashi. Let's go back. With a single fire jutsu, Kakashi set Gato's residence ablaze, marking the downfall of the demon of the Land of Waves. Afterward, Kakashi and his two companions returned to Tazuna's house. A night of silence passed. The next day, Zabuza changed into the black ninja combat uniform, sandals, and forehead protector that Kakashi had prepared. Haku likewise changed into the black ninja combat uniform, sandals, and forehead protector that Sakura had provided. Thus Zabuza and Haku transformed into Konoha ninjas temporarily assigned to Kakashi's Team 7 and placed under his command as captain. Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, you three are responsible for protecting Tazuna and his family until the bridge is completed. All three. Yes. And you, sensei? Kakashi. Zabuza, Haku, and I have some business to attend to. We'll return as soon as possible. All three. Understood, sensei. Kakashi. Good. Let's move. With that, Kakashi and his companions vanished from their sight. At the main gate of Kirigakura, the village hidden in the mist, Kakashi and his group strolled toward the entrance. Mist gate guards. Halt. Who goes there? Kakashi's Sharingan flashed, and he continued forward with Zabuza and Haku. The guards' eyes glazed over and they simply watched the three walk into the village without any reaction. Zabuza sighed. Kakashi, that Sharingan of yours really is convenient. Kakashi. Call me Captain. Use the title during a mission. Zabuza. Alright Kakashi. Kakashi. Zabuza. By the way Kakashi, you're not from the Uchiha clan, so how can you freely use the Sharingan? Kakashi. Have you ever heard a saying? Zabuza. Which one? Kakashi. Curiosity killed the cat, and it can kill a man too. Zabuza. Fair enough. Everyone has their secrets. I want to ask. The group pressed on, heading toward the mist bank. Along the way, any shinobi who showed suspicion or vigilance fell victim to Kakashi's Sharingan genjutsu. At last they reached the mist bank. Kakashi, transformed into Gato, approached the counter with Zabuza and Haku. Kakashi. Withdrawal. Teller. Certainly, sir. Please provide your name and the amount. Kakashi. Gato. Withdraw 400 million Rio. Teller. Mr. Gato, you are a valued VIP at our bank. Please proceed to the second floor VIP lounge. Our manager will assist you shortly. Kakashi said nothing and headed upstairs with Zabuza and Haku. Inside the VIP lounge on the second floor. Bank manager. Welcome, Mr. Gato. Kakashi. Manager. The teller has informed me of your request. Let me confirm, you wish to withdraw 400 million Rio, correct? Kakashi. Correct. Manager. Very well. Please follow me. The manager led them to the vault. Inside, one of the metal doors bore the words, Gato's exclusive. They stopped before the door. Manager. Mr. Gato, go ahead. Fortunately, Kakashi had already extracted Gato's iris and palm prints, so he remained perfectly calm. Beep, access granted. They entered to find a room made entirely of metal, dominated by a mountain of gold coins, a literal money mountain. Zabuza and Haku. Whoa. Kakashi. Stay composed. As my attendants, don't act like you've never seen riches before. Zabuza. Haku. Kakashi. Alright, you may leave now. Manager. Yes, sir. After the manager departed, Kakashi's left eye transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui. The mountain of gold vanished at a visible rate. In moments the metal room stood empty. With his objective achieved, Kakashi, Zabuza and Haku left the bank. And the news that Gato had withdrawn 400 million Rio was reported to the Mizukage, the fourth Mizukage Yagura, by the Mist Bank staff. At a fresh fish restaurant, Kakashi, Zabuza and Haku were eating fish. Suddenly a young boy walked in and headed straight for their table. Without a word the boy sat down. Zabuza and Haku paused their meal, warily eyeing the boy. No, it was Mizukage Yagura. Kakashi, however, continued eating as if the newcomer did not exist. As the saying goes, a full stomach makes for better work. Upon first seeing Kakashi, a flicker of panic and confusion passed through Yagura's eyes, but it quickly vanished. It seemed that Obito, who controlled Yagura, was unsettled by the sudden appearance of his old friend. Finally Kakashi finished his fish. Kakashi. The trivial matter of withdrawing money is done. Now for the real business. Zabuza, Haku, with me. We're taking down Mizukage Yagura. With that, Kakashi stood up and overturned the table. Kakashi, what do you mean by this? As a ninja of the leaf, you've brought 2 traitors from the mist without a word, sneaking into the mist village. And you impersonated Kato, taking 400 million Rio from the mist financial house. Are you trying to provoke a war between the leaf and the mist? Kakashi was about to act, but hearing Shirtsang's words he decided to stall a bit more. First Sai Bujan and Bai are now my people, they have nothing to do with the mist anymore. Second, Mr. Kato and I hit it off at first sight, so he decided to bestow his entire fortune upon me. Third, what is the mist to dare provoke a war with the leaf? After Kakashi finished, Shirtsang could no longer endure and struck out fiercely. Shirtsang. Take this coral palm. Kakashi. A mere trick. Chimu's sword technique flash. Shirtsung dodged hastily a second later and his hand would have been severed by the blade. Zaibujan and Bai also moved swiftly. The three of them formed a triangle surrounding Shirtsung. Suddenly, water released clever mist technique. A pleasant female voice rang out. The entire live fish restaurant was instantly filled with thick fog. Kakashi and his companions hurriedly dodged to avoid a sneak attack. When the fog dispersed, Shirtsung had vanished from the restaurant. The three rushed out of the restaurant to search for Shirtsung. Outside the restaurant, Zhao Meiming arrived with her right and left hands Chang Shilang and Qing along with a squad of Mist A and BU members to support Shirtsung. Shirtsung. Zhao Meiming, thank you. Zhao Meiming. It is my duty, Lord Mizukage. Speaking of which, who are these people that dare to attack you within the Mist Village? Shirtsung. The leader is the copy ninja Chimu Kakashi from the Leaf and the other two are our Mist traders Zai Bujan and Bai. Zhao Meiming. What? A Leaf ninja. How dare he infiltrate the Mist Village to assassinate you? This is utterly outrageous. And those two traitors Zai Bujan and Bai fled the mist after failing to assassinate you. I never imagined they'd dare return. Shirtsung. Enough talk. Capture them. Zhao Meiming. Yes, Lord Mizukage. Kakashi. Zai Bujan, Bai, you handle these small fry. They'll take out Shirtsung. Zai Bujan and Bai. Yes. Zai Bujan. Bai, leave Zhao Meiming and the ANBU to me. Qing and Chang Shilang are yours. Bai. Yes, Lord Zai Bujan. The battlefield was divided. On Kakazai's side, Shirtsung quickly formed hand signs. Water release, water mirror technique. A watery mirror appeared to Shirtsung's right. Then another Kakashi stepped out from the mirror. Kakashi. A cheap imitation like you can never compare to me. Kakashi drew his blade and charged. The fake Kakashi did the same. Soon their short swords clashed. They exchanged blow after blow for several rounds perfectly matched. Kakashi. This fake is interesting. How about this? Chimu's sword technique flash. Fake. Chimu's sword technique flash. Kakashi. Impressive, but I doubt you can copy everything. Kakashi sheathed his blade. He glared his left eye transforming into a Mangekyo, his right into a 3-demo Sharingan. Kamui. The fake glared back but only managed to copy the 3-demo. Without the Mangekyo Sharingan it was instantly shredded by Kamui's spatial vortex. Shirtsung hadn't expected his water mirror technique clone to be so fragile. Shirtsung. Water release, water dragon bullet. Kakashi. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. Water extinguishes fire, but fire can also vaporize water. Kakashi overcame water with fire. Shirtsung. Water release, water severing wave. Kakashi. Earth release, earth flow wall. Shirtsung. Water release, great water explosion. Kakashi. You're tough. Ill dodge. Facing Shirtsung's relentless assault, Kakashi used body flicker to evade. Unable to subdue Kakashi quickly, Shirtsung grew impatient. Tailed beast transformation. Come out, three tails Isabu. In an instant Shirtsung transformed into a massive turtle with 3 tails. Kakashi. So you've transformed. It's time for the Uchiha clan's divine power to see the light of day again. Susanoo. Kakashi with a single Mangekyo eye furiously activated Susanoo. As expected of a genius ninja, he could summon Susanoo with one eye just like Chishe. Moreover, Kakashi skipped the first stage skeleton, second stage flesh, and third stage armor of Susanoo. He directly manifested Susanoo at the mature stage full armor bipedal, second only to the complete form with wings achievable only with eternal Mangekyo. Shirtsung. This. The legendary. Kakashi. Correct. This is the legendary divine power of the Uchiha clan, Susanoo. Shirtsung. I never thought you would become the second Yuji Ban. But you are of the Chimu clan. Why? Kakashi. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Ujibo Chimu Kakashi. Shirt Sung. You dare mock me. Die. Tailed Beast Ball. Shirt Sing opened with his ultimate attack. Kakashi was unfazed. Susanu's hand produced 4 massive shuriken. Kakashi. Susanu Kamui Shuriken. The giant Susanu hurled 4 rapidly spinning shuriken. One struck the tailed beast's ball while the other 3 struck Isabe's 3 tails. Roar. Shirt Sung let out a pained cry. The tailed beast ball and all 3 tails were sucked into the Kamui dimension. Inside the Kamui dimension, Dai too was pondering why that bastard Kakashi had come to the land of water. Outside the 4th Mizukage and Kakashi were locked in a deadly battle, but Dai too paid no attention. If Kakashi died, he could simply reclaim his Sharingan. If the 4th Mizukage died, he could just manipulate another puppet. That little girl Zhao Meiming would do nicely. Suddenly a tailed beast ball flew from behind, aimed straight at Dai Tu's rear. Dai 2. WTF. Dai 2 dodged hastily, barely saving his behind. Those 2 infuriating bastards. Dai 2 lost his train of thought, and turned his attention to the fight outside. Outside the Kamui dimension, Shirt Sung had lost 3 tails and was gravely wounded. Kakashi pressed his advantage. Susanu Chimu's sword technique flash. The giant Susanu drew its blade, a single flash cut through. On the hard shell of the 3 tails Isabe's back, a deep bone-deep wound appeared. Shirt Sung roar. On the other side, Zaibujan, as expected of an elite ninja who killed all his classmates in the graduation exam and trained in the Mist ANBU. While dodging Zhao Meiming's boil release and lava release, Zaibujan cut down the ANBU ninjas she had brought like slicing vegetables. Zaibujan. Alright, now there are no outsiders. Zhao Meiming. You no need to pretend anymore. I sent you this messenger pigeon on a whim, never expecting you would actually come, Zaibujan said. For the sake of the Mist Village I could not refuse, Zhao Meiming replied. As long as the 4th Mizukage lives, the blood mist will never fall. Those Umbu I just cut down, are they all Yagura's direct subordinates? Zaibujan asked. Yes, Zhao Meiming confirmed. Good. Now it all depends on Kakashi, Zaibujan said. Speaking of Kakashi, I never imagined his strength would be so formidable, Zhao Meiming remarked. Kakashi tells me you've chosen to follow him now. Do you have no intention of returning to the mist? No. The whole world knows me as a rogue ninja who failed to assassinate the Mizukage. There's no reason to go back. Besides, having Bai by my side is enough. Very well, Zhao Meiming said. Zhao Meiming, promise me this, be a good Mizukage. You have such faith that I will become Mizukage. There's still that stubborn old elder. It's not my faith, it's Kakashi's. If anyone dares to stand in your way, he will clear the path for you. Oh. Could it be that he fancies me? Who knows? Meanwhile, on another front, I faced Qing and Chang Shirlang alone. For Lord Zaibujan I must show no mercy. Ice release ice Saban. Qing countered. Water release water formation wall. Chang Shirlang swung his twin blades in an impenetrable barrier. Ding! 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 All of Bei's ice Saban were blocked by Qing and Chang Shirlang. Seeing this, Bai formed another hand seal. Ice release ice spears. These spears were heavier and more destructive than the Saban. Qing's water formation wall began to crack. Chang Shirlang continued to whirl his blades. Crack! The wall shattered. One ice spear shot toward Qing's face with terrifying speed. Qing ducked just in time, avoiding injury to his face, but the top of his head was left completely bald, as if a rake had torn a furrow through his hair. Pfft! Chang Shirlang couldn't help but laugh. Damn it, stop laughing. More ice spears are coming, Qing shouted. Chang Shirlang responded. Hiramakari I release. He stepped in front of Qing and used the blade's aura to deflect all the incoming ice spears. It seems I have been too merciful, Bai murmured. Bai stopped the ice spears. Ice release crystal ice mirrors. Countless mirrors materialized around Qing and Chang Shirlang, trapping them inside. "What is this?" Qing asked. "I've never seen it before. Must be a secret ice release technique she developed herself," Chang Shirlang replied. "Let's stand back to back and stay cautious." Agreed. Bai approached one of the mirrors and slowly merged into it. In an instant her reflection appeared in every mirror simultaneously. Ice release ice Senbon. Ice release ice shuriken. Ice release ice kunai. Ice release ice spears. Water release 1,000 flying water arrows. "This is bad," Qing gasped. Facing a storm of ice projectiles and water techniques, Chang Shilang's palms grew slick with sweat as he spun the Hiramikari like a whirlwind. Behind him Qing wielded 2 kunai with both hands slashing frantically. But his blade work was inferior to Chang Shilang's. Soon Qing began to accumulate wounds. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts. Countless cuts. Qing now looked like a blood-drenched man. His arms ached, and he could no longer lift his kunai. Chang Shirlang was not much better. Though the Hiramikari blocked most of the ice weapons within the cramped mirror space, there was no room to dodge. He took a direct hit from the 1,000 flying water arrows. "We can't keep this up or we'll both die," Qing said. "Then let's break out," Chang Shirlang declared. "Fine, Chang Shirlang, coordinate with me." "Understood. Byakugan activate." With his Byakugan active, Qing's vision expanded to 360 degrees. He moved toward the area with the fewest projectiles and Chang Shirlang followed closely. Gradually they approached one of the ice mirrors. "Now's our chance," Qing shouted. Chang Shirlang roared. "Hiramikari release." The blade's aura burst forth, slamming into the mirror and causing cracks. "Water release, water severing wave." A jet of water shot from Qing's mouth toward the fissures. Together Qing and Chang Shirlang shattered the mirror and escaped. Outside the mirror world, Zai Bujan and Bai were engaged in a feigned battle. The 4th Mizukage was still putting up a desperate resistance. When the mirror broke, Zai Bujan stole a glance and was astonished to see Zhao Meiming's 2 subordinates in such a wretched state. "Holy!" Zai Bujan muttered. "Zai Bujan, how do you intend to settle this? You only said we'd pretend to fight and kill Yagura. You never mentioned sacrificing my men." Zhao Meiming fumed. "Ah well. Bai is usually so gentle. I didn't expect her to be this ruthless." Zai Bujan apologized. "Then stop them at once." "Fine. Bai, come here." Hearing his call, Bai vanished and reappeared beside him in an instant. Zhao Meiming shouted, "Qing, Chang Shirlang, come here." Qing and Chang Shirlang rushed to her side. Bai arrived first. "Lord Zai Bujan. Bai, you've done well. Rest for now." "It is my duty, Lord Zai Bujan. But what about them?" "Don't worry, just rest." "Yes." Qing and Chang Shirlang followed close behind. "Lady Zhao Meiming. You've worked hard, Qing. Tend to your wounds first." "Yes." "Chang Shirlang, you did well. No, I could have done better, otherwise Qing wouldn't have been hurt." "It's not your fault. Step back and rest." "Yes." This battle came to a temporary halt. On the 4th Mizukage's side, Kakashi pressed the attack against Isabu following the principle of beating a dying enemy. Susanoo Hatake sword style, second flash. Roar! 2 new bone-deep gashes appeared on Isabu's body. After losing its tail, the turtle suffered 3 more slashes. Blood poured from the massive turtle like a waterfall. At last Isabu could endure no longer and collapsed in a pool of blood. With its fall, the tailed beast's transformation dissipated. Only Yagura remained unconscious and floating in the bloody water. Seeing that Yagura was on the verge of death, Kakashi deactivated his Susanoo. He appeared beside Yagura in an instant. With his left hand he grabbed Yagura by the collar, with his right he pried open Yagura's eye. Mangekyo's Sharingan. Obito's genjutsu was dispelled and Kakashi's own illusion took root. Yagura once again became a puppet Mizukage under someone's control. Kakashi manipulated Yagura, forcing him to release Isabu at the cost of his life. Roar! The Three Tails roar signaled its brief freedom. But with Isabe's release, Yagura's life was completely extinguished. Mangekyo Sharingan. Submit to me, Isabu of the Three Tails. With the surging power of his Mangekyo, the battered Isabu was instantly subjugated by Kakashi. Isabe's eyes instantly transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan pattern. He bowed his head in submission. Kakashi approached, took a bit of Isabe's blood and pulled out a pre-prepared summoning scroll from his ninja tool pouch. With your blood I seal our pact. Summoning technique activate. Isabe, heal your wounds here first. I will summon you once I return to Konoha. From now on you shall be the guardian beast of the Hatake clan. Isabu. Yes, Lord Kakashi. With the matter settled, Kakashi departed. Kakashi appeared instantly before Zabuza and Terumi. Zabuza. Dealt with. Kakashi. Of course. Defeating the mere fourth Mizukage was effortless. Zabuza. Oh. Anything pleasant. Kakashi. I have subdued the Three Tails Isabu and decided to take it back as the guardian beast of the Hatake clan. Zabuza. That is indeed joyful news. Terumi. Wait a moment. The Three Tails is property of Kirigakure. Kakashi, this is hardly appropriate. Oh. Kakashi, as if only now noticing her, scrutinized Terumi and her two companions. A Byakugan. The Byakugan is property of Konoha. How dare you possess it? Ayo. I acquired this Byakugan as a trophy in the last war. Terumi. Hey Kakashi, are you ignoring me? Kakashi glanced sideways at her. Since the Byakugan is his war trophy, then the Three Tails is my war trophy. How can that be the same? The Three Tails belongs to Kirigakure. And the Byakugan belongs to Konoha. But the value of a Byakugan cannot compare to that of the Three Tails. Then there is nothing to discuss. Very well. I will take the Three Tails and I will also take the Byakugan. With that, Kakashi drew his blade. Hatake style, one flash. Terumi. Watch out, Ao. Seeing Kakashi draw his sword, she quickly warned and formed hand signs. Water release, water formation wall. Chojuro also hurriedly drew his blade to assist Ao. Too late. Kakashi flickered, moving with such speed he seemed not to have moved at all. Yet as his form became clear again, Kakashi held a Byakugan in his left hand. The white light chakra saber in his right hand dripped blood. At that moment, Terumi's water formation wall completed a massive water barrier separating Kakashi and Ao. Chojuro had also finally teleported before the wall with his blade raised. Thump! A heavy sound of something falling came from behind Chojuro. What? He turned back in disbelief. As the water wall fell, what met Terumi in Kojuro's eyes was Ao's decapitated body. Moreover, the Byakugan had vanished, leaving only a dark, empty eye socket. Ao! Terumi and Chojuro cried out simultaneously. Grief welled in their eyes as they gazed upon Ao's corpse. Kakashi! Why? Terumi demanded. She had thought Kakashi held affection for her, yet he had drawn his blade without a word. Kakashi! I told you the Byakugan belongs to Konoha. Now it belongs to me. Damn it! Lava release, lava dissolve technique. Kakashi, I will melt you and avenge Ao. Hiramakari, I release. I will kill you. Do you two also wish to dance? Mangekyo Sharingan activate. Kamui. Instantly the spatial vortex of Kamui devoured Hiramakari's blade aura and Terumi's corrosive saliva. This was not the end. Kakashi turned his gaze toward Kojuro's Hiramakari. Kamui. Kojuro's blade and both arms were also drawn into the Kamui dimension. Ah! Chojuro screamed in agony. They'll take your blade. Seeing Kojuro's Hiramakari sucked away, Zabuza grinned with delight. Am about to gain another ninja sword. With the sword you live, without it you die. I'll send you off. Zabuza raised the decapitating carving knife and swung toward Kojuro's neck. Boil release, skillful miss technique. Zabuza, are you breaking the pact? Terumi exhaled acidic mist, aiming to halt Zabuza's advance. Kamui. Kakashi provided support. Kamui devoured the acidic mist and Zabuza lunged before Chojuro. Seeing this, Chojuro hastily retreated. Zabuza. Naive! A flash of the blade and a line of blood spurted from Chojuro's throat. Thump! Chojuro fell. Zabuza. The pact. I only agreed to help kill the fourth Mizukage, not to spare your foolish subordinates. Terumi-Mei. You. Two of her most capable subordinates had fallen. Pain and fury mingled. Water release, water whip. Terumi-Mei lashed the water whip at Kakashi and Zabuza. Ice release, freeze. In an instant the whip turned to ice and shattered. Kakashi. Enough. Terumi-Mei Ao died for taking what wasn't his. Chojuro died for daring to attack me. As for you, Terumi-Mei, I once admired you, beautiful, alluring, ambitious. I eliminated the fourth Mizukage for you and cleared his loyal Umbu, yet you show no gratitude and dare to fight me. Are you tired of living, Terumi-Mei? If you don't want to be the fifth Mizukage, I will send you to join your subordinates. Zabuza can take the position. I. Terumi-Mei's heart churned with turmoil. On one hand, her loyal subordinates had been slain by Kakashi's group. On the other hand, as Kakashi said, her ambition was to become Mizukage, and now the opportunity lay before her. Seeing her torn, Kakashi grew impatient. Mangekyo Sharingan. Caught off guard, Terumi-Mei fell under the genjutsu of the Mangekyo, her eyes replaced by its pattern. Master. Terumi-Mei knelt on one knee, bowing to Kakashi. Zabuza. Haku. For the first time, Zabuza realized the sheer power of Kakashi's Sharingan. He recalled his earlier clash with Kakashi. It had been merely a game. Terumi-Mei, from today you belong to me. I command you to clean up the mess immediately and succeed as the fifth Mizukage as soon as possible. Then announce the incident to the entire shinobi world and compensate me with silver for my help in eliminating Yagura. For future matters I will notify you by carrier pigeon. Yes, master. Terumi-Mei vanished to handle the aftermath. Let's go. Time to head back. Kakashi left Kirigakure with Zabuza and Haku. Their destination Tazuna's home. The next day a shocking piece of news spread across the shinobi world. Hatake Kakashi single-handedly stormed Kirigakure and forcibly seized 400 million ryo from the Mist Bank. The fourth Mizukage Yagura went to demand an explanation but was killed by Kakashi instead. Not only that, but Kakashi also captured the Three-Tails Isabu and demanded Kirigakure pay 5 million ryo as compensation for emotional distress, claiming he was slandered by the accusation of stealing 400 million ryo. A month later, at Tazuna's house, Kakashi looked at the 18th carrier pigeon message from Konoha, slightly helpless. A month ago, Kakashi's elimination of Yagura and capture of the Three-Tails had caused an uproar in the shinobi world. The other hidden villages all thought Konoha was showing off its muscles to start the fourth great ninja war. Thus the other three great villages besides Kirigakure simultaneously sent written inquiries to Konoha probing its stance. When third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi received the letters of inquiry, he was utterly stunned. Wait, Kakashi. I only sent you on a crank escort mission. You eliminated the Mizukage of the Mist Village and captured Mist's nuclear weapon, the Three-Tails Isabu. Playing that big. So the third Hokage hastily sent Kakashi a letter asking about the incident and urging him to return to the village immediately. Kakashi considered that the bridge wasn't built yet and the toll revenue was still pending. Moreover, he didn't care about the third Hokage or the Konoha Council. If pushed too far, Kakashi would unleash Susanoo Three-Tails Beast rampage right in Konoha. Thus he flatly refused the third's recall order. He claimed that Tsukumo Hatake had been forced to commit suicide for failing a mission and he would not follow that path. Therefore Kakashi believed he should prioritize the mission. Once the bridge was built and the mission completed, Kakashi would return to the village. This reply enraged the third Hokage so much that smoke seemed to puff from his 3 orifices. He sent another recall order to Kakashi. Kakashi ignored it. The third sent again. Kakashi ignored it still. Thus within a month the third had sent 18 carrier pigeons ordering Kakashi back. Naruto Kakashi-sensei, are we going back to the village today? Kakashi, yes. The bridge is finished, the toll station is built, and it's time to return. Tazuna, Mr. Kakashi, won't you attend the bridge's celebration? After all, the bridge was named after you. Kakashi, no need. I appreciate your kindness. I've delayed long enough, I must return. Tazuna, very well, Mr. Kakashi. I wish you a safe journey. Kakashi, thank you. Farewell. Konoha Village. The main gate. The 2 gate guards were watching from afar. Kakashi approached with the 3 genin and Zabuza. Kakashi, yo, long time no see, you too. Gate guards, long time no see, Kakashizuma. After greetings, Kakashi prepared to enter. Wait, Kakashizuma, who are these 2? The gate guards asked, looking at Zabuza and Haku. Oh, them. They are members of my Hatake clan. But they don't seem to be from our village. Although they wear Konoha headbands, they look very unfamiliar. And aren't all Hatake clan members silver-haired? What? Are you doubting me? We wouldn't dare. These 2 were originally Mist Village ninjas who defected. They have now joined my Hatake clan. I'm going to report this to the 3rd Hokage, so you don't need to worry about it. But Kakashizuma, according to regulations, I vouch for them under my name, Hatake Kakashi. Rest assured. Very well, Kakashizuma, please proceed. The gate guards let them pass. Kakashi and his group continued into the village. Shortly after entering, Kakashi summoned Pakken. Kakashi, Pakken, take these 2 to the Hatake clan compound. Pakken, got it, Kakashi. Kakashi, Zabuza, you and Haku wait for me at the compound. Zabuza, all right. Zabuza and Haku left with Pakken. Kakashi led the 3 youngsters to the Hokage building to report the mission. The Hokage building. 2nd floor, Hokage's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Hokage-sama, am back. Kakashi. You've finally returned. A month. Do you know how I've been this past month? Hokage-sama, calm down. How can I calm down? Except for Mist, the 3 great villages almost declared war on Konoha. Declare war. As if they're worthy. Kakashi, you speak like an arrogant hermit now. Hokage-sama, am telling the truth. Fine, then let me ask you, did you kill the 4th Mizukage? Yes. Did you capture the 3 Tails Isabu? Yes. Where is the 3 Tails? In the Mist Village. How is it in Mist? Didn't you capture it? The 3 Tails was severely injured. I let it recover in the Lake of Mist Village. I see. But it's been a month, so its wounds should be mostly healed. Really? That's great. Kakashi, when will you hand over the 3 Tails to the village? Hand it over. I never planned that. What? Do you intend to keep it for yourself? Hokage-sama, I captured the 3 Tails, I decide what to do with it. You. Fine. What do you plan to do with it? I intend to place the 3 Tails in the Hatake clan compound as our guardian beast. What? That's absolutely impossible. Hokage-sama. You need to understand, I'm not negotiating, I'm informing you. Kakashi. How dare you speak to me like that? Are you planning to betray the village? Don't throw such a big accusation at me. I call you Hokage-sama out of respect. If I didn't, the 4th Mizukage Yugura's fate would be yours. Saying this, Kakashi's left eye transformed into a Mangekyo and his right into a 3-demo Sharingan, releasing an astonishing surge of chakra pressure toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. What? Hiruzen Sarutobi was greatly startled by Kakashi. He couldn't withstand that chakra pressure. That meant Kakashi's power had surpassed his own. The ANBU within the building were alarmed by Kakashi's chakra pressure and burst through the doors. Hokage-sama, what happened? Hiruzen Sarutobi was still struggling under Kakashi's pressure, unable to speak. Kakashi couldn't be bothered to explain. The ANBU observed the situation and quickly understood. Kakashi, you dare show disrespect to the Hokage. Ill. Ugh. One ANBU, seeing the third's predicament, blurted out recklessly. Suddenly that ANBU clutched his throat, unable to speak. Thud. The Anbu collapsed, blood seeping between his fingers. The third Hokage looked at Kakashi in disbelief, never expecting him to kill over a word. Even more unbelievable was that Kakashi hadn't moved at all yet that Anbu died. Or perhaps Kakashi had moved, but so fast that even the professor of ninjutsu couldn't see it. Seeing this, the remaining Anbu drew their swords. Do you also wish to dance? Kakashi withdrew the pressure from Hiruzen and turned it on the Anbu. Hiruzen finally escaped from that suffocating aura. Everyone stop. The third intervened, saving the eager Anbu from certain death. All of you leave. What happened today is top secret. Yes. Wait. Take the body and dispose of it. The Anbu carried the corpse and filed out. Seeing the Anbu gone, the third sighed in relief. His old life had nearly been forfeited. Kakashi's strength was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, the three youngsters behind Kakashi were mentally frozen. They had only come to report a simple mission, yet they had witnessed and heard something incredible. Kakashi, you three, what happened today must never be disclosed to outsiders. Understood. The three understood Kakashi-sensei. Since the third Hokage was so perceptive, Kakashi was willing to grant him this favor. Hearing Kakashi's instructions to the trio, the third nodded in satisfaction. Third Kakashi, I approve of your plan. Isabu can be raised in the Hatake clan grounds, but you must not use the tailed beast to harm the village. Kakashi, naturally. After all, Konoha is my village too, Kakashi said with a double entendre. Unfortunately, the third did not catch the implication. Third, one more thing. Although I have ordered secrecy regarding the recent events, Root has planted many moles in the Umbu over the years. Kakashi, rest assured I'll be cautious. Third, good. Kakashi, Lord Hokage Team 7's mission has yet to be submitted. Third eye, yes. The Land of Waves has confirmed with me. During the escort there were assassination attempts from Chunin and Jonin-level shinobi, so the mission level is raised to a rank. Kakashi, and the payment. Third, the village has set it at 500,000 ryo. The Land of Waves has adopted your proposed plan and it will take about a year to pay. The village will advance your pay and settle the accounts with the Land of Waves later. Kakashi, excellent. The arrangement is very reasonable. The third pulled 5 stacks of bills from the drawer, each stack worth 100,000 ryo. Third, this is your payment. Kakashi took it and handed 300,000 to the trio. Divide it equally among yourselves. The three, thank you, Kakashi-sensei. They felt that going on missions with Kakashi was truly a blessing. A simple principle, little trouble, plenty of reward. Kakashi, Lord Hokage, there is one more matter. Third, what is it? Kakashi, Momochi, Zabuza and Haku from Kirigakure, who were listed as missing for attempting to assassinate the former Mizukage, have now been subdued by me. I intend to incorporate them into the Hatake clan. Third, what? Missing from Kirigakure. Incorporate them into the Hatake clan. How is that possible? If the new Mizukage uses this as a pretext, it could mean the 4 great ninja villages declaring war on Konoha. Kakashi, don't worry, Lord Hokage. First, I forgot to mention that the new Mizukage has already revoked their bounty and stripped them of their status as Kirigakure shinobi. Third, so they are now free agents. Kakashi, exactly. Second, no other village would dare declare war on Konoha. I believe my reputation is now known throughout the shinobi world. If anyone is foolish enough to declare war, I will make their Kage the next Yagura. Third, Kakashi, are you that confident? Just how powerful have you become? Kakashi, of course I am confident. My current strength has reached the Super Kage level. Third, Super Kage level. Kakashi, yes. That is on par with Lord Jiraiya when he activates Sage Mode and just below the first Hokage in his prime. Third, your power is indeed formidable beyond measure. Kakashi, you flatter me, Lord Hokage. Third, then indeed Konoha need not bow to the whims of other villages. Kakashi, exactly. So regarding Zabuza and Haku. Third, from today they are Hatake Zabuza and Hatake Haku. Have them take photos for ID at their convenience, and they can receive their Konoha shinobi identification anytime. Kakashi, Lord Hokage, you are indeed far-sighted and just. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Kakashi, Lord Hokage, I have matters to attend to in the clan. I'll take my leave. The third waved cheerfully. Go ahead, Kakashi. Truly the third Hokage knew when to yield and when to stand firm. Kakashi led the three out of the Hokage building. Go home and rest for now. This mission kept us away for a month. You've worked hard. Okay, Kakashi-sensei. Go on. Yes. The trio departed and Kakashi headed toward the clan grounds. Inside the Hatake compound guest room, Zabuza and Haku had been waiting for Kakashi for a long time. Kakashi, yo, congratulations to you both. He stepped through the door. Zabuza, all settled. Kakashi, of course. From now on you both bear the Hatake name. Haku, that's wonderful, Zabuza-sama. Kakashi, go to a photo studio for ID photos, then submit them to the Hokage building's archives. You'll receive your Konoha shinobi identification. Zabuza, thank you, Kakashi. Haku, let's go. Haku, yes, Zabuza-sama. Having settled Zabuza and Haku's identity in Konoha, Kakashi arrived at the clan leader's office. Father, I'm back. Welcome back, Kakashi. You must be tired from the journey. Not at all, just a small mission. By the way, Father, how are the selections for my guard squad? I was about to tell you. Ada has selected 9 chunin who are skilled in Hatake sword techniques and the 3 basic jutsu. Together with Ada, whom you chose as squad leader, I have given them a month of special training. Excellent, Father. You've thought it through perfectly. This way they can better adapt to their surging power. Yes, exactly. Here is the roster. They are at the training ground. Go see them. All right, Father. See you later. Kakashi arrived at the training ground and saw the 9 shinobi Sakumo had mentioned. Greetings, clan leader. You're all practicing. Stop for a moment. Follow me. Yes, clan leader. The 9 followed Kakashi to the clan leader's residence. Ada. Clan leader. Come inside together. Yes. Ada had been waiting at the residence ever since Kakashi left for the mission. Clan leader's residence backyard. Kakashi had Ada distribute to each of them a Shinobi World version of the 9 Revolutions golden pill. Swallow it. Yes, clan leader. Instantly the chakra of the 9 shinobi began to surge at an astonishing rate. Their chakra reserves and strength broke through from chunin level directly to elite jonin. Excellent. Truly a pill produced by the system. Kakashi was highly satisfied. Ada is the squad leader of the guard. From now on all of you will follow his orders. Also you will need to change your names. According to age you will be Air Asen. Up to Ashi. Yes, clan leader. Ada, take them out. From now on train diligently in swordsmanship, assassination and protection. Yes, clan leader. After Ada and the others left, Kakashi went to the central square of the clan grounds. Ninja art summoning jutsu. Come forth, Isabu. Roar. The fully healed Isabu let out a roar of freedom in the square. Kakashi. Shut up, why are you yelling so loud? You're disturbing me. Kakashi glanced at the massive form of Ishii, and then at the stone sculpture beside him crafted to match his own height. It was built hastily back then. Kamui. Kakashi stored his sculpture into the Kamui space. He then formed hand seals. Earth release multiple earth wall dog head version. Water release artificial lake technique. Instantly the residence area for the 3-tail Ishii was established. Kakashi. Ishii, you can live here from now on. Ishii. Yes, master. Suddenly countless figures descended upon the location. Kakashi's companion A. Wow, what is this? It's huge. Kakashi's companion B. It looks like a tailed beast. Kakashi's companion C. What? A tailed beast. A. The clan leader, what happened? Kakashi. It's nothing, I just caught a pet while on a mission. I looked at the gigantic 3-tail. A pet. Kakashi. Yes, it's nothing, just disperse the crowd. A. Yes, clan leader. The crowd dispersed, leaving only a Kakashi and Zabuza and Haku, who had just returned from taking pictures. Shima. Kakashi, you actually brought this thing back. Kakashi. Yeah, I caught it to keep as a pet, and it can also protect our clan's territory. Shima. Why didn't you mention this before? Kakashi. I forgot. Shima. Zabuza. Kakashi, we're back. Kakashi. Alright. Zabuza. Are you planning to keep the three-tail in the center of the clan as a decorative piece? Kakashi. What a good idea. If I can catch all 9-tailed beasts, I could create a zoo in the center of the clan. Zabuza. Forget I said anything. Outside the Hatake clan, the enormous roar of the three-tail resonated, drawing countless ninjas and villagers to gaze towards the Hatake clan. Inside the Hokage building, the third Hokage. How did Kakashi create such a commotion? Doesn't he know how to be discreet? Underground in Konoha's roots. When? Danza-sama. Immediately investigate what just happened. What exactly occurred? Who caused it? Yes, Danza-sama. If necessary, you can make your own decisions. Understood, sir. Nara clan. Nara Shikaku was playing shogi with Nara Shikamaru. Suddenly a massive beast roar interrupted their thoughts. Shikamaru. Dad, what was that sound? Shikaku. That sound is... Could it be? How could it appear in the village hidden in the leaves? Shikaku looked towards the source of the sound. That direction. Is it the Hatake clan? It's nothing, let's continue our game. Alright, Dad. At the entrance of the Hatake clan. The sound came from here. Yamanaka-fu arrived at the gate ready to enter. Halt, who goes there? The guards of the Hatake family stopped Yamanaka-fu. I am an aide to the Hokage, a direct subordinate of Danza-sama, here to investigate the recent roar. Upon hearing the words Hokage, the guards dared not obstruct him. After allowing him through, they hurried to report to Kakashi. Clan leader. A clan member rushed over. What happened? A masked person claiming to be a direct subordinate of the Hokage barged in, apparently because of the summoning beast you used earlier. Understood, it's fine, you may go. Yes, clan leader. At that moment Yamanaka-fu finally found his way over. At first glance Yamanaka-fu saw Kakashi and the others. At the second glance he looked behind Kakashi. Behind him was an artificial lake surrounded by an earth wall shaped like a dog head. In the center of the lake was a one-eyed creature with 3 tails resembling a turtle but not quite. Yamanaka-fu. This is the 3-tail. Upon witnessing this scene, Yamanaka-fu finally understood the source of the roar he had heard earlier. Impudent Kakashi daring to raise the 3-tail privately in the Hatake clan. I am under orders from Danza-sama to ask you to come to the roots. Kakashi had already noticed Yamanaka-fu. He remained silent, wanting to hear what Yamanaka-fu would say. Upon hearing Yamanaka-fu's words, Kakashi did not move, but A and Zabuza took action first. A. Impudent. How dare you disrespect the clan leader seeking death? Zabuza. I was just lamenting not having the chance to claim the twin blade, and now the opportunity has come. The two drew their blades and charged at Yamanaka-fu. Hatake sword technique, 1 flash. Silent killing technique. Haku, seeing Zabuza make a move, also formed hand seals. Water release, 1000 killing water wings. Shouma placed his hand on White Fang, not in a hurry to draw his sword. Kakashi stood with his hands in his pockets, adopting a stance of neither encouragement nor obstruction. Yamanaka-fu's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected that the moment they said to fight they would actually move, having only exchanged a couple of words. As Yamanaka-fu sensed, everyone's aura was that of elite shinobi, with the two wielding swords being of the same level as himself. It's over, I'm done for this time. Although he thought this in his heart, Yamanaka-fu drew a kunai with one hand and formed hand seals with the other, refusing to give up on resisting. A gust of wind blew by and Yamanaka-fu's kunai shattered in two. Another wave of blade energy surged towards him, forcing Yamanaka-fu to roll away to evade. That was not all. As soon as he got up, a barrage of water shuriken shot straight at his face. Fortunately, the quality of the root mask was top-notch, allowing Yamanaka-fu to escape a disaster. In just that one exchange, Yamanaka found himself in a dire predicament. Ninjutsu hard turn technique. He took advantage of the gap between attacks. Yamanaka-Fu's single-handed hand-seal ninjutsu was finally released. Unfortunately, Yamanaka-Fu targeted the wrong person. Instead of Kakashi, he aimed at the man standing beside him, Hatake Shouma, planning to possess him and hold Kakashi hostage to halt the others. Good lad, you have courage. Are you saying you have poor eyesight or that your courage is commendable? Shouma said playfully. As soon as Yamanaka-Fu entered Shuma's body, he felt a wave of terrifying killing intent wash over him. During the shinobi wars, Shouma had slain countless enemies. His killing intent was not something Yamanaka-Fu could withstand. Seeking death. In an instant, Shouma forced Yamanaka-Fu out of his body and drew White Fang in a flash. Puff! Yamanaka-Fu was forced back into his own body, the ninjutsu backfiring, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. As soon as he finished spitting blood, Yamanaka-Fu saw countless white blades before him. Hatake sword technique shatter. In his dying moments, Yamanaka-Fu finally recognized who stood before him. It was Hatake Shouma, who should have long since perished. Yamanaka-Fu's body instantly shattered into countless pieces, falling to the ground in a clatter. Blood and flesh scattered everywhere. Kakashi did not expect his father's sword technique to be so ruthless and bloody. Hatake Shouma, beyond his gentle demeanor as a father today, Kakashi witnessed his other side, the brutal face he showed to his enemies. Kakashi formed hand seals with one hand, creating a shadow clone. The clone used a large iron bucket to gather all the dismembered pieces and sent them to the root's main gate. Today is a good opportunity, a chance to eliminate Danzo and obtain what I desire. Beneath the leaves of my within the root base. A shadow clone of Kakashi arrived at the root gate, set down an iron barrel, kicked the gate hard, and dispelled itself. Bang! The root base gate shattered. Who goes there? A root member came out to investigate, finding the gate broken and a massive iron barrel piled with fragments. His pupils contracted sharply. The nose, the yellow hair, the tattered clothes, all unmistakably marked the dismembered remains of Shanjong Feng. The root member hurriedly carried the barrel into the base to report to Tuanzang. Thud. After hearing the report and glancing at the corpse fragments inside the barrel, Tuanzang slammed his cane against the ground. Humph! Who dares to kill my men and mutilate them? Someone! Bring me a prisoner! Soon a root member led a prisoner from the root dungeon. Ninja art reanimation jutsu. Using the prisoner and a piece of flesh, Tuanzang summoned Shanjong Feng's soul back from the underworld. Lord Tuanzang. Shanjong Feng knelt on one knee. Speak. What happened? My lord, following the sound I traced it to the Chimu clan grounds and discovered they had secretly kept the three tails. The earlier roar was likely from it. Later I asked the current Chimu clan head Chimu Kakashi to come to root for clarification, but I was attacked and slaughtered by his subordinates. Chimu Kakashi. Humph. How dare he challenge me? You have done well, Feng. Root will support your family. Rest in peace. With that, Tuanzang ended the reanimation jutsu. Someone. Lord Tuanzang, your orders. Gather all members at the base except those on missions. We will go to the Chimu clan to capture Kakashi and the Three Tails. Yes. Soon the root machine began to turn. Over 100 members assembled and, led by Tuanzang, marched toward the Chimu clan. At the Chimu clan grounds, under Kakashi's orders, all civilians had been moved to underground shelters and all shinobi assembled to prepare for battle. Kakashi had placed 6 shadow clones around the clan grounds waiting to trap the enemy. Led by Ada, the 9 guards set countless explosive tags and traps inside the gate. Evening fell. Tuanzang and his root members arrived outside the Chimu clan gate. Chimu Kakashi. Get out here. Kakashi opened the gate and stepped out. Oh, if it isn't Lord Tuanzang. To what do I owe the honor of your visit to the Chimu clan today? Tuanzang raised his cane, pointing at Kakashi. Don't play dumb. You killed my men and secretly raised a tailed beast. Today he'll wipe out your entire clan. Kakashi turned and walked back inside. You and these rabble of yours. Try it if you can. Infuriated, Tuanzang waved his hand. Attack! Waves of root members surged in. Boom! The first wave was blown back by explosive tags buried underground. Tuanzang waved again. Another wave entered. Swish! 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 Countless shuriken flew from all directions. Like a storm of needles, the second wave was riddled with holes. Humph! Unable to bear it, Tuanzang formed hand signs. Wind-style vacuum great sphere. Tuanzang's technique shattered the gate and the surrounding walls. Continue the attack? Tuanzang and his root members charged into the Chimu clan grounds. Once all were inside. Ninja Art 6 Red Yang Formation, Rise. 6 of Kakaxi's shadow clones together formed hand signs. The 6 Red Yang Formation trapped Tuanzang and his men within the Chimu clan grounds. With the plan in place, Kakashi appeared before Tuanzang accompanied by Chimu Shuomao Zaibujan by the guards and the Chimu clan shinobi. Kakashi. Leave Tuanzang to me. Handle the rest. Shuomao. Rest assured, Kakashi. Zaibujan. My blade has been thirsting for battle. Kakashi. Zaibujan, when this is over, the Hiramikari is yours. Zaibujan. Then he'll put on a good show. Let's go by. Bye. Yes, Lord Zaibujan. Ada. Guards attack. For the clan head. For the Chimu clan. Guards. Charge. Tuanzang first glanced at the barrier around him. Even the combined power of Root couldn't break it. Then he looked at Kakashi and his allies. You set a trap waiting for me to come. Kakashi, we have no enmity. How dare you kill me within my village? No enmity. Dare you say you had nothing to do with my father's death? Kakashi suddenly erupted. His left eye transformed into a Mangekyo Sharingan, his right into a 3-Demo Sharingan. Kamui. With a single use of Kamui, Tuanzang's right arm was swallowed by a spatial vortex. Seeing Kakashi move, the others joined the fray. Chimu Shuomao charged toward Yuralongma at Tuanzang's side. Zaibujan and Bai selected their opponents at random. Ada and the others held back somewhat, watching Kakashi while engaging, ready to assist. Chimu Blade-style Crush. Yuralongma followed Shanjong, foaming to death. Water-style Hidden Mist Technique. Ninja Art Silent Killing Technique. Ice-style Demonic Mirroring Ice Crystals. Countless Root members lost their lives in the thick mist. Meanwhile, the supposedly disarmed Tuanzang appeared behind Kakashi. It turned out that Tuanzang, as a precaution, had unsealed his right arm before departing. Now one of the 10 Sharingan on his arm had closed. Izanagi. Kakashi sensed the chakra fluctuation behind him. Izanagi could negate any unfavorable events for a short period. But it didn't matter. If he kept killing until Tuanzang's Sharingan were all spent, he would die. Unfortunately, Tuanzang's right eye held Shizui's Mangekyo, otherwise a single genjutsu would have sufficed. Let's see how many lives you have. Kakashi launched a relentless assault. Chimu Blade-style First Flash. Wind-style Vacuum Sphere. Tuanzang kept his distance, preventing Kakashi from closing in. Fire-style Great Fire Annihilation. Water-style Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Earth-style Headhunter Technique. Wind-style Super Wind Blade. Lightning-style Lightning Cutter. Kakashi unleashed 5 different techniques in succession, forcing Tuanzang to dodge constantly. Susanoo. Feeling the kill was too slow, Kakashi went all out. This is the divine power of the Uchiha clan. Tuanzang stared in shock at the 100 turtle Susanoo. Chimu Kakashi, not of the Uchiha bloodline, could actually manifest the legendary Susanoo. Facing the colossal Susanoo, Tuanzang formed hand signs. Ninja Art Summoning Technique. Come forth, Baku. As Danzo's summoning beast appeared, it charged toward Kakashi's Susanoo like a mammoth elephant sprinting. Kakashi remained unfazed. The Susanoo drew a shuriken. Aiming at one of the beast's legs, he launched the Kamui Shuriken. The Baku halted mid-stride, its left foreleg vanishing, and it crashed to the ground. Baku, suck him into your body, Danzo commanded. The Baku obeyed, opening its massive maw and taking a deep breath. Kakashi's Susanoo was uncontrollably drawn toward the Baku's giant mouth. Kakashi quickly formed hand seals. Susanoo fire, release great fire annihilation. A scorching torrent of flame erupted from the Susanoo's mouth. The Baku, caught off guard, swallowed the great fire annihilation whole. Instantly the Baku was roasted from the inside out, reduced to a charred corpse without even a chance to return to the summoning realm. Baku! Damn you, Kakashi! Wind release vacuum great sphere! Wind release vacuum serial spheres! Danzo unleashed a barrage of wind release techniques. Unfortunately, none left even a scratch on the mature Susanoo. Wood release wood binding technique. Wood release thorn kill technique. Would release with snake technique. Suddenly countless roots surged from the earth, entangling the Susanoo's legs. The roots then transformed into spikes, stabbing fiercely at the Susanoo. Meanwhile, a wooden snake rose beneath Danzo, carrying him toward the Susanoo's head. Kakashi dismissed it with contempt. Danzo's would release paled in comparison to the first Hokage's. The thorn kill couldn't even penetrate. With a slight effort, the Susanoo broke free. As for Danzo, in the air the Susanoo drew its blade and slashed. Danzo exploded into a mist of blood. The wooden snake shattered into countless pieces and they fell to the ground. But it was not over. Danzo's figure reappeared on Kakashi's other side. Would release. Before he could finish the jutsu, a Kamui Shuriken claimed his first life. Thus Danzo died, revived, died again, and revived again. Finally his 10 Sharingan were exhausted. Danzo had only the right eye's Kodohama Tsukumi left. Danzo decided to gamble. Genjutsu Kodohama Tsukumi. Kakashi's Susanoo faltered for a moment. Did it work? Seeing the Susanoo halt its attack, Danzo breathed a sigh of relief. The gamble paid off. But was that really true? After all, a Mangekyo Sharingan can resist the Genjutsu of another Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, Kakashi had the system. Being detected, host being spiritually invaded. Enabling automatic protection mode. Enabling antivirus mode. Cleared. Although countless prompts echoed in Kakashi's mind, in reality only an instant had passed. The Susanoo's figure paused for only a moment before recovering. It drew its blade and slashed the edge, cutting clean through Danzo's body. Instantly Danzo's body split in two. Cough. Cough. How? How is this possible? Kodohama Tsukumi actually failed. Kakashi deactivated the Susanoo and approached Danzo. He reached out and plucked Shizui's eye from Danzo's right socket. Lord Danzo, I'm sorry, but in the end I won. Take a slow walk on the Yellow Springs Road and wait for your subordinates. Cough. Danzo coughed up another mouthful of blood. Forcing his fading life, he formed hand seals, determined to seal Kakashi. Seeing Danzo about to unleash the four-symbol seal that had sealed the Great Bridge, Kakashi quickly swung his blade. In an instant Danzo's head was severed and his hands went limp. Phew, that was close. Having dealt with Danzo, Kakashi turned his gaze to the others still locked in battle. He drew his blade and joined the fray. Today not a single root member would leave the Hatake clan grounds alive. Kakashi unleashed the Hatake swordsmanship, cutting down root members one after another. Before long, with everyone's combined efforts, not a single root member was left standing. Kakashi's shadow clones dispelled the 6 red yang formation. Outside the gate, the third Hokage along with the Umbu and clan leaders saw the barrier vanish and instantly shine toward the battlefield. Soon they arrived. The third Hokage gazed at the body of his old friend Danzo, and the corpses of the root members silent for a long time. Kakashi, wasn't today's affair a bit too much? The clan leaders were astonished by the third Hokage's calm inquiry. It was well known that Shimura Danzo was the third Hokage's closest friend. Both were disciples of the second Hokage, and Danzo had served as the Hokage's advisor. However, unbeknownst to them, the third Hokage could no longer control Kakashi. Though Danzo's death deeply grieved the third Hokage, he was the shadow of the village and had to consider many things. Danzo was dead, root was dissolved, that was the immutable truth. rather than falling out with Kakashi resulting in mutual destruction and leaving the village vulnerable to other ninja villages. It would only worsen the situation if another village launched a surprise attack on Konoha. Thus the third Hokage had no choice but to suppress his grief and resort to words rather than action. Too much. I don't think so. What do you think, Lord Hokage? Kakashi replied with narrowed eyes. I understand. This matter of Danzo and Root ends here. This is top secret, no one is to speak of it. Yes. The Umbu and clan leaders responded. Dismissed. After everyone dispersed, the third Hokage looked at Kakashi. Kakashi, I hope in the future you'll consider my position and not make things too difficult for me. Understood, Lord Hokage. They'll take my leave now. They'll take Danzo's body, you handle the rest yourself. Very well, Lord Hokage. Kakashi had already obtained the benefits he wanted. He said some pleasantries to quickly send the third Hokage off and get on with his real business. The third Hokage's shun shined away. Ada, clean up the bodies and cremate them all. Yes, clan head. With this matter resolved, Tsukumo Hatake and the others also departed. Kakashi hurried back to the clan head's residence. In the basement he first washed and disinfected his hands. Then with one hand he removed the 3-demo Sharingan from his right eye and with the other he inserted Shizui's Mangekyo. He closed both eyes, waited a moment for the optic nerves to connect, then opened his eyes. His left eye held Obito's Kamui Mangekyo, his right eye Shizui's Kodo Amatsukami Mangekyo. Ding detected that the host's eyes have mismatched ocular power. Would you like to enable compatibility mode? Enable compatibility mode. Instantly a cool stream washed over Kakashi's eyes. The two eyes became more compatible and comfortable as if they were born together. Not only that, the ocular power of both eyes was also restored to their maximum average. Ding detected that the host's Susanoo forms are inconsistent between the eyes. Would you like to fuse the Susanoo? Fuse. The left eye's original Susanoo is blue, the right eye's original Susanoo is green. Would you like to fuse the colors? Fuse. Fused. The host's new Susanoo for both eyes is cyan. The original Susanoo's weapons and abilities remain unchanged. Please explore the new fused form on your own. Susanoo. Kakashi couldn't wait to see the new Susanoo. In the basement his Susanoo directly advanced to its complete form. The new Susanoo wore armor styled after the Warring States period with wings on its back, 1 head and 4 arms. The upper left hand held a spiral spear, the upper right hand the Susanoo blade, while the lower hands each held a massive sharp shuriken. It could be said that the new form perfectly merged Obito's and Shizui's Susanoo. Not bad system. I'm very satisfied with the new form. I feel great now. Kakashi deactivated the Susanoo, held his forehead, and laughed maniacally. Having dealt with the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kakashi retrieved a white arm from Kamui's space. That's right, Danzo's arm. There were also 10 closed Sharingan on it. As for the body given to the third Hokage, Kakashi had already severed the arm before handing it over. The body the third Hokage received had neither Sharingan nor first Hokage cells. Diluted first Hokage cells detected. Would release bloodline limit detected. Host, do you wish to fuse? Fuse, absolutely. Congratulations, host. Senju bloodline dilute evolved to incomplete. Congratulations, host. Awakened, would release bloodline limit. Kakashi carefully sensed his own condition. He felt that he was terrifyingly strong now. With both eyes possessing the Mangekyo and would release. In the future he might even attempt Susanoo clad over the great Buddha, destroying 4 nations in 3 days. Moreover, Kakashi no longer had to worry about the risk of blindness. Would release combined with Mangekyo could be used just like Eternal Mangekyo. In the original story, Obito Uchiha used a single Mangekyo until the end without going blind. It was all thanks to would release cells. Following the principle of not wasting, Kakashi stored 10 blind Sharingan into a jar of Hashirama cell solution. What if one day those 10 Sharingan regained sight? As for Kakashi's own 3-demo Sharingan, he transplanted it into his left palm for emergencies. With the forbidden technique Izanagi and a Sharingan, it was equivalent to having an extra life. The next day, at the new training ground 7, Kakashi taught the 3 new ninjutsu. Considering the upcoming Chunin exam, Kakashi decided to further enhance the trio's strength. He taught Naruto the Rasengan. He taught Sasuke the Chidori. He taught Sakura the chakra scalpel. After teaching, Kakashi left the 3 to practice on their own while he went to the clan grounds. Currently under the leadership of Hatake Tsukumo and Hatake Kakashi, the Hatake clan had undergone earth-shaking changes. Tonsuge opened the faction panel. Alright host. Faction Hatake Clan. Clan Head Hatake Kakashi Super Kage Peak. Grand Elder Hatake Tsukumo Kage Peak. Guard Captain Ada Elite Jonin. Guard Members 9 Elite Jonin. Security Captain Hatake Zabuza Elite Jonin. Security Vice Captain Hatake Haku Jonin. Security Members 10 Special Jonin. Regular Combatants 50 Chunin 100 Genin. Regular Clan Members several. Combined combatants number only a little over 100. Ultimately, the clan's population is still too small. Kakashi finished reading the panel and couldn't help sighing. Although high-end combat strength was crucial, mid- and low-level combatants were also indispensable. Especially with the Chunin exam approaching, the more combatants, the more chaotic the situation, the better. After all, no matter what Kakashi did, Orochimaru and Tsunagakure would take the blame. Thus, in the name of the clan head, Kakashi issued 2 policies. First, encourage childbirth. Reward of 100,000 Rio for the first child, 300,000 for the second, and 500,000 for the third. Second, strength incentive. Reward of 100,000 Rio for each major breakthrough in strength level. As for money, Kakashi had it all planned. The entire finances of Kirigakure were his backing. If worst came to worst, he could just kill Asuma for fun. 35 million Rio, even if it's not much, it's still meat. Kirigakure. The new Mizukage Terumi received a carrier pigeon message from Kakashi. He ordered Terumi to dispatch 2 Genin Kana fodder teams to participate in the Chunin exam held by Konoha a month later. After receiving the message, Terumi immediately set to work. She personally selected Genin teams and supervising instructors. Tsunagakure. The 4th Kazekage Raza also received a carrier pigeon message from the 3rd Kazekage. It invited the village's Genin to take part in Konoha's Chunin exam, and Raza agreed. Iwagakure and Kyumogakure. The 3rd Hokage also sent invitations to them, but unfortunately Anoki and A turned a blind eye. The reason was that earlier the 3 tails of Kirigakure had been captured by Konoha's Kakashi, and the 4th Mizukage had been killed by him. Anoki and A then invited the new Mizukage Terumi to discuss a plan, to join forces and overthrow Konoha. Unfortunately, Terumi had already been manipulated by Kakashi, so she naturally declined. Thus Anoki and A flew into a rage. As for Tsunagakure, the weakest of the 5 great villages, a poor remote land with few shinobi, it was not within Anoki and as consideration as an ally. Moreover, combined with the 3rd Hokage's consistent policy of appeasement, Iwagakure and Kyumogakure temporarily put aside the idea of attacking Konoha. Soon a month passed. The Chunin exam hosted by Konoha arrived. At Kakashi's strong insistence, the 3rd Hokage had to adjust the exam's proctor lineup. The proctor for the first exam remained Marino Ibiki. The proctor for the second exam replaced Anko with Kakashi. The proctor for the third exam remained that consumptive Gecko Hate. That day the 3 completed the new ninjutsu taught by Kakashi. Naruto mastered the Rasengan. Sasuke mastered the Chidori. Sakura mastered the chakra scalpel. The 3 agreed to celebrate together at a barbecue restaurant. In addition, 3 days earlier Kakashi had the 3 fill out the Chunin exam application forms. Presumably the genin from other villages would be arriving in Konoha one after another. Coincidentally, the 3 San siblings had already arrived. Even more coincidentally, Konohamaru, the 3rd Hokage's grandson, met Kankuro, the Kazekage's son. Konohamaru, running without watching where he was going, slammed headfirst into Kankuro's crotch. The force was so heavy that Kankuro began to worry about his future happiness. Furious and embarrassed, Kankuro grabbed Konohamaru by the collar and lifted him up. Konohamaru kicked his legs wildly in the air, shouting for help. Just then the three happened to pass by. Seeing his big brother Naruto, Konohamaru yelled even louder, "Big bro, help! Konohamaru!" Naruto saw his little brother being bullied and immediately stood up for him. He drew his sword using body flicker. The blade aimed at Kankuro's right arm, holding Konohamaru. Unfortunately, Naruto, not watching his step, was tripped by the chakra strings of Kankuro's puppet. He lost face in front of his little brother. Naruto grew angry. Hatake sword style first flash. A flash of blade and the chakra string snapped. The remaining momentum carried the strike toward Kankuro. Boom! Kankuro turned just in time and the crow on his back took the blow. In an instant, Crow shattered into pieces, falling to the ground. Kankuro barely saved his life. Seeing this, Naruto formed hand signs and countless wind blades shot toward Kankuro. Temari timely unfolded her 3-star fan, blocking the wind blades for Kankuro. Temari. Wait, we're not enemies. We're here for the Chunin exam. Hearing this, Naruto dispelled the Rasengan he had just gathered in his right hand. If Temari had been a moment slower, a Rasengan would have taught Kankuro a lesson. After stopping, Kankuro apologized to Konohamaru and left with Temari. After thanking Naruto, Konohamaru also left with his friends. The three continued to the barbecue restaurant to celebrate. Time passed and the Chunin exam arrived. After breaking through the genjutsu, the three successfully reached the exam room on the 3rd floor. As soon as they entered, a room full of genin glared fiercely at them. The three were not intimidated at all, releasing a fierce chakra presence that instantly subdued the entire room. At that moment, Yakushi Kabuto walked over. "Hey everyone! Don't be so fierce. Doing this will only push all the examinees against you. None of your damn business," Sasuke retorted without hesitation. Kabuto Yakushi was left speechless for a moment but didn't get angry. He continued with a smile. "I have a deck of ninja cards here containing information on all the examinees. Are you interested?" "Not interested." This time the three answered in unison. After all having experienced the Zabuza incident and witnessed Kakashi's formidable strength, they didn't take these genin examinees seriously. Kabuto Yakushi, feeling snubbed, quietly walked away. After all, Lord Orochimaru had only instructed him to observe Sasuke and determine if he was suitable as a vessel. Observing in secret was still observing. Soon Ibiki Marino entered the classroom. "Shut up, all of you worthless scum!" The examinees, intimidated by his aura, fell silent. "I am Ibiki Marino, the proctor of the first exam. Now let the exam begin. Each of you gets one paper with 10 questions. Time limit 1 hour. After all examinees received their papers, Ibiki placed an hourglass on the table and inverted it. "Start the clock." The examinees began writing furiously. With the combined help of Sasuke and Sakura, Naruto successfully copied the first 9 questions. Because of this, the three remained indifferent to the 10th question. Without Naruto's impassioned speech, many examinees under Ibiki's psychological pressure withdrew one after another. Thus the first exam concluded. The remaining number of examinees was far fewer than in the original story. Just then the meshnet-wearing girl Anko burst through the window. "Hello everyone. First, congratulations on passing the first exam. I am the assistant for the second exam. Please follow me to the Forest of Death. The proctor for the second exam has been waiting there for some time." "Yes," the examinees replied in unison. Anko vanished in an instant, and the examinees rushed to follow. The Forest of Death. Kakashi had set up a parasol at the entrance, and sat leisurely underneath sipping tea. Kakashi blew on the tea. Sip sip. Kakashi drank his tea, gazing into the distance. Suddenly Anko arrived with the examinees. "Lord Proctor, the examinees have been brought. A total of 30. Anko came to Kakashi and reported. "Have them sign the death waiver, receive scrolls, enter the forest, and give them 5 days. "Yes." Anko followed Kakashi's orders, having the examinees complete each step, then led them to the entrance. Listen up, you have 5 days. Teams that obtain both the Heaven and Earth scrolls and reach the central tower within the time limit will advance. Now enter. Anko waved her hand and the examinees rushed into the forest. Before entering, the three exchanged a glance with Kakashi. They gave Kakashi a determined look as if they would be the first to dash into the tower. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement, and continued drinking tea. Inside the Forest of Death, the three discussed their strategy in a hidden bush. Naruto. Sasuke, we need to be the first to enter the tower. Sasuke. Right, we can't disappoint Kakashi-sensei. Sakura. So what do we do? Sasuke. We just bulldoze our way through. No team can match us. Naruto. Exactly. If anyone dares to show up before me, I'll take them all down. Sakura. What about the scrolls? Sasuke. Well, snatch them from whoever we encounter. With this strategy set, the three continued their journey. Sasuke led the charge, Sakura stayed in the middle as a medical ninja, and Naruto guarded the rear to prevent ambushes. Soon the first day fell into night, and the three encountered no other squad. They unanimously concluded that the other teams were conserving strength, waiting to profit from a conflict like a fisherman. So the three changed their strategy. They decided to push hard the next day and set an ambush near the central tower. The second day they set off right after waking up. Finally, just before dark, they reached the central tower. In front of the tower's entrance they pitched 3 tents. They waited patiently for other teams to arrive. As night fell, the first team appeared, the 3 siblings from the hidden sand village. Enemies meeting made their eyes burn with hatred. The fight erupted on sight. Sasuke vs. Gaara. Naruto vs. Kankuro. Sakura vs. Temari. Gaara was a brat who needed a lesson, his face screaming defiance. Sand release, sand binding coffin. The lid of Gaara's gourd popped open and countless grains of sand flew out, heading towards Sasuke. Gaara's sand was specially made, containing fine sand pebbles and his own chakra. Thus he handled it with remarkable ease. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke spat a torrent of fire toward the sand. Then he quickly formed hand signs. Lightning release, Chidori. Sasuke stimulated his calves with lightning chakra, increasing his speed, and charged toward Gaara. Naruto drew his sword and slashed wildly at Kankuro. Kankuro's puppet crow had yet to accomplish anything before Naruto severed its chakra threads. Sakura formed hand signs and conjured chakra scalpels. She slashed at Temari in close quarters, forcing Temari to retreat, and used wind release to kite. Gaara, seeing Sasuke thrusting toward him, remained unfazed. Experience told him the sand could defend against all attacks. But Gaara miscalculated. Sasuke's Chidori pierced through Gaara's left shoulder. Ugh! Gaara let out a pained roar, a sound like that of a wild beast. Gaara! Kankuro and Temari turned to look at him. They never expected that the invincible Gaara would bleed and be injured. Blood! This is my blood! Thud! Sasuke withdrew his right hand and Gaara collapsed unconscious. Worried about Gaara, Kankuro left an opening. Hatake style 4 flashes. Crow was instantly shattered. Then Naruto used his sword to sever the tendons in Kankuro's hands before sweeping him down with a leg sweep. Similarly, Temari, distracted by Gaara, allowed Sakura to close in. The muscles in both her thighs and pectorals were severed. Instantly Temari fell, struggling to breathe in excruciating pain. The battle from start to finish lasted only a few minutes. The 3 Sand siblings were utterly crushed by the 3. This battle was witnessed by other ninja teams arriving later. They all marked the 3 as dangerous. The ninjas tailing the Sand siblings had witnessed Gaara's brutal, merciless killings. Yet such a ferocious team was effortlessly subdued by the 3. The 3 began to clean up the battlefield and loot the spoils. Luck was on their side, their scroll was heaven, and the siblings' scroll was earth. After gathering the spoils, the 3 turned their gaze to the teams lurking in the shadows. Anyone else? The surrounding squads averted their gaze, concealing themselves and remaining still. Suddenly a tall female Kuzunin and 3 oddly dressed Sannin stepped forward. The female Kuzunin extended a long tongue and licked her face. Then she chuckled, fixed her gaze on Sasuke and issued a challenge. "Don't think you're so great. If you've got the guts, fight me." Phew. At this moment Sasuke was unaware of the terror that was Orochimaru. "Engage." Orochimaru wasted no words, already eager to see the vessel's caliber. Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. A fierce gale swept through. The battlefield was divided into 2 parts. One part was Sasuke and Orochimaru. The other part was Naruto and Sakura fighting the Sannin trio. Orochimaru intended to test Sasuke's physical strength first. So he attacked at close range, his body slithering like a snake, winding around branches and moving sinuously. Sasuke had never seen such taijutsu before. Sensing that the opponent was exceptional, he cautiously retreated. He planned to observe first. He drew his blade and slashed. He suppressed Orochimaru's attack speed from a distance. Each time Orochimaru was about to close in on Sasuke, a blade she would intercept him. "Your swordsmanship isn't bad. Did Kakashi, that brat, teach you? Who are you? How do you know that name? Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is how you'll survive." Orochimaru summoned a Kusanagi blade. With a body flicker he met Sasuke's short sword. "Let me see just how skilled your swordsmanship really is." Orochimaru launched a fierce assault with the Kusanagi sword. As a feigned weapon, the Kusanagi was sharp and resilient. Meanwhile, Sasuke's blade was merely an ordinary ninja tachi forged at a tool shop. Soon Sasuke's blade became riddled with nicks. Suddenly, with a crack, Sasuke's sword broke. Orochimaru seized the moment and slashed towards Sasuke's neck. Sasuke quickly ducked to evade. Then he leaped backward. He rapidly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. This was another powerful single-target fire release technique that Kakashi had taught Sasuke. Compared to great fire destruction, it could be understood that destruction is a group attack while annihilation is a single-target attack. Orochimaru paused. A glint of surprise showed in his eyes. He hadn't expected that a mere genin could master such a powerful fire release technique. Sasuke's aptitude was indeed remarkable. Water release, super water flow wall. Orochimaru countered with water release. Sasuke saw that Orochimaru was casting the technique in place, an excellent opportunity to strike. So he quickly formed hand seals. Lightning release, Chidori. Sasuke used a body flicker and thrust toward Orochimaru. Seeing this, Orochimaru stopped the water flow wall. He reached one hand to grab Sasuke's wrist and the other to stab at his abdomen. Seeing this, Sasuke activated his 3-Demo Sharingan. Orochimaru grabbed at nothing. Moreover, Sasuke struck him in the heart. Sasuke rejoiced inwardly. He pulled out his arm and retreated, preparing to assist Naruto. Suddenly Sasuke saw Orochimaru's mouth open wide and another Orochimaru emerged from within. Ugh, disgusting! Sasuke was both amazed by Orochimaru's survivability and repulsed. Is this shedding skin? Just like a snake. Sasuke braced himself. But to be honest, Sasuke felt a bit intimidated. This was a formidable opponent indeed. On the other battlefield, Tosu and Zaku targeted Naruto, while Kin targeted Sakura. Naruto looked at their strangely dressed attire, suspecting they had hidden weapons beneath their clothes. So he split into 10 shadow clones to probe and gather intelligence. Sakura was shielded behind Naruto, not giving Kin a chance to get close. After all, Sakura was the team's only medical ninja. Seeing the mass of shadow clones, Zaku grew extremely irritated. He held out both hands and unleashed his ultimate move. Arc of Ninja Empty Wave Extreme! Instantly a wide-range sonic blast dispersed Naruto's shadow clones, causing them to vanish. Naruto's original body and Sakura performed a body flicker to retreat. Naruto, they're using Soundwave Ninjutsu. I know. Protect your ears. Tosu, the strongest among the Sannin trio, seized the opportunity, using a body flicker to close in. He swung his right arm in a wide hook toward Naruto's cheek. Art of Ninja Sonic Punch. Fortunately, Naruto had already blocked his ear canals with chakra and had drawn his tachi when Tosu approached. Hatake Blade Style First Flash. Tosu's right arm was severed by Naruto. He lost the joy of being an artisan. Sakura followed up. Art of Ninja Chakra Scalpel. It precisely struck the muscles near Tosu's carotid artery. Tosu instantly felt unable to breathe. Soon after Tosu fell, Kin and Zaku surprisingly did not come to his rescue. They stood by and watched Tosu die. This was incomprehensible to Sakura and Naruto. Though they didn't understand, they wouldn't hold back. Seeing Naruto and Sakura look over, Kin took out a bell. Kin was skilled at using bells to trap enemies in illusions. Then she would finish them with Saban. Zaku meanwhile raised both hands again. Art of Ninja Bell Sound Thousand Illusions. Art of Ninja Empty Wave. Having blocked their ears with chakra, Naruto and Sakura heard no bell sound and naturally saw no illusion. They only saw Kin aiming with Senbon ready to throw. Meanwhile, Zaku's Empty Wave was an invisible air blast. Compared to Empty Wave Extreme, although it lacked sonic enhancement, its power was not to be underestimated. Naruto once again used shadow clones to block in front. Sakura released a water formation wall. After blocking the Empty Wave, Naruto with a Rasengan in his left hand and a tachi in his right rapidly closed in on Zaku. Sakura meanwhile unleashed a newly learned technique aimed at Kin. Water Release Water Severing Wave. As a ninjutsu master who had copied over 1,000 techniques, Kakashi occasionally gave the three young ninjas simple crank ninjutsu scrolls for self-study. Zaku raised both hands again. Empty Wave. Unfortunately, Naruto dodged it with a body flicker. Hatake Blade Style Second Flash. Zaku's arms fell with a thud. Then Naruto moved behind Zaku. Rasengan. The Rasengan struck precisely the middle of Zaku's back, hitting his spine. Zaku immediately spat a mouthful of blood and flew into the distance like a spinning pinwheel, then died. Meanwhile, seeing Sakura forming hand seals toward her, Kin struck first. She threw 6 Saban with both hands aiming at Sakura's limbs, head and heart. Unfortunately, Sakura's water-severing wave was like a water cannon with the floodgates open. It instantly swept away the Saban. Moreover, with undiminished momentum, it struck Kin's neck. Kin's head flew high into the air, then fell to the ground, severed from her body. Naruto and Sakura had taken care of the Sannin trio. They prepared to support Sasuke. Then they saw Orochimaru, who was confronting Sasuke, suddenly form hand seals. Art of Ninja Summoning Technique. Smoke rose and a giant snake was faintly visible within. A few seconds later the smoke cleared. The three young ninjas had regrouped and looked at the giant snake. A brownish earth-colored snake was hissing at them. Oh, you've dealt with my 3 incompetent subordinates. Not bad, you two. Subordinates. Are you Kuzunin and Sannin together? Sasuke caught the key word. What Kuzunin? We were just borrowing their identity. Enemy village spies, Sakura judged. All right, enough talk. Come on, continue. Let me see what else you've got. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth. Lady Orochimaru is in such high spirits. A languid voice drifted over. The three youngsters and Orochimaru turned their gaze toward the treetop above. Kakashi Sensei! The three youngsters shouted joyfully. Orochimaru. Oh! Kakashi! Kakashi flickered before them, shielding them behind him. Stay back. Yes. Kakashi, what is the meaning of this? Guarding against me? Or do you think you can stop me? Of course I must guard against you, Lord. Orochimaru shrank, missing Nin. And as for whether I can stop you, feel free to try. Heck, Kakashi, you are rather arrogant now. We will soon find out. Kakashi created a shadow clone to lead the three youngsters away in case Orochimaru took the chance to plant a cursed seal on Sasuke. The reason Kakashi appeared here and had requested to become the proctor of the second exam was that he, knowing the plot well, feared Orochimaru would abduct Sasuke. After the three youngsters left, Kakashi's hands blurred through hand seals. Lightning release black lightning blade. As the seal's completed, blue lightning crackled in his right hand, turning purple then black. The technique was complete. Sharingan activate. Both of Kakashi's eyes were Mangekyo. The left bore Obito's pinwheel of 3 points, the right Shijui's 4-pointed pinwheel. Orochimaru was first startled by the black lightning blade in Kakashi's hand. Its chakra aura was terrifying. Then he saw Kakashi's Sharingan, both eyes Mangekyo. How could he play this game? Orochimaru had come for Sasuke because he had been defeated by Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Unexpectedly, Kakashi also possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. It was absurd. Seizing the moment when Orochimaru was distracted, Kakashi used the Mangekyo's Genjutsu to immobilize him. Then a thrust. Boom! A thunderous roar. Orochimaru and the brown earth serpent he had summoned vanished. Only a colossal crater remained, 100 meters long, wide, and deep. Phew, is he dead? How dangerous, Kakashi! Within the pit came Orochimaru's voice. Then in an instant he flickered out, and stood before Kakashi, his complexion deathly pale. It seemed the attack had still wounded him. Moreover, the Orochimera-style healing technique consumed immense chakra, leaving him in poor condition. You don't look so good, Lord Orochimaru. Shall we continue? I never expected you to become so impressive after all these years, Kakashi. If I didn't know you were of the Hatake clan, I might think you were an Uchiha. Orochimaru stared at Kakashi's eyes. It's merely my extraordinary talent. Even the Sharingan I can master at will. Orochimaru's teeth ached at those words. Compliment you once, and you take it to heart. Damn you, Kakashi. Ninja art summoning technique, 10,000 snakes formation. Countless snakes rained down from above Kakashi. In an instant Kakashi was engulfed in an ocean of serpents. Susanoo. The divine power materialized, a perfect Susanoo. Susanoo Divine Wind Shuriken. Kakashi directed the Susanoo to hurl 2 shuriken into the sky. In a flash all the snakes were sucked into the Kamui dimension. Kakashi spread his wings and soared into the air, raining down a carpet bombing on Orochimaru below. Susanoo Fire Release Great Fire Annihilation. A fire technique with power rivaling in strength jutsu spewed from Susanoo's mouth, aimed at Orochimaru. In an instant a sea of fire descended, scorching and vast. Orochimaru gained a newfound appreciation for the Great Fire Annihilation. Watching the relentless inferno fall from the sky, he wisely fled underground. The examinees who had already fled far away were safe, but those still spying perished in the flames. And did Orochimaru think he could escape? Having deployed Susanoo, Kakashi would not let him off easily. Would release Birth of Dense Trees. He clasped his hands. Would release manifested again. Orochimaru was nearly cursing. He had only intended to test Sasuke's potential. Had Kakashi simply said Sasuke was his disciple and shown such strength? Why waste time in the forest of death? He could have just killed the 3rd Hokage and fled. Instead, Susanoo would release. All the forbidden arts that had shaped the Warring States period were deployed against him. What had he done to deserve this? Orochimaru said nothing, focused solely on fleeing. He regretted not mastering Earth Release more thoroughly. Now his tunneling speed was no match for the growth of the trees. Soon cornered Orochimaru was blocked by Kakashi's Wood Release. Countless trees surrounded and bound him, a masterpiece of restraint. Seeing Orochimaru subdued, Kakashi dispelled Susanoo and descended from the sky. Lord Orochimaru, can we talk properly now? Had the title Lord sounds ironic. I never thought I would be defeated so easily. But I am quite curious. How did you come to use Wood Release? That is thanks to you, Lord Orochimaru. What do you mean? Danzo's arm. What? Did you kill Danzo and transplant his arm? Exactly. I killed Danzo. But that shouldn't be. The old man didn't kill you to avenge Danzo. The 3rd Hokage would have to be capable of that. I'm not boasting. No one in all of Konoha can match me. If I attack Konoha, no one can stop me. If I defend Konoha, who dares to invade? Orochimaru watched as Kakashi spoke with resolute confidence, reminded of his own confident self after a victorious battle. He had once believed his war achievements would earn him the 4th Hokage position, but was betrayed by Danzo and forced to flee Konoha like a whipped dog. At least the old man had shown mercy back then. "Kakashi, what do you want? You captured me but haven't killed me. There must be a purpose." As expected of Lord Orochimaru, very perceptive. "I wish to make a deal with you." "What deal?" "First, no more targeting Sasuke." "Agreed. Second, I want you to kill the 3rd Hokage and his council of elders. The era of Konoha's F4 must end." "I don't know what you're talking about. The 3rd is my teacher, I would never harm him." "Really, Lord Orochimaru? Don't pretend. My eyes can see the future. I witnessed you killing the 3rd during the 3rd stage of the Chunin exams. No, the 3rd essentially committed suicide. Unfortunately, your hands were sealed as well." Orochimaru remained silent, inwardly stunned. The Konoha Crush plan was his secret, known only to his most loyal subordinates. How did Kakashi know? Could he truly see the future? Did the Mankyoku Sharingan possess such power? "Kakashi, it seems you don't believe me. Well, I'll give you a little hint in advance." "Kakashi, Mangekyo Sharingan." The Sharingan in Kakashi's eyes spun rapidly, and Orochimaru's eyes instantly went vacant. In the world of the Sharingan, everything was under Kakashi's control. Kakashi selectively showed Orochimaru scenes from the anime canon in his memory. For example, he showed him the joint attack by the Otogekure and Sunigekure ninjas on Konoha, which threw the village into chaos. He also showed Orochimaru his battle with the 3rd Hokage. The highlight was the scene where the 3rd Hokage sealed Orochimaru's hands and sacrificed himself to the death god. Orochimaru. This is... Kakashi dispelled the genjutsu and Orochimaru woke from it. However, his condition was even worse than before. What Orochimaru was most proud of in his life was mastering countless jutsu. Indeed, his lifelong goal was to learn every jutsu in the world. But the scene in the illusion, the scene where Orochimaru's hands were sealed. Orochimaru. I will never accept this. Orochimaru. I will never accept such a future. Orochimaru. My hands are everything to me, my jutsu, my experiments, all of it requires my hands. Orochimaru. Kakashi, I accept your deal. Orochimaru. Help me, Kakashi. Kakashi. Of course, Lord Orochimaru. Kakashi. My very presence here telling you of the future proves my sincerity. Orochimaru. Danzo has already been killed by you. I will personally see off the 3rd Hokage. As for Udatain Koharu and Mitokado Hamura, I'll have my subordinates deal with them. Orochimaru. Now the problem is how to avoid being sealed by the death god. Kakashi. The dead demon consuming seal is a forbidden jutsu of the Uzumaki clan. It is said that the caster can sacrifice themselves to seal anything, nothing is beyond sealing. Kakashi. However, the drawback is obvious, the summoned death god is merely a mechanical consciousness, so it can be deceived. Kakashi. But I have an even simpler method. Kakashi. I will infiltrate in advance, and when the time comes I'll cooperate with Lord Orochimaru to resolve everything. Orochimaru. Kakashi, the 3rd Hokage must be dealt with by my own hands. Kakashi. Alright, no problem. Orochimaru. Kakashi, with your strength it would be easy for you to eliminate the 3rd Hokage and the Elder Council. Why do you need my help? Kakashi. Some things cannot be done by my hands. The reputation of the Hatake clan must not be ruined by me. Kakashi. Moreover, I need a positive public image. Orochimaru. I see. Your goal is the position of Hokage, isn't it? Kakashi. Sharp as always, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Humph. Kakashi. Could it be that Lord Orochimaru still regrets not becoming the 4th Hokage? Orochimaru. A trivial matter. My only concern is jutsu and experiments. Kakashi chuckled softly and said nothing. Orochimaru was a tsundere person indeed. With the deal struck, Kakashi released the wood release and Orochimaru regained his freedom. Kakashi. Well then, goodbye Lord Orochimaru. Don't forget our agreement. Orochimaru. I know, Kakashi. The two disappeared via body flicker technique. After the commotion caused by Kakashi and Orochimaru, the third Hokage and the Anbu arrived again. After a brief understanding of the situation, the third Hokage left, and the exam continued. The three youngsters became the first team to reach the central tower. Sasuke also avoided the fate of having a curse mark implanted by Orochimaru. The second team to arrive was Gaara's team. After waking up, Gaara robbed two teams at random and gathered the Heaven and Earth scrolls. Moreover, to vent his anger, Gaara killed both teams. One team was from Kusugakure, and the other was from Kirigakure. Soon the 5 days ended, and the exam time was up. A total of 5 teams passed on time. Team 7 of the 3 youngsters, the 3 siblings from Tsunagakure Niji's third team, Shikamaru's Ino Shikacho team, and 1 team from Kirigakure. Hinata Hyuga's team was unfortunately caught in the battle between Kakashi and Orochimaru, and withdrew due to injuries. Kabuto Yakushi was taken away by Orochimaru and automatically withdrew. All 3 teams from Kusugakure were killed except for Karen Uzumaki. Little Karen was rescued by Kakashi and is currently recuperating in the Hatake clan compound. Over the years, those beasts from Kusugakure drained Karen's mother to death. Now it was Karen's turn. Fortunately, Karen hadn't been used as a blood pack for long. A period of recuperation will be enough. All teams assembled and the third Hokage and Moonlight Hate appeared on the platform. First of all, congratulations on successfully passing the second exam. The third exam will be held at the arena in 1 month. The specific rules of the exam will be explained to you by the Chief Examiner Moonlight Hate. Alright, Lord Hokage, leave the rest to me. The third Hokage nodded and stepped down from the platform. Moonlight Hate began to continue the explanation. Ahem. The so-called third exam will be individual matches held by drawing lots. At that time, the daimyo of the Land of Fire and the daimyo of the Land of Wind will also come to watch. I hope all examinees will actively prepare and achieve excellent performances in the third exam, because this is not only about your personal advancement but also to some extent determines how much funding and mission assignments your villages will receive in the next year. That is all I have to say. Good luck, everyone. With that, Moonlight Hate also stepped down from the platform. As the speech ended, the crowd began to murmur. The team leaders led their students away. Kakashi and the 3 youngsters were no exception. At a barbecue restaurant. Congratulations on passing the second exam. Kakashi raised his glass. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Thanks to your timely arrival, otherwise that Orochimaru would have been a tough opponent. Sasuke sighed. Originally he thought his strength had been advancing rapidly recently. Now Orochimaru had taught him another lesson. There are always those stronger. Moreover, Itachi was even more powerful, he had to work harder. Naruto deeply agreed with Sasuke's words. Orochimaru was indeed a formidable opponent. If Orochimaru fought seriously, he and Sasuke and the others would be completely outmatched. Sakura remained silent. She glanced at Sasuke and enjoyed her barbecue. This trip through the forest of death had left them without a proper meal for 5 consecutive days. Sakura decided to comfort her stomach properly. Alright, don't be discouraged. Orochimaru is a long-established cage-level powerhouse. It's normal that you couldn't defeat him. But given time, you will surely surpass Orochimaru. Yes, we will keep working hard. The 3 youngsters raised their glasses together. After the meal, everyone went home. At the third Hokage's residence, he sent 3 consecutive carrier pigeon messages to Jiraiya. He informed Jiraiya of Orochimaru's appearance in the Chunin exam and hoped that Jiraiya would return to Konoha as soon as possible within a month. Additionally, the third Hokage ordered the Anbu to reorganize the root forces that were still out deployed, uniting all available strength to prepare for the Chunin exam in 1 month. After all, the daimyo would also be present, and there must be no security problems. 1 month later. At the Mui Arena. The rookie ninja squads that had emerged victorious in the second round stood in a neat row at the center of the arena. The third Hokage, the fourth Kazekage, the Hwa country daimyo, and the Fon country daimyo sat on a raised platform directly before the arena. The chief examiner of the third round, Yurguang Jifeng, stood before the rookie ninja squads explaining the rules of the examination. Cough. Now the examination begins. Yurguang Jifeng finished explaining the rules and announced the start of the examination. The electronic matching device began to operate, displaying names randomly on its screen. Based on the matching results, the candidates engaged in duels pair by pair. Soon round after round of matches proceeded continuously. The Hwa country daimyo and the Fon country daimyo enjoyed the spectacle immensely. The two daimyos were particularly eager for the ultimate showdown between the last hope of the Muyi noble clan, Yuzhibo's Wuju, and the son of the Kazekage, Wei Luo. A month ago in the Forest of Death at Muyi during the second round of assessment, Wei Luo had been momentarily careless, and was defeated by Zwushu. This incident had lingered heavily in Wei Luo's mind for a long time. Finally the opportunity arrived. To defeat Yuzhibo's Wuju before the Kage and the daimyos. To vindicate himself. Unfortunately things did not go as he wished. Although Wei Luo did not underestimate his opponent, and the two fought evenly for a while, as long as Wei Luo did not unleash the show, his Wuju still emerged victorious. Just as in the second round assessment, a single thousand birds sealed Zuo's victory. During the duel, just as Wei Luo was about to unleash his beast, the show, he felt an overwhelming pressure descending upon it. Immediately a pair of scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan appeared in the show, his spiritual world. Seeing the kaleidoscope Sharingan again, the show, he was almost frightened out of its wits, instantly recalling the unpleasant memories brought by the shinobi of the apocalypse, and the battlefield rose from many years ago. Shohei, stay quietly inside Wei Luo's body and do not emerge. Otherwise I will send you to the Yellow Spring to meet Old Man Lu Dao. A threatening voice accompanied the kaleidoscope Sharingan as it appeared in the Shohei's spiritual world. What? Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Are you from the Yuzhibo clan? No, I am from the Chimu clan. How could the Chimu clan possess a kaleidoscope Sharingan? That is none of your concern. Remember this, if you dare to appear you are doomed. Kakashi threatened once more. The Shohei looked at the colossal kaleidoscope Sharingan in the high sky of its spiritual world and nodded in silence. Seeing the Shohei's acquiescence, Kakashi left its spiritual world in satisfaction. With Kakashi watching from the spectator stand, the Shohei would not dare to act recklessly even with 100-fold courage. Until all matches concluded, just as everyone was about to depart, Yao Shurdo unleashed the Genjutsu, Nirvana Temple technique. All ordinary spectators and rank-and-file rookie ninjas fell to the ground fast asleep. Kakashi looked up at the third Hokage on the high platform. It has begun. Deshiwan, disguised as the fourth Kazekage, instantly seized the third Hokage and leaped onto the rooftop. The Hwa country daimyo and the Fon country daimyo were not touched by Deshiwan, and were promptly rescued by the Muyi Umbu. Deshiwan's four capable subordinates, the Inran Siren Zhong, also leaped onto the rooftop with him. As for the leader of the four, Jun Ma Liu, he went to fulfill the agreement between Deshiwan and Kakashi. The four stood at the four corners of the rooftop, then swiftly formed hand seals. Ninja Art 4 Violet Flame Formation. Unnoticed by everyone, an inconspicuous grain of sand on the rooftop quivered slightly. Kazekage, do you realize what you are doing? Are you not afraid of provoking a war between our two countries? The third Hokage attempted to persuade the fourth Kazekage to abandon this drastic course of action. Teacher, now that we have reached this point, do you not find such words somewhat absurd? Deshiwan's hoarse voice rang out. The third Hokage was startled by this. Deshiwan. It is I, teacher. You are truly slow-witted. And the Kazekage. Naturally I sent him to the Yellow Spring. You. Enough idle talk. Allow me to end your life here. Rather than withering away in the Hokage's seat, it is better to fall on the battlefield. Ungrateful disciple. Farewell, teacher. The kunai in Deshiwan's hand stabbed fiercely into the third Hokage's neck. But the feel was wrong. Shiwan looked down. It turned out to be a piece of dead wood. The real third Hokage had long since substituted himself to a spot several meters behind Shiwan. He stomped one foot. Ninja art tile shuriken technique. The third Hokage attempted a sneak attack. Countless tiles on the roof soared into the air and flew toward Shiwan at incredible speed. Shiwan dodged and weaved to evade the tiles. Meanwhile, he pulled a Kusanagi sword from his mouth. With a single-handed swing, he knocked down all the tile shurikens. Failing in his first strike, the third Hokage launched another attack. The third Hokage swiftly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow river. A torrent of mud and stones surged from within the roof, rushing fiercely toward Shiwan. Shiwan remained calm and composed. He too formed hand seals swiftly. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Shiwan countered with fire release. A great dragon of fire erupted from Shiwan's mouth, charging violently at the earth flow river. Instantly the water in the mud and stone was evaporated by the fire release, causing it to solidify. The third Hokage's ninjutsu was once again thwarted. Teacher, your tedious games end here. Ninja art impure world reincarnation. 3 coffins stood in a row before Shiwan. One by one the coffin lids opened. What met the third Hokage's eyes were the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and the fourth Kazekage. Thanks to Kakazai's warning, Shiwan had made more thorough preparations this time. Unlike the original tale, Shiwan summoned the fourth Kazekage. As for the fourth Hokage, whom Shiwan had originally intended to summon, his soul was trapped in the belly of the death god. Therefore Shiwan could not yet summon the fourth Hokage. This is... Shiwan, how dare you toy with the dead? Seeing the figures inside the 3 coffins, the third Hokage was both horrified and astonished. What horrified him was that Shiwan had summoned the first Hokage and the second Hokage. The second Hokage, as the teacher of the old third Hokage, possessed strength that the third Hokage knew well. Not to mention his current decrepit body, even at his peak strength the third Hokage would be no match for the second Hokage. Still less the first Hokage, a legendary figure who founded the Muyi village. In terms of prowess, aside from the shinobi of the apocalypse, Uzubo-ban, no one could rival him. What astonished him was that the forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage, impure world reincarnation, had been learned and put into practice by Shiwan. The third Hokage thought to himself, today it seems he truly must fall on the battlefield. The third Hokage, already struggling against the first and second Hokage, now faced the fourth Kazekage as well. Today a death trap. First Hokage. Where is this? Second Hokage. Monkey. Fourth Kazekage. Third Hokage. How am I here? Right. Shiwan. Damn, Shiwan deceived me. Yuanfei risen. First Lord Master Kazekage. Shiwan did not give them a chance to reminisce. He placed the talisman controlling the impure world reincarnation into the back of the heads of the 3 Kage. Then Shiwan formed a single-handed seal. The technique was complete. The 3 Kage converged in a triangular formation and launched a pincer attack on the third. Would release tree world. The first Hokage clapped his hands and immediately unleashed his ultimate move. Countless trees rose from the rooftop, transforming into rolling torrents of wood that surged toward the third. The third, like a nimble old monkey, dodged left and right, leaping up and down. Ninja art shadow clone flying thunder god slash. The second Hokage, not to be outdone, rapidly formed hand seals. A shadow clone dashed toward the third, then the original used the flying thunder god technique to teleport beside the clone and delivered a blade slash to the third's neck. The second Hokage had once used this technique to kill Uchiha Izuna, the younger brother of the Shinobi no Shinobi, Uchiha Madara. Unfortunately, the impure world reincarnation's power was inferior to when they were alive. His movement speed and reaction speed were greatly reduced. The third used an earth clone to escape the crisis. Then he quickly moved to a spot not yet covered by trees and formed hand seals. Ninja art summoning Enma. Bang! A cloud of white smoke dispersed and Enma appeared. He had white fur war clothes made from unknown animal hide and had a forehead protector with the leaf symbol. He looked majestic. "What's the matter, Risen?" Enma asked calmly. "No time for chit-chat, old friend. Transform into the Rijingu Bang." Upon hearing this, Enma turned into a black thick staff with golden bands at both ends with a bang. The third held the staff with one hand behind his back, standing tall and proud. His stooped back straightened as if the formidable professor of shinobi who had once dominated the ninja world had returned. "Come!" The third twirled the staff and shouted at the three opponents. "Ninja art gold dust funeral!" The fourth Kazekage struck. Countless gold dust converged from all directions surrounding the third. The third used his staff to disperse the golden sand waves while desperately dodging. But the gold dust was too much. The fourth Kazekage's ultimate move eventually engulfed the third, forming a triangular pyramid. "Got him!" Deshiwan observed the situation from afar. Suddenly, 5 release great combo bullet technique. 5 voices spoke in unison from all around the battlefield. The fourth Kazekage sensed inside the pyramid. It was another Earth clone. The 5 different nature releases fused into a single immensely powerful compound ninjutsu. This was also the closely guarded secret of the Sarutobi clan. Boom! A tremendous explosion sounded. The second Hokage within the battlefield shattered into pieces. "Would release multiple wood shells." The first clapped his hands and countless wooden shells covered him. "Sand release sand wings." The fourth Kazekage grew wings on his back and flapped to avoid the explosion. "Pant pant pant." Yuan Fei, Risen panting heavily, looked at the devastated battlefield. "Did I get him?" Suddenly, "Would release wood human technique." A giant wooden fist smashed toward the third's back. "Sand release sand gift." The fourth Kazekage, flying in the air, aimed at the old third Hokage. Countless sand javelins rained down, targeting the third Hokage. The third broke into a cold sweat. He hurriedly used body flicker to evade the fist. But the javelins seemed to have homing devices. They shot at the third from various angles. The third could only continuously swing his staff to block. However, the third was advanced in age. His physical strength was far from its prime. His already panting lungs now heaved like a bellows. His arms and legs felt as heavy as lead. Just as the third was dodging and planning, schlick! A katana severed his left arm. "Ah!" The third cried out in pain. It was the second who had regenerated, launching the flying thunder god's slash again. The pain of losing his arm was unbearable. But the third dared not continue howling nor even pick up his severed arm. He gripped the staff with his right hand and continued to flee. "How can this be? Didn't I defeat them just now? Or can these Kage revive infinitely?" The third muttered to himself. "Clap, clap, clap. As expected of the teacher, you figured it out. That's right, as long as I the caster do not undo the technique, even if I die, these Kage will revive infinitely until they kill you. Damn it! Disobedient disciple. Accept your fate, teacher." The third did not respond, only kept fleeing. "Ninja art gold dust great wave." Suddenly, a 10-meter high, 10-meter wide golden wave appeared in front of the third, blocking his path. The third turned and fled left. "Would release wood hammer technique." A giant wooden mallet smashed toward the third. The third turned again and fled right. "Ninja art Kusanagi sword shadow clone technique." Deshiwan also struck. Countless Kusanagi swords blocked the third's right path and shot toward him. The third turned back and fled rearward. "Water release hard vortex water blade." Facing this death trap, the third made a decision. That was to sacrifice one life to save another. To use Enma's life to save his own Yuan Fei Risen's life. Golden staff transform. With a bang, Enma reappeared. "Risen, why did you turn me back?" "Old friend, I'm sorry." Facing the relentless attacks, the third left Enma behind and fled alone. Boom! An even louder explosion sounded. Facing the ninjutsu of 4 cage-level fighters, Deshiwan being one of them, Enma was utterly destroyed. Clap, clap, clap. As expected of the teacher, you played the betrayal card so skillfully. Just like back then, Deshiwan said with hatred. Once Deshiwan had also coveted the position of Hokage. But the third was obsessed with the Hokage's seat and refused to relinquish power. Both Tsukumo Hatake and himself were victims of the third. With that thought, don't hold back, kill him. The impure world reincarnated Kage were about to unleash their ultimate techniques again. Suddenly, ninja art dead demon consuming seal. Deshiwan, since you show no mercy, don't blame me. The third released the Uzumaki clan's ultimate forbidden technique, intending to seal the three Kage and Deshiwan together. The dead demon-consuming seal sacrifices the caster's soul to seal away all enemies in the world. In an instant, a huge deity stood behind the third. The deity was purple all over with prominent horns and a blade held in its mouth. It was nicknamed the Death God. A thread of soul power shot from the Death God entered the third's body, then shot out again, splitting into 4 parts that entered the 3 Kage and Deshiwan. As the soul power entered his body, Deshiwan shuddered. The Death God's soul was chillingly cold, making Deshiwan feel an involuntary fear. Thinking of the future with lost hands he had seen in the Mangekyo Sharingan's Genjutsu, Deshiwan was terrified. He hadn't expected that even with such thorough preparation he would still fall into the trap. Therefore Deshiwan opened his mouth and shouted, "Kakashi, save me!" "What?" The third Hokage was startled. "Well, it seems I can't hide it anymore." A lazy voice came from an inconspicuous pebble. "Ninja art hidden miss technique." To avoid being detected by the Umbu outside the barrier, Kakashi obscured the view beyond the barrier. After a few seconds, thick fog filled the entire barrier. Not only could those outside not see clearly, but those inside also couldn't see. Bang! The pebble turned into Kakashi. Kakashi made a flashy entrance with one hand in his pocket. Tap tap tap! He strolled toward the third Hokage. When he reached the third, he halted. "Kakashi, it really is you." The third Hokage seemed to have anticipated this. "Oh, Lord Third, did you foresee this day?" "Exactly. Ever since your power surged, your actions have become increasingly arrogant and domineering. Even Danzo fell victim to your hand. You naturally wouldn't spare me either." Clap clap clap. As expected of the Hokage, you guessed correctly. Too bad no reward. Kakashi clapped. "By the way, it's not just you. I want spare your 2 good buddies, either Elder Mitokado Hamiura and Elder Yudatane Koharu. After all, the Konoha F4 should leave together. I imagine they've already gone ahead of you by now." "Right, Lord Orochimaru. Indeed, Kakashikin. I sent the leader of the Sound for Kimimaro to deal with them. Going by the timing, he should have succeeded." "What? You all." The third Hokage was about to say more. But it was too late. "Enough small talk, Hokage-sama. With style, thorn kill technique." Taking advantage of Hiruzen Sarutobi being immobilized while pulling the soul, Kakashi attacked from behind with wood style. Thorns entered from the third Hokage's posterior and emerged from his mouth and nose with spikes blossoming. Hiruzen Sarutobi's blood painted a beautiful scene. The reason Kakashi didn't choose another technique to end the third's life was that by using wood style he could pin the blame on Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation. It would look like the reincarnated first Hokage killed the third. What did Kakashi have to do with it? The moment the third Hokage died, the dead demon-consuming seal was automatically lifted. Few saved. "I almost lost both hands to that old man." Orochimaru let out a long sigh. "You're lucky. According to the future, you would have lost your hands and soul. Thanks for saving me, Kakashi." "Lord Orochimaru, rather than thanking me verbally, why not show it with actions?" "Oh. Tell me. I want the body of the 4th Hokage." "Isn't the 4th Hokage's body buried under the memorial stone?" "That would be true provided you didn't have Kabuto Yakushi grave rob it." "How seems you know quite a lot, Kakashi." "I know more than you can imagine. I told you I can see the future." "All right, consider it payment for saving my life." Orochimaru handed Kakashi a scroll with the character 4 written on the outside. Kakashi, inside this scroll is the body of the 4th Hokage you wanted. Thanks. Pleasure doing business. With that, Kakashi used summoning jutsu to call out Pakken and entrusted the scroll to him. In fact, Kakashi had just copied the dead demon-consuming seal released by the 3rd Hokage. As long as he obtained the 4th Hokage's body from Orochimaru, the Ine Ninetales would be in his grasp. Power was Kakashi's foundation in the ninja world. Collecting the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts and unlocking the 6 paths power was Kakashi's current wish. Of course, it was best to combine the yin and yang of the 9-tails chakra. Kakashi planned to seal the yin 9-tails into Naruto, as well fusing the yin-yang into one. Once the yin-yang 9-tails merged, Kakashi would only need to take 1 tail's worth of power. At that time, not only would Kakashi obtain a full tail's worth of 9-tails chakra, but Naruto's strength would also skyrocket. Currently, aside from the 9-tails, the 3-tails was at the Hatake clan's compound and adding the 1-tail from the Chunin exam battlefield that gave the chakra of 3-tailed beasts. Kakashi didn't need to seal all 9-tailed beasts into himself, he only needed each beast to contribute 1 tail's worth of chakra. Combined with Wood Style and the Mangekyo Sharingan, he could also unlock the 6 paths power. The 3rd was dead and the Konoha Elder Council had been annihilated. It was time for Orochimaru and Kakashi to withdraw. Hidden Mist Technique release. After dispelling the technique, Kakashi and Pakken vanished in a puff of white smoke. What? It was a shadow clone. Orochimaru was somewhat surprised. Just now sensing Kakashi's chakra, it was even greater than his own. To think it was merely a shadow clone, Kakashi's actual chakra reserves were terrifying. Forget it, let's retreat first. This place is no longer safe to stay. Orochimaru thought to himself. Let's go. Orochimaru ordered. The Sound 4 dispelled the barrier and followed Orochimaru, disappearing with the body flicker technique. The Umbu members who had been waiting outside the barrier suddenly saw the mist inside slowly dissipate. Then the 4 violet flames formation vanished and Orochimaru and his 4 subordinates leaped into the air and disappeared with the body flicker, leaving only the 3rd Hokage's corpse lying alone on the cold rooftop. Hokage-sama! 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 The Umbu members shouted as they quickly gathered around the 3rd's body. Everyone formed a circle around the 3rd with Kakashi and Guy closest. Kakashi placed his hand on the 3rd's carotid artery, feeling carefully. How is he, Kakashi? Guy asked worriedly, looking at Kakashi. After a few seconds, Kakashi shook his head. He's beyond saving, Guy. Upon hearing this, Guy's emotions burst forth. Wow, how could this be? 3rd Hokage-sama. Guy threw himself onto the 3rd's body, crying loudly. Kakashi watched silently. Might Guy please step aside? We need to take Lord 3rd Hokage's body for examination. Hearing this, Guy stopped crying, stood up, and cooperated with the Umbu. Damn Orochimaru! Guy muttered fiercely. The Umbu members took away the 3rd's body. Kakashi stepped forward and patted Guy's shoulder in comfort. Let's go, Guy. There are still remaining enemies for us to eliminate. Hearing Kakashi's words, Guy seemed to find a purpose. Right, that's it. There are still enemies waiting for me. I'll kill more enemies to avenge Lord 3rd Hokage. Kakashi remained silent. Let's go, Kakashi. We'll take revenge together. Guy was the first to rush off the rooftop, heading toward the remaining enemies. Kakashi followed behind. Soon the two charged into the midst of the enemies like wolves among sheep. None of the Suna and Oto shinobi could match them. With quick strokes of their blades, the two annihilated the enemies. Then they charged into the next group of foes. After Kakashi and Might Guy charged towards another wave of enemies, a shadow clone of Kakashi appeared on the spot. It's time to capture the One Tail. The shadow clone muttered to itself. Then it headed towards the original location of the 3 Sand siblings. Unfortunately, what Kakashi did not know was, after Kakashi warned the One-Tail, Shikaku indeed did not appear. However, Gaara was therefore awake. After Kabuto Yakushi released the Genjutsu, Gaara planned to release Shikaku to cooperate in battle. However, Shikaku the One-Tailed did not cooperate, and stubbornly refused to come out. In Gaara's spiritual world, Gaara and Shikaku wrestled with each other. In the end, Shikaku found Gaara too noisy. In the spiritual world, it knocked Gaara unconscious. In reality, Gaara fell into a coma without any warning. Gaara! Gaara! Temari and Kankuro cried out in shock with a trace of concern in their shouts. No matter how much Temari and Kankuro called, Gaara showed no signs of waking. Helpless Temari and Kankuro could only withdraw with Gaara. After failing to find Gaara, Kakashi quickly moved to the place where Team 7 lay unconscious. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura, you've already broken the genjutsu. Kakashi had intended to send a clone to break the genjutsu on the 12 Konoha genin, but unexpectedly Sakura had already freed herself. Sakura, assist me in breaking their genjutsu. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Thus Kakashi and Sakura split up to take action. One by one they broke the genjutsu on Naruto, Uzumaki, Sasuke, Uchiha, Hinata, Hyuga, and others. Interestingly, Shikamaru and Nara pretended to be under the genjutsu, and lay on the ground snoring soundly. When everyone's genjutsu was broken, Kakashi issued a combat mission. Listen up, everyone. War has come. The Hidden Sand and Hidden Sound villages have used this Chunin exam to attack Konoha. The arena is full of enemies. As a member of Konoha's ninja, I am now assigning you a rank mission. Pursue the 3 sand siblings, Gaara. Gaara is the one-tailed Jinchuriki of the Sand Village. We cannot allow him to escape and cause more casualties on Konoha's borders. Kankuro and Temari are Gaara's brother and sister respectively. All 3 are the children of the 4th Kazekage. So do you understand their importance? Capture Gaara alive if possible, if not kill him. Kill the others as well. We must not let them return to the Sand Village. Is that clear? Kakashi-sensei, why don't we capture them all alive? Shikamaru asked. Because the 4th Kazekage is already dead. Kankuro and Temari no longer have political significance. Understand? Understood, Kakashi-sensei. Shikamaru nodded thoughtfully. Since everything is clear, move out. Yes. With that, Kakashi's shadow clone summoned the ninja dog Pakken. Naruto and the others followed Pakken as they chased after the direction Gaara's trio had fled. After everyone left, Kakashi's shadow clone transformed into the appearance of Orochimaru and headed towards the Hokage building. Kakashi wanted to confirm one thing. That was whether Orochimaru's subordinate Kimimaro had actually killed Konoha's elders Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado. Danzo Shimura and Hiruzen Sarutobi were already dead. If the other 2 elders were also dead, then Konoha would be under his Hatake Kakashi's control. As for Tsunade and Jiraiya, Kakashi had a way to handle them. At the Hokage building in the elder's office, 2 ANBU corpses lay at the door. The wounds appeared to be from being pierced by Kimimaro's bone spikes. Kakashi stepped over the bodies and entered the office, finding Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado lying on opposite sides of the oval desk. Kakashi approached and observed closely. The wounds matched those of the ANBU outside, circular puncture wounds likely inflicted by Kimimaro. He felt the carotid arteries. There was no pulse. Their bodies were cold, apparently dead for some time. Thus it is well. Kakashi dismissed the shadow clone on the spot. At the Chunin exam arena, Kakashi, who was fighting alongside Might Guy, received the information from the clone. So they are dead indeed. Good, obstacles cleared. Kakashi thought to himself. Then he continued to fight alongside Might Guy. Of course Kakashi was slacking off. And Might Guy had not opened the 8 gates. Outside Konoha in the forest, all 9 Konoha genin except Team 3 were present. Naruto, Uzumaki, Sasuke, Uchiha, Sakura, Haruno, Hinata, Hyuga, Ashino, Aburame, Kiba, Inuzuka, Shikamaru, Nara, Ino, Yamanaka, Choji, Akimichi. The 9 formed a circular encirclement. Inside the circle was the unconscious Gaara and the vigilant Temari and Kankuro. Puppet technique Karasu. Kankuro released the crow he carried on his back. From his 10 fingers he extended chakra strings to control Karasu, preparing to open a breakthrough for his sister and brother. Unfortunately, Nani! Kankuro found that Karasu stood still uncontrollable. It's useless. The mechanisms inside your crow and your chakra strings have been destroyed by my insects. At this moment Shino Aburaim, who usually had the least presence, stepped forward and said, "How annoying!" Seeing her younger brother at a disadvantage, elder sister Temari stepped in. She opened her 3-star fan. Wind-style great breakthrough. A gust of wind far surpassing a normal great breakthrough blew from the fan, targeting directly ahead. And standing directly ahead was Naruto Uzumaki. Shadow clone technique. Wind-style wind blade. 100 Narutos simultaneously released wind blades. Countless blades flew towards Temari. Summoning technique Kamaitachi. In a critical moment, Temari summoned her summoning beast. Kamaitachi appeared brandishing a small sickle in its hand, leaping into the air. Ninja art great Kamaitachi. The spinning sickle swung out a circular blade aura combined with Kamaitachi's wind-style chakra, instantly breaking Naruto's wind-style multi-shadow wind blade. "Ill go!" Seeing Naruto at a disadvantage, Sasuke stepped forward, quickly forming hand signs. Fire-style great fireball technique. It targeted the spinning Kamaitachi in the air. "Oh no, fire!" Seeing the great fireball, Kamaitachi instantly moved behind Temari to dodge. Temari was about to use a wind style to block the great fireball, but suddenly found her body unable to move. "You!" Temari immediately looked at Shikamaru. After all, during the Chunin exam he had used that technique to defeat her and win. "That's right, it's me. It's over." Indeed it was over. Unable to move, Temari took a direct great fireball to the face. Temari's head instantly burst into flames. Temari's hair and facial hair were instantly singed. Her entire head was enveloped in flames and a faint smell of cooking emanated. With a thud, Temari fell to the ground lifeless. Shikamaru also released his shadow imitation technique. "Sister!" Kankuro barked helplessly. Unfortunately it changed nothing. Kankuro himself was also unable to move. It turned out that Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique had split in two. Not only Temari but also Kankuro had been controlled. "What shall we do?" Shikamaru asked. "Kill him, of course," Sasuke said coldly. "That's right. If you ask why, this is wartime and they are invaders." Shino agreed. "All right, understood." Shikamaru sighed. He manipulated his shadow to extend a hand which crawled from the ground to Kankuro's neck, grabbed it, and twisted hard. In an instant Kankuro's neck was twisted 180 degrees. "Done. Let's take Gaara back to turn in the mission," Shikamaru said, withdrawing his shadow. "They'll carry him." Naruto stepped forward, hoisted Gaara onto his back, and turned to run towards the village. "Follow me, let's go." With that, Sasuke leaped and followed closely behind Naruto. In Konohagakure, Kakashi and Might Guy had already cleared the enemies near the examination venue. The two sat on the stands to rest briefly. At that moment Naruto and his team returned after completing their mission. "Kakashi-sensei, mission complete." Naruto was eager to speak first. Kakashi stood up and walked toward Gaara. After a careful inspection he finally spoke. "Well done, you all worked hard." Kakashi looked at the 9 of them. "Hee hee." Naruto chuckled, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. "Finally this troublesome affair is over," Shikamaru said lazily. "All right, confirmed. You'll receive the mission reward after the war ends." Having said that, Kakashi lifted Gaara onto his shoulder from behind Naruto. "You all rest well. I'm leaving now. They're in your hands, Guy. Protect them." "You'll leave it to me, Kakashi." Might Guy, sitting on the stands, gave a thumbs up in assurance. Upon hearing this, Kakashi nodded, then vanished in an instant with Gaara on his shoulder. At the Hatake clan grounds, Central Plaza, Kakashi brought Gaara here and sent a message to Tsukumo Hatake and the clan's guard squad. Tsukumo, Ada, and the others arrived swiftly after receiving Kakashi's message. "Kakashi, who is this?" Tsukumo Hatake asked. "Father, he is Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki of Sunigakure." Just now Sunigakure and Otogakure launched an attack at the examination venue. Their other assault forces should be approaching Konoha as well. What? How dare Sunigakure, a mere village, attack our Konoha? Tsukumo Hatake found it hard to believe. After all, during the Third Shinobi War, Tsukumo had single-handedly struck fear into the puppet masters of Suna with nothing but his blade. Even the parents of Sasori of the Red Sand had fallen to Tsukumo's hand. And what is Otogakure? I've never heard of it. Father, Otogakure is a village founded by Orochimaru after he defected from Konoha. It's not worth mentioning. Orochimaru is it? I see. Once aspiring to become Hokage, now he too has fallen. Tsukumo sighed. Father, time is short, so we'll make it brief. In a moment he'll release the jutsu binding Gaara and let Shikaku out. Then he'll temporarily place Shikaku here in the central plaza to keep company with Aisabu. Kakashi Shikaku is war spoils. To place it in the clan grounds like this, what about the Hokage? Don't worry, father. It'll be fine. Very well. Then it'll begin. Mangekyo's Sharingan. Kakashi pried open Gaara's eyelid. His Mangekyo's Sharingan locked onto Gaara's eyes. In an instant Kakashi entered Gaara's inner world. Shikaku, upon seeing Kakashi's figure, and those Mangekyo eyes, bristled with alarm. Why are you here again? Didn't I stay quiet before? Don't misunderstand, Shikaku. The war is over. Do you want freedom? I can let you out. Human, don't lie to me. Is there such a good deal? Seriously. I'll release you. As long as you stay within my clan's grounds and don't cause trouble, I guarantee no one will dare to capture you. Your clan grounds, you say? Fine, I accept. Good, Shikaku. Kamui. Kakashi didn't actually know how to undo the binding spell on Gaara. But that didn't matter. If he couldn't undo it, he could destroy it. Using Kamui, Kakashi sent the iron cage trapping Shikaku directly into his Kamui dimension. Thus Shikaku was free. Countless swaths of sand surged out of Gaara's body. In the blink of an eye, sand filled the sky and gradually took shape, the one-tailed Shikaku. I'm finally free. As soon as he appeared, Shikaku roared his liberation to the sky. Quiet down, Shikaku. You're disturbing me. Suddenly a voice came from beside Shikaku. Turning his head, Shikaku saw none other than Aisabu. What are you doing here? None of your business. Aisabu couldn't be bothered with this fellow who'd rubbed salt in the wound. Quiet, Shikaku, Kakashi interjected. Stay put in the central plaza with Aisabu. Don't cause me trouble. Or else you'll get a taste of the Mangekyo. Kakashi warned sternly. Understood, replied Shikaku and Aisabu. It's over already. Ada and the others could hardly believe it. They gained a newfound respect for their clan leader's power. In the time it took to relieve oneself, from unsealing to taming the tailed beasts, it was done in a flash. Yes, nothing difficult about it. Keep a close watch on them and don't let them escape. Also allow no one near the plaza. Report any anomalies to me immediately, Kakashi instructed. Yes, clan leader. Ada and the others replied in unison. Father, I leave this to you. I have other matters to attend to. Kakashi turned to Tsukumo. Go on, Kakashi. Tsukumo nodded in reply. Kakashi nodded back and vanished in an instant. At Konoha's border, the two summoning beasts Orochimaru had left to aid Suna's attack were wreaking havoc. There was a brown single-headed serpent and a purple double-headed serpent. The brown one used earth release, the purple one used lightning release. Besides their offensive abilities, both snakes possessed extraordinarily tough scales, impervious to swords and spears. This left the Konoha shinobi at the border at a complete loss. Just then, summoning jutsu. Yatai Kazushi no Jutsu. A huge orange toad came crashing down from the sky, landing squarely on the head of the single-headed snake. The serpent that had been so arrogant moments ago was crushed dead by the toad's landing. The great toad sage of Mount Myaboku has arrived, Jiraiya declared, striking a pose atop Gamabunta. It's Lord Jiraiya. Thank goodness. We're saved. The Konoha shinobi wore expressions of immense relief. "Leave this to me. Hurry to the village to provide support." "Yes, Lord Jiraiya." The Konoha shinobi quickly rushed toward the village. Jiraiya watched them disappear into the distance. He then formed hand seals. "Bunty, use oil." "Got it." Jiraiya aimed his mouth at the double-head serpent. "Fire-style toad oil flame bullet." In an instant the double-head serpent was roasted to a charred corpse. "Done!" Jiraiya wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. Then he too headed toward the village. In truth, Jiraiya had received Hiruzen's letter long ago. But on his way back he kept stopping for research and inspiration, thus delaying his arrival. Fortunately, the third Hokage hadn't placed all his hopes on Jiraiya. At Konoha's main gate, Suna and Oto's invasion was progressing unusually smoothly. They broke through the gate and entered the village with little effort. Inside Konoha, as countless enemies flooded in, they found empty houses. No civilians, no shinobi on the streets. An eerie silence surrounded them. "Something's wrong. This is a trap. Fall back." A Suna Jonin who had survived the Third War raised the alarm. The Suna shinobi following him immediately halted. They then turned around without hesitation and fled. Only the Oto forces were left, bewildered, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Finally, a special Jonin from Oto decided to follow Suna's withdrawal. "We're pulling out too." "Yes, sir." Suddenly, countless Konoha shinobi blocked the Suna and Oto forces' retreat. "Trying to run. Too late. Damn, we've walked into a trap. Break through." The Suna and Oto shinobi charged at the Konoha forces. But the Konoha shinobi outnumbered them 3-1 and all were elite. Soon the invading Suna and Oto forces were completely annihilated. All of this had been orchestrated by the third Hokage. Yet no matter how perfect the plan, it no longer concerned him. Thus Sunagakure and Otogakure's plan to destroy Konoha collapsed entirely. Every Suna and Oto shinobi perished. Konohagakure had once again secured victory. The aftershocks of the Chunin examination had yet to subside, and the air in Konohagakure still carried a trace of tension and sorrow. That grand event meant to showcase the talents of young ninjas had been cast under a heavy shadow by the surprise attacks of Sunagakure and Otogakure. Yet amid this crisis the figure of a single ninja stood resolute, becoming a light in the darkness, Kakashi Hatake. The sacrifice of the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi was like a falling star that illuminated Konoha's final line of defense, and deeply shook the hearts of every villager. His departure was not an end but the dawn of a new era of Hokage. On the 7th day after the battle, a Jonin meeting was convened in Konohagakure. The meeting was held in the temporary council chamber of the Hokage building. On the wall hung a portrait of the third Hokage. In the photo his gaze was gentle, as if he were still watching over the land he loved so dearly. The atmosphere in the hall was solemn, and the faces of every Jonin were etched with gravity. Shikaku Nara rose to his feet, his voice steady and clear. "Konoha cannot remain leaderless. During this crisis, Kakashi Hatake has demonstrated exceptional leadership, calm judgment, and deep concern for his comrades. Not only did he orchestrate the overall strategy on the battlefield, but he also organized rescue efforts, comforted the populace, and restored order immediately after the war. As the leader of the Jonin squad, I formally nominate Kakashi Hatake as the 5th Hokage." The moment the words fell, Might Guy leapt to his feet, tears glistening in his eyes. "Kakashi, you were once my eternal rival, but today with my most sincere heart I support you as our Hokage. I believe your light can illuminate Konoha's future." Jiraiya slowly rose, his voice low yet powerful. "I have traveled through many nations and witnessed the rise and fall of countless hidden villages. And Kakashi is the person I have seen who most embodies the spirit of a Hokage. He is not ostentatious, yet he always protects his comrades. He appears aloof, yet he understands the meaning of sacrifice better than anyone. I, Jiraiya, support Kakashi Hatake's succession as Hokage." Hyuga Hayashi, Aburaim, Shibi Inuzuka Tsum, and other Jonin nodded in agreement. The voting began. One by one ballots were cast into a wooden box, each bearing the same name. The final tally, Kakashi Hatake unanimously approved. Kakashi rose, bowed deeply to everyone, and then spoke. I am deeply grateful for the trust of my dear friend Guy and all of you for nominating me as the 5th Hokage. And I also thank Lord Jiraiya. In truth, you are more suited for this position than I am. Hearing this, Jiraiya waved his hand and replied. I have grown accustomed to wandering alone. If you were to make me sit in an office handling paperwork, I couldn't bear it. Kakashi, you are more fitting for this role. Again, I thank Lord Jiraiya for his trust. Kakashi spoke once more. Thus the internal election for the 5th Hokage concluded. 7 days later, the daimyo of the Land of Fire arrived in Konoha in a carriage pulled by 4 white horses passing through the reconstructed village gates. On both sides of the streets the villagers of Konoha stood in silence. Children held flowers and the elderly clasped their hands in prayer. The daimyo, clad in a resplendent kimono, stepped into the plaza before the Hokage building. There Kakashi wore the Hokage's imperial robe with the words, 5th Hokage, emblazoned on the back. Kakashi Hatake, Lord Daimyo, you have earned the trust of the villagers through wisdom, courage, and loyalty. Today I officially appoint you as the 5th Hokage. May you with the will of fire protect this land and illuminate the path ahead for the shinobi world. Kakashi bowed slightly, taking the Hokage seal and the symbolic Hokage hat with both hands. By the name of a shinobi, I swear that no matter what lies ahead, wind or rain, war or peace, I will protect Konoha until the end of my life. Thunderous applause erupted all around, celebrating Kakashi becoming the 5th Hokage. The next day, the 3rd Hokage's memorial service was held. All of Konoha fell into solemn silence. The morning mist had not yet dissipated as the plaza before the Hokage monument was engulfed in reverence. High on the monument the statue of the 3rd Hokage stood majestically. But today the base of the statue was blanketed with pure white petals as if draped in a shroud of mourning. At the center of the open ground before the monument the 3rd Hokage's portrait was placed on a spirit altar carved from cherry blossom wood. In the black framed photo his seemingly benevolent smile was gilded by the soft morning light, yet it only accentuated the solemnity of sorrow. Around the spirit altar circles of white chrysanthemums were arrayed, their petals still bearing the dew drops from the previous night, trembling gently in the breeze and refracting tiny shards of silver light. The white lanterns hung around the plaza drooped low, swaying lightly with the wind, emitting faint rustling sounds like countless soft sighs. The crowd stood in silence. The shinobi wore black uniforms, the leaf symbols on their forehead protectors glinting faintly in the morning light. The villagers were dressed in simple kimonos, the elderly stooped, gripping paper talismans for prayer, while children held by their parents' hands reflected the tearful eyes of the adults in their innocent gazes. A gust of wind swept across the plaza, lifting a few withered yellow leaves. They circled in the air for a moment before landing softly on the stone steps before the spirit altar. In the distance the cawing of crows echoed hoarse and mournful, yet no one shooed them away, as if even the birds understood the grief of this moment. The daimyo's black formal robe fluttered in the breeze as he stepped forward slowly. Each footfall on the petal-strewn bluestone slabs produced a faint crunching sound. As he placed the white chrysanthemum bouquet before the portrait, the moment petals touched the altar a morning breeze suddenly swept through, lifting several wooden plaques inscribed with eulogies from beside the portrait. The plaques knocked together, producing a crisp clack as if the departed had responded across time. He turned, facing all the Konoha shinobi and villagers, his voice low and sincere. Hiruzen Sarutobi was a paragon of the shinobi world, the backbone of the Land of Fire. He embodied the meaning of protection with his life. His sacrifice will not be forgotten. The Land of Fire will forever remember his achievements, and will provide pensions to the families of all shinobi who perished in this attack, as well as free medical care and housing reconstruction for the injured villagers. He paused, his gaze shifting to Kakashi. Today I am even more gratified to see that Konoha has chosen Kakashi Hatake as its new Hokage. He not only demonstrated outstanding command on the battlefield but also restored the villagers' confidence with kindness and responsibility after the war. He understands the pain of loss and deeply knows the weight of protection. I, as the daimyo of the Land of Fire, formally recognize Kakashi Hatake as the 5th Hokage and pledge that the Land of Fire will fully support his governance. Silence reigned, broken only by the rustle of wind through the white chrysanthemums. Then applause surged from deep within the crowd like a tidal wave, wave after wave, shaking the very air of the plaza. This was not a cheer for power but a response of trust, a resonance of hope. Naruto stood among the crowd, clenching his fists so hard that his nails dug deep into his palms. Tears blurred his vision, but he never let them fall. Sakura stood beside Naruto, tears also welling in her eyes. Sasuke, perched on a distant rooftop, watched the scene unfold, his expression complex. After the memorial service, accompanied by Kakashi, the daimyo offered condolences to the families of the fallen shinobi one by one. He was no longer merely an elite shinobi on the battlefield, he was the pillar of the entire village. The wind lifted the crimson edge of his Hokage cloak, which danced like a flame in the twilight, burning into a light that illuminated the path ahead. As the autumn wind blew in from the western lands of the Fire Nation, it carried with it the scent of dried dust and withered leaves. 5,000 Leaf Village ninjas surged forth like a black torrent, crossing deserts and canyons, directly advancing towards the borders of the Wind Country. This troop was led by the elder of the Hatake clan, Hatake Sakumo, along with 100 ninjas from the Hatake clan. In addition, the Sarutobi clan contributed 1,000 men, the Nara clan another 1,000, the Mitarashi clan 1,000, the Uchiha clan 1,000, and finally the remaining clans united to send 1,000 men. In total there were 5,000 ninjas from the Leaf Village. 2 weeks had passed since the attack during the Chunin exams. The raid, orchestrated by the Sunigakure and Otogakure, not only claimed the life of the third Hokage but also took the lives of over 100 Leaf ninjas. This was a blood debt that must be repaid with blood. It was the day after the departure of the daimyo of the Fire Nation. The Leaf Village and Sunigakure held post-war negotiations. The representatives from the Leaf Village were the 5th Hokage Hatake Kakashi and the Hokage advisor Nara Shikaku. The representatives from Sunigakure were the temporary 5th Kazekage Chio and the Kazekage advisor Otozuki. The Leaf Village's guards consisted of members from the former Hatake clan's guard, now members of the Hokage guard led by the elite Jonin Ada, totaling 10. The guards from Sunigakure were led by the elite Jonin Maki, with the rest being Jonin, totaling 5. In the Hokage building. In the temporary negotiation meeting room. On either side of the rectangular conference table sat the Leaf representatives Hatake Kakashi and Nara Shikaku, and the Sunigakure representatives Chio and Otozuki. Hatake Kakashi was the first to break the silence. Kazekage-sama, you from Sunigakure took advantage of the Chunin exams held by the Leaf to openly attack us, resulting in the deaths of over 100 Leaf ninjas and the demise of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. How do you plan to compensate for this? Kakashi said sternly. Chio picked up the clear tea before her, blowing on it gently before taking a sip. After a moment of contemplation she spoke. Firstly, I express my sincere apologies and deep condolences on behalf of Sunigakure to the Leaf Village. Secondly, Sunigakure is also a victim. Our 4th Kazekage also tragically lost his life, and the reason for this was that your rogue ninja Orochimaru orchestrated everything. Orochimaru deceived Sunigakure, ambushing the 4th Kazekage, leading to his death, and killed the 3rd Hokage during the Chunin exams. You shouldn't hold me responsible for this, you should hold Orochimaru accountable. Chio calmly stated. Humph. Kakashi snorted coldly. I will deal with Orochimaru myself. But you cannot shirk responsibility. Sunigakure must pay the price, or the Leaf Village won't hesitate to wage war. Kakashi said angrily to Chio. Hokage-sama, please calm down. Otozuki began to mediate. We from Sunigakure will certainly compensate. However, as you know, we from Sunigakure are quite poor, relying solely on the previous Kazekage's mining to get by. You see. Can this compensation be lessened? Otozuki's plea fell on deaf ears for Nara Shikaku. As the strategist for the Leaf, the Nara clan was renowned for its intelligence. Since Kakashi's attitude had been so firm just now, Shikaku felt nothing was stopping him from voicing his demands. Ahem. Shikaku cleared his throat. The financial situation of Sunigakure is not related to the Leaf. As the aggressor and the defeated side in this war, Sunigakure must pay a heavy price. We from the Leaf demand the following compensation from Sunigakure. First, compensation for the families of the 100 Leaf ninjas who died in battle at 100,000 Ryo per ninja, totaling 20 million Ryo. Second, compensation for the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, totaling 10 million Ryo. Third, the reconstruction costs for the Leaf villagers' houses damaged in the war, totaling 10 million Ryo. Fourth, wages lost by injured Leaf ninjas and villagers, totaling 30 million Ryo. Fifth, compensation for the psychological trauma caused to Leaf ninjas and villagers due to the war, totaling 30 million Ryo. In total, this amounts to 100 million Ryo. Sunigakure must complete the payment within 1 month or else. What? This is impossible! Chio exclaimed as if a cat had its tail stepped on. Our annual revenue is only 50 million Ryo. You from the Leaf want 100 million Ryo all at once. Even if we don't eat or drink, it would take us 2 years to pay that off. Moreover, we still need to ensure the basic operation of the village. 100 million Ryo would take at least 10 years to repay. To repay it within a month is absolutely impossible. Kakashi remained silent upon hearing Kyo's words. Like Chio, he picked up the tea before him and took a gentle sip. So there's nothing to discuss. Very well. Let Sunigakure brace for the wrath of the Leaf's vengeance. With that, Kakashi stood up. Wait, Hokage-sama, we from Sunigakure. Otozuki, seeing that Kakashi was not planning to talk further, hurriedly reached out to dissuade him. Kakashi, however, pretended not to hear as he walked steadily out of the negotiation room. Shikaku followed Kakashi out. Only Chio and Otozuki were left exchanging glances. Now this revenge army led by Hatake Tsukumo had crossed the border deep into the heart of the Wind Country. They were no longer guardians of peace but embodiments of vengeance. With each step taken, the yellow sand trembled. With every flag raised, the wind cried out. Tsukumo rode atop an earth-style constructed rock tiger, his silver hair billowing in the wind, his expression emotionless. Although his eyes lacked vitality, they were sharper than any living being. The tactical scroll in his hand marked the defensive layout of Sunigakure water sources, underground passages, and the positions of ninjutsu barriers, everything collected with utmost effort by the intelligence and Umbu before the war. Commander, the vanguard has reached the Wind Canyon and discovered 3 patrol units from Sunigakure, all of which have been eliminated, reported an Umbu ninja kneeling. Tsukumo nodded slightly, his voice deep like an echo from the depths. Relay the order. The entire army should accelerate their advance and reach the Wind Plains before nightfall. I want them to wake in shock from their dreams. The 5,000 troops moved quietly like shadows of the night without a sound. Behind them, Hatake Kakashi remained in the Leaf village, maintaining communication with the frontlines through his flying thunder god kunai. Though he did not personally step onto the battlefield, every command emanated from his calm judgment. He understood that this battle was not just for revenge, but also to establish the authority of the Leaf. Within Sunigakure, alarms shattered the silence. The temporary acting Kazekage Chio stood atop a tall tower, her eyes red-rimmed. She had not slept for 3 days. Gaara Temari and Kankuro had fallen in battle in the Leaf, and the 4th Kazekage had been killed in an ambush by Orochimaru. The pro-war and pro-peace factions within the village were in fierce contention. Now the news of the Leaf's army pressing in struck like thunder, plunging the entire Sunigakure into panic. They really came. Kakashi actually dares to wage full-scale war. One elder from Sunigakure trembled. We could have negotiated. It was your stubbornness over dignity, refusing to compensate the Leaf, that led to today's disaster. The heated argument gave Chio a headache. She closed her eyes, contemplating. Relay orders to the entire army. Kyo's voice rang out. Activate the barrier, open the underground shelters for the villagers to seek refuge, and all ninjas enter a state of high alert. She knew that in this battle Sunigakure's chances of victory were extremely low. The Leaf's military strength was superior, their preparations well equipped, and they had the reanimated White Fang of the Leaf, Hatake Tsukumo, leading them. Meanwhile Sunigakure was low in morale and lacking in resources. But now she was the acting Kazekage, the protector of Sunigakure. Even if it came down to the last person standing, she would not kneel. Night fell over the Wind Plains, where the yellow sands undulated like ocean waves. The Leaf Army silently deployed its formation. Standing upon a high ridge, Hatake Sakumo clasped his hands in hand signs and murmured, "Activate the shadow concealment formation." In an instant 5,000 shinobi blurred into the darkness, melding seamlessly with the night. This was Konoha's secret collective stealth technique led by the Nara clan, with the Yamanaka clan providing mental synchronization to ensure total unity. The sand reconnaissance ninja detected nothing. Not until the hour of the rat arrived did Sakumo open his previously closed eyes. "All units hear my command, advance." With a single order, 5,000 figures descended like phantoms from all directions upon the sand's forward outpost. Fire release illuminated the sky, lightning rent tore through the sand, and earth release shattered watchtowers in an instant. Before the sand defenders could react, their frontline defenses collapsed entirely. Enemy attack. "It's Konoha. Hatake Sakumo is here. Signal flare now." But it was too late. Like a living blade, Sakumo cut through the ranks, silver light flashing as he instantaneously slew 3 Sand Jonin commanders. The Inuzuka clan led the tracking units, the Yamanaka clan employed the mind transfer jutsu to pinpoint enemy chakra fluctuations, and the Akimichi clan used expansion jutsu to demolish the walls. The battle lasted only half an hour before the forward position was completely lost. Sakumo stood upon the ruins and said coldly, "Continue the advance. Our target is Sunigakure." At dawn the Leaf Army arrived at the gates of Sunigakure. The entire village was shrouded by a reddish-yellow sand veil, the red sand shield barrier forged from the chakra of every shinobi in the village, capable of withstanding rank ninjutsu attacks. However, the technique had one flaw: it required the continuous chakra output of all village shinobi to maintain the barrier, and could not be interrupted midway. Sakumo looked up at the sky. The sand canopy was like blood, as if the entire village were encased in a giant crimson cocoon. Sakumo murmured after a moment, "During the Third War, Suna didn't have such an ostentatious defensive barrier. Better test it first." He crouched slightly, feet set apart, right hand gripping the hilt of white fang, eyes locked on the barrier, as if searching for a weak point. A gentle breeze stirred the silver hair on Sakumo's forehead. "Now. Hatake sword style. Aido draw slash." A keen silver ripple shot out from his white fang, aimed at the barrier's center. The ripple swelled as it traveled, eventually becoming a terrifying blade aura 100 meters long, which struck the barrier with ferocious force. The barrier shuddered violently, then fell still. Not even a single crack appeared. Inside Sunigakure, Chio and the others felt their chakra drop abruptly. "They're here. Everyone hold strong," Chio encouraged. Outside Sunigakure, "Sigh, this barrier is tough indeed," Sakumo remarked. "All units, I want your strongest attacks focused on the barrier's center point." "Yes. Yes. Yes." 5,000 Leaf Shinobi unleashed their most powerful techniques simultaneously. Boom. 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 Countless fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind release techniques, secret arts, and blade strikes rained upon the barrier's epicenter. After a minute they ceased. They looked at the barrier. It remained utterly intact, still cocooning Sunigakure. Well, that's strange. For the moment Sakumo was out of ideas. "All units, retreat 10 li and set up camp." He decided to bide his time until he understood the true nature of the barrier before launching another attack. What Sakumo did not know was that inside Suna, Chio and the others breathed a huge sigh of relief. If he had pressed the attack for just 2 more minutes, the barrier would have shattered. After all, Sunigakure had long followed an elite-style shinobi program with a standing force of only 2,000. During the Chunin exams, half of them had been lost when they attacked Konoha. The remaining 1,000 managed to erect a barrier that was invincible in defense but terribly short-lived. Once Sakumo withdrew the entire army, the chakra depletion of Suna's shinobi returned to a manageable level that did not interfere with daily life. Thus inside Sunigakure, music and dance resumed. Outside Sunigakure, cooking fires were lit, and camp was established. Sakumo sat inside the temporary command tent. He channeled chakra into the flying thunder god Kanai at his hip. Swoosh! A figure appeared in the tent. It was Kakashi. "What is it, father?" Kakashi, I've run into a problem. What problem? Sanigakure has erected a barrier like a turtle shell. I can't break it. Oh. That sounds interesting. Let me take a look. Be careful, Kakashi. Don't worry. With that said, Kakashi vanished and headed towards Sanigakure. He arrived quickly. Gazing at the crimson cocoon before him, a glint of intrigue flashed in his eye. Interesting. I wonder if it can withstand my black Chidori. Kakashi settled into a high horse stance, his left hand gripping his right wrist as lightning-released chakra converged from his entire body into his right hand. The chakra gathered, compressed, gathered again, and compressed further. Its color shifted from blue to purple and finally to black. At last a sphere of black lightning, the Chidori, took shape. At a glance, the black lightning-released chakra exuded a sense of violence, devastation, and ill omen. Done. Now. Kakashi leaped into the air with a powerful push from both feet. Target the base of the barrier. Lightning release, black Chidori. He roared as his right hand thrust straight toward the barrier. Boom. Crack. Crack. First came a thunderous impact. Then cracks began to form at the barrier's base. They spread quickly. From bottom to top. Cracks spiderwebbed across the entire barrier. Yet the barrier did not shatter immediately. The reason was that every shinobi inside Sanigakure was pouring chakra into a frantic repair. But it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The speed of restoration lagged far behind the speed of destruction. At last the barrier shattered. Kakashi watched the scene with a satisfied nod. Now it was father's turn. Kakashi used body flicker to return to camp. Meanwhile, inside Sanigakure, every shinobi, including Chio, suffered the backlash of the technique. Pfft. Chio spat a mouthful of blood. Her chakra reserves were instantly drained. What kind of jutsu has such tremendous power? Ebizo and the other shinobi also vomited blood, their chakra utterly depleted. Damn, the leaf shinobi may attack at any moment. I order everyone to take military ration pills immediately and recover chakra on the spot. Chio wiped the blood from her lips and commanded. Konoha camp. Kakashi appeared in the command tent with a body flicker. The barrier is broken. You can attack now, he said as he walked. Hearing this, Sakumo sprang to his feet. Excellent. Kakashi, you've been a tremendous help. Sakumo strode over and clapped him on the shoulder. Then I'll return to Konoha to watch over things, father. Very well, Kakashi. After Kakashi used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport away, Hatake Sakumo stepped out of the tent. Pass my order, the barrier has been broken. Everyone assemble immediately and prepare to attack. Upon hearing Hatake Sakumo's command, 5,000 Konoha ninjas assembled at the fastest speed. Then they rushed towards Sanigakure. Soon Hatake Sakumo led the army to the gates of Sanigakure. The barrier has indeed disappeared, he murmured to himself. Then a blade aura emanated from White Fang. Bang! The gate shattered with a sound, split in two, and fell to the sides. Attack! The Konoha army turned into a black river surging through the gate. Night fell, wind and sand swept over Sanigakure like countless souls whispering. Moonlight like frost fell upon two confronting figures. One was a man in a dark robe with flowing silver hair, Hatake Sakumo. Although he had returned to the world through impure world reincarnation, his pale pupils still seemed to retain the sharpness of his living self. The short sword, White Fang, at his waist glinted coldly in the moonlight. On the other side was an old woman in a red robe holding a puppet scroll, Sanigakure's legendary puppeteer Chio. Chio of Sanigakure. Sakumo's voice was hoarse and hollow as if coming from the earth. You recognize me in this aged form? Chio sneered, her deeply wrinkled face full of wariness and hostility. Indeed, you the murderer of my son. It's only natural you know me. The words, murderer of my son, were like four venomous needles piercing the boundaries of time and space, instantly pulling their thoughts back to that bloody war decades ago. The yellow sand was stained dark red by blood, and the air was thick with the scent of rust and gunpowder. A young Chiyo, her red hair fluttering in the wind, her eyes calm and focused, her 10 fingers dancing like butterflies among flowers. Under her control, the Chikamatsu collection of 10 moved like a steel army, invincible. However, a silver lightning bolt tore through the battlefield. It was a white-haired Konoha ninja wielding a short sword. Wherever his blade light reached, Sunegakure's puppeteers were easily cut down like fragile scarecrows. His speed was too fast, his power too strong. The Sunegakure formation was shattered. It's Konoha's White Fang. Hatake Sakumo! Panicked cries spread among the Sunegakure ninjas. Kyo's gaze locked onto that figure. She knew she had to stop him, or Sunegakure's elite puppet unit would be completely annihilated. Just then she saw her son, Fei, an excellent young puppeteer, trying to ambush Sakumo from the flank to protect his comrades. No! Kyo's warning had barely left her lips before it turned into despair. Sakumo, as if with eyes in the back of his head, spun around, and a flash of blade light. There was no earth-shattering clash, only a blindingly fast white flash. Fei's movements halted abruptly. The puppet in his hand fell limply. He lowered his head, staring in disbelief at the fatal wound on his chest. Before he could even let out a scream, his head spun and fell to the ground, his eyes filled with bewilderment. No! Chiyo let out a heart-wrenching wail, not the cry of a ninja but the despair of a mother losing her beloved. Desperately she controlled the Chikamatsu collection of 10 to pounce on Sakumo with only one thought in her heart: kill him. Avenge her son. However, Sakumo's speed and strength far exceeded her imagination. He dodged like a phantom, and the blade light of White Fang easily severed her proud chakra threads. He didn't even glance back at her, as if killing her son was as simple as crushing an ant. Puppeteers! Too many! Sakumo's cold voice came devoid of any emotion. All he had to do was kill. For Konoha's victory to destroy Sunegakure's greatest reliance. That battle, Sunegakure suffered a great defeat. And Chiyo not only lost the war but also her only son. From that day on, the name, Hatake Sakumo, became the deepest curse in her heart. She poured all her vengeful obsession into training her grandson Sasori. She imparted her lifetime of puppetry skills, hoping Sasori would become a ninja surpassing White Fang to slay the enemy for his father and for her. However, fate played a cruel trick. Before she could see Sasori grow up, Hatake Sakumo, after a mission failure, was spurned by his village and ultimately chose suicide. This news was another form of torture for Chiyo. Even the chance for personal revenge was taken from her. She could only wait for death in endless regret and resentment. Do you know? Kyo's voice trembled with agitation, her eyes fixed on Sakumo. I've waited for this day for decades. I've imagined tearing you limb from limb countless times. But you died before me. You coward! A flicker of pain seemed to cross Sakumo's pale pupils. That war, that young Sunegakure ninja who charged forward to protect his comrades. He remembered, just instinctively swinging his blade as a ninja. He had no choice. On the battlefield it was kill or be killed. He never imagined that one strike would bring such devastating loss to a family. Sakumo opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Apologize. For a ninja, killing enemies in war was simply his duty. Yet the pain caused by his actions stood so vividly before him. Enough talk! Chiyo barked sharply, cutting him off. Today I will seek justice for my son. Even if you are a departed soul, I will make you die again. She suddenly unrolled a scroll, this time not 3 puppets, but a full 10. The Chikamatsu collection of 10 appeared in full. Puppet technique, manipulating attack blades. Puppet technique, tri-blast absorption. Puppet technique, lion's roar. Under her frenzied control, the 10 puppets erupted with unprecedented power, launching devastating attacks on Sakumo from all directions. Blades, chains, giant palms, poison needles. They wove an impenetrable net of death. Sakumo took a deep breath. The pain vanished from his eyes, replaced by the resolve and fighting spirit of White Fang. Then let's settle this. He held nothing back, his form like lightning weaving through the puppet onslaught. The blade light of White Fang flashed repeatedly, clashing with the puppets' steel bodies in dazzling sparks. He single-handedly fought 10 top-tier puppets in a brutal battle. He knew this was not just a fight but a fated confrontation decades overdue. Regardless of victory or defeat, he had to face the karma he had sown in the past. In the wind and sand, the light of the blade and the shadows of the puppets intertwined as if to tear apart the memories of this land completely. Unbeknownst, the Sunigakure shinobi were dwindling in number. After all, it was 5,000 against 1,000. The advantage lay with Konohagakure. Moreover, Sunigakure's top combatant Chio was held in check by Hatake Sakumo. As for Ebizo, faced with 5,000 troops, he couldn't hold out much longer. Crack! With another swing of Hatake Sakumo's blade, all of Kyo's puppets were shattered. You know what? Hatake Sakumo sheathed his sword and stood looking at the disheveled Chio. At this moment, Kyo's body was slightly hunched, sweat pouring, her breath unceasing. The impure world reincarnation body grants an undying form, endless chakra, and allows one to use ultimate techniques as normal attacks. Surrender. You have no chance of victory, Hatake Sakumo advised. As long as I live, the village lives. I will never surrender, Chio replied, panting heavily. Sigh. Hatake Sakumo sighed and said no more. Hatake sword technique, one flash. A flash of white light passed. Kyo's head fell from her neck. Blood spurted from the severed throat like a fountain. Sunigakure's Chio fell. Hatake Sakumo's gaze swept around. The Sunigakure shinobi were nearly wiped out. Ebizo was covered in wounds, struggling bitterly. I'll send you off. Hatake Sakumo drew his blade again. Hatake sword technique, shatter. Countless sword auras burst from the white fangs, sweeping across Ebizo's body. Hatake Sakumo sheathed his blade. The next moment, Ebizo's body disintegrated into countless pieces, scattering on the ground. Sunigakure's Ebizo fell. All Sunigakure shinobi were annihilated. Hatake Sakumo shouted to the Konoha ninja army, "All troops, hear my order tonight. The entire force will quarter in Sunigakure. Take over all defenses, and looting of civilians is forbidden." The Konoha army dispersed, settling into Sunigakure without harming a single civilian. They set up cordons, distributed food and clean water, and repaired damaged buildings. Medical squads entered shelters to treat the wounded. Sunigakure was not destroyed, but its independence had ended. 3 days later, the village had resumed normal operations. Hatake Sakumo left 1000 Konoha ninja to garrison Sunigakure. The rest followed him back to Konohagakure. The next day, at noon, at the main gate of Konohagakure, the current 5th Hokage Hatake Kakashi personally welcomed the triumphant ninja army. Hatake Sakumo led the armies slowly to the gate. "You've worked hard, father." Kakashi stepped forward and embraced Sakumo. "Ha, that's not like you, Kakashi." Sakumo clapped Kakashi vigorously on the back twice, laughing heartily. "Haha, let's enter the village, father. And everyone, you've worked hard. This battle was splendid. A victory banquet has been prepared for you. Let's enter." Kakashi and Hatake Sakumo walked at the front. The triumphant Konoha army walked behind them. Kakashi let everyone go home first to rest and report safety to their families with the celebration at the banquet grounds built on Konoha's rear mountain that evening. The banquet grounds had been hastily constructed by Yamato yesterday after Kakashi received the news of Hatake Sakumo's victory. Time was tight, the task heavy. In a single day, Yamato built an open-air banquet ground capable of holding 10,000 people for tonight's victory feast. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Kakashi, Hatake Sakumo, and the victorious Konoha army took their seats at the banquet grounds on Konoha's rear mountain, ready to enjoy the celebration. Kakashi's seat was at the very center. At that moment, Kakashi, holding a wine cup, stood up. "Today Konoha has won more than just a war." Kakashi's voice carried across the entire banquet ground. "What we have won is the lesson for all hidden villages. Betrayal and conspiracy will eventually cost them. I declare that Sunigakure is officially renamed the Konoha Branch Village of the Wind Country, to be garrisoned by Konoha ninja forces. All expenses during the garrison period will be borne by the Konoha Branch Village of the Wind Country. Come, let us drink a toast to the victory of this war and to Konoha's expansion of territory." Having said that, Kakashi tilted his head back and drained his cup. All the Konoha ninja also stood up and followed suit, emptying their cups. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Kakashi was slightly tipsy. He instructed his father and the army to continue enjoying themselves, then returned to the Hokage's office. In the Hokage building, Kakashi sat alone in the Hokage's office. Sipping honey water, his drunkenness eased. He silently pondered his next plans. The acting Mizukage of Kirigakure Terumi has been controlled by my Mangekyo Sharingan, and the Sanigake regime has fallen. Next are Iwagakure and Kumogakure. I will make Kanehigakure stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world. I will unify the ninja world. A week later. The night was as dark as ink, soaking the wilderness at the border of the Fire Country and the Wind Country. Moonlight fell on the broken city gate of the former Sanigakure, the two giant doors that had been split open by Hatake Sakumo's single slash. Now they had been re-erected by Konoha carpenters with fire-resistant wood, and above the lintel hung a newly made wooden plaque. Konoha Branch Village of the Wind Country. Within the village the yellow sand remained, but the wind no longer howled fiercely. In its place came the footsteps of patrolling ninja, the murmurs of medical squads, and the childish voices of children reading the basics of ninjutsu in temporary classrooms. Konoha's order had quietly seeped into this once desolate land like spring rain. Now it had become a forward base of Kanehigakure. Kakashi stood atop the central tower of the Konoha Branch Village of the Wind Country, wearing the Hokage cloak, his gaze looking westward. There lay the direction of Iwagakure. The mountain ranges were like iron, stretching across the horizon like unchanging ancient fortresses. He knew the real challenge had begun. "Come on, who will be next?" he murmured softly, looking at a faint silver light on the horizon. Dawn was approaching. Kakashi stood on the tower pondering all night. He turned and descended the tower, encountering Nara Shikaka on the way. This strategist held a scroll of secret report, brow furrowed. "Something wrong?" Kakashi asked. "Worse than expected." Shikaku unrolled the scroll. "Iwagakure has declared a state of war. Inoki has summoned all Jonin as mobilizing troops, and they have formed a war alliance with Kumogakure." Kakashi's lips curled into a cold smirk. "Finally can't sit still. That old man Inoki, hiding in the mountains his whole life, now wants to be the arbiter of the ninja world. They claim that Konoha's annexation of Sanigakure destroyed the balance of the 5 Kage and is an act of aggression. What's laughable is that when they sent ninja to ambush Konoha back then, they never mentioned any balance." Kakashi looked into the distance, his eyes full of fighting spirit. "Then let them come. I've been worried about not finding an excuse to incorporate the remaining 2 pieces." He paused, his voice low yet thunderous. "Issue the order. Activate the Eye of Konoha, fully monitor every squad from Iwagakure and Kumogakure. At the same time, notify Shibi Aburame to have his insect infiltration unit secretly cross into the Land of Lightning's border and create friction. You want to provoke a war. Not provoke. Guide," Kakashi said slowly. "Let them strike first. As long as a single Kumogakure shinobi sets foot in the Land of Fire, we have the justification for a full-scale counterattack. When that time comes, if Iwagakure dares to support them, we'll eliminate them together." Shikaka was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Understood. I'll have Inoichi Yamanaka monitor the psychological fluctuations of the leaders across nations, ensuring we always hold the initiative." Kakashi gazed at the sky, dark clouds gathering slowly. "Also tell Konoha's equipment division to prepare the mass teleportation array for the Flying Thunder God Kunai. I want to deploy 10,000 elite troops to the Land of Lightning's border within 3 days. You plan to lead the campaign yourself?" "No." A faint grin curled at the corner of Kakashi's mouth. "He'll remain in Konoha. Let him go." "Him? A clone I created using would release and Mangekyo Sharingan. Pity it can only last 7 days." Kakashi said softly. "A Kakashi with Mangekyo Sharingan, the Black Raikiri Flying Thunder God, even would release, and the divine power of the Uchiha. Tell me, What do you think the shinobi of Kumogakure will think when they see him? Shikaku's pupils contracted, then a smile crept across his face. You're still the same Kakashi, only more dangerous. 3 days later, the land of lightning border. A flash of silver tore through the night sky like a meteor crashing to earth. Amid the rising dust, a cloaked shinobi stood slowly, silver hair streaking upward, face cold, the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes glowing a sinister crimson in the darkness. Behind him 10,000 Konoha elites stood in silent formation, not a word uttered. Ahead lay the border outpost of Kumogakure. Before the alarm could sound, Kakashi had already vanished from his spot. The next instant, the communications tower of the Kumogakure outpost collapsed with a thunderous roar, a black lightning bolt piercing through the entire structure. The guards had not even glimpsed their enemy before they were severed from their bodies. Konoha invasion. A jonin of Kumogakure struggled to press the alarm button. But the siren sounded for only 3 seconds before being silenced by a body flicker. Your Raikage. Kakashi stood atop the tower, gazing toward the lightning-scattered village of Kumogakure in the distance. He will soon learn what true lightning speed really means. The late autumn wind blew from the west of the land of fire, whipping up a storm of yellow sand and withered leaves cutting across the barren plain like blades. The sky was vast and desolate, twilight as bloody as a wound staining the mountains along the border of the land of lightning. It was a wasteland perpetually scarred by lightning. Charred rocks stood like tombstones, cracks split the ground as though the earth itself groaned in silence. On the wind faint thunder rumbled, not from the heavens but from murderous intent. The 10,000 Konoha elite advanced like a black tide, their steps on the scorched earth soundless yet heavy. They wore dark shinobi uniforms, the Konoha emblem on their headbands gleaming coldly in the dying sunlight. At the head of the column, a figure with silver hair stood like a mountain, his cloak flapping. The Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes revolved slowly, blood-red, reflecting the silhouette of Kumogakure in the distance. That was Kakashi, a clone created by Hatake Kakashi using wood release and Mangekyo Sharingan, possessing all the memories and combat instincts of the original, even surpassing him in battle will. He was not a man but the embodiment of war, the extension of Konoha's will. Target Kumogakure, he whispered, his voice like a cold blade in the wind. Raikage, I have come. Kumogakure. Hall of the Raikage. The Raikage sat upon a massive wooden throne, muscles piled like rock, straight eyes crackling with lightning, electricity flickering around his body. He had just received an urgent report of the border's destruction, 3 outposts obliterated in an instant, all guards killed, no survivors. Kakashi, he growled, his voice like thunder. He dares to attack first. Yes, Raikage-sama. A jonin knelt, voice trembling. The enemy has advanced to the lightning plains. Their vanguard is Kakashi with about 10,000 troops, all elites. Humph. The Raikage rose abruptly, lightning erupting across his body like golden serpents writhing. I've waited for him long enough. Today you invade my border. Hatake Kakashi, you finally bare your fangs. He grabbed his cloak and strode to the door, his roar echoing through the village. Order. Full combat readiness across all units. I will engage him personally. Kumogakure erupted into chaos in an instant. Shinobi donned armor and gripped weapons, forming ranks. Lightning released chakra interwove in the air like an electric net. Children were sent into underground shelters, elders prayed atop high towers. That night Kumogakure had no more of its proud lightning, only the weight of war. Darkness before dawn was thickest, as if the world had been soaked in ink. The wind howled, sand and stone churned the air sharp with the stench of ozone. The 10,000 Konoha elite stood arrayed behind Kakashi like a silent black tide, yet brimming with earth-shattering power. At that moment a flash of lightning blazed from the horizon. Like a meteor striking the earth, it exploded with a deafening crash, kicking up a 100-yard wall of dust. The Raikage descended from the sky, wreathed in lightning like a war god incarnate. His eyes burned like torches fixed on the silver-haired figure ahead. Hatake Kakashi, he roared, his voice shaking the land. You dare set foot on my land of lightning, slaughter my shinobi, destroy my outposts. Today I will tear you apart limb by limb to avenge them. Raikage, you are mistaken. Kakashi lifted his head slowly, the Mangekyo Sharingan gleaming coldly. It is not I who treads upon your land, it is you who have long stood on the edge of Konoha's blade. Sunigakure has fallen, Kirigakure has submitted. Now it is your turn. Arrogant. The Raikage laughed in fury, lightning gathering on his fists. Who do you think you are? The Sage of Six Paths? Or Uchiha Madara? With just you dare speak of annexing Kumogakure? It's not arrogance, Kakashi said softly, wind brushing his silver hair. It is you, who are too weak. The moment the words fell, his form vanished. The rakish pupils contracted, his body instinctively sidestepping. Boom! A black lightning bolt grazed past his shoulder, pulverizing the cliff behind into dust, filling the air with scorched earth. So fast! The Raikage's heart tightened, but instead of retreating he stepped forward, right fist clenched, lightning release, chakra surging. Lightning release, lightning flash! His arms lashed out like twin thunder dragons, two arcs of lightning crossing as they tore through the air, hurtling straight at Kakashi's face. But Kakashi did not dodge. His left hand formed a seal, right palm thrust forward. Wood release, wood dragon technique. A colossal wooden dragon erupted from the earth, its jaws opening wide to engulf the lightning flash in a single gulp. What? The Raikage's pupils shrank. Wood release. You're not Kakashi. Who are you? Kakashi sneered. I am an existence beyond your comprehension. He formed hand seals again, and a wooden dragon coiled upward, transforming into a cage, trapping the Raikage within. Lightning-style black Chidori. A pitch-black bolt of lightning erupted from Kakashi's palm, piercing through the gaps in the wooden cage and striking straight at the Raikage's heart. The Raikage roared, withstanding the attack with his lightning armor, yet the black lightning seeped into the armor's crevices like a living thing, scorching his meridians and paralyzing half his body. What? What kind of technique is this? The Raikage staggered backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, fear appearing in his eyes for the first time. Kakashi slowly approached. This is a Chidori that surpasses Chidori. It is the Black Chidori, a technique that only one possessing both the Mangekyo Sharingan and with style power can unleash. The Raikage gritted his teeth, tearing open his shirt to reveal the complex sealing patterns on his chest. Do you think this is over? I still have one final trump card. He formed hand seals and his chakra erupted like a volcano, lightning surging skyward. Secret technique, lightning style chakra mode, ultimate form. In an instant the Raikage's entire body was enveloped in golden lightning. His muscles swelled, his speed and power skyrocketed to their limits, surpassing even the peak state of the fourth Raikage. His eyes gleamed with golden light, his skin as hard as metal. With every step the ground cracked and thunder echoed. This is my true power. I sacrifice all my meridians for 3 minutes of divine speed and divine strength. In these 3 minutes I am the god of lightning. He flickered, appearing before Kakashi in an instant, and threw a punch. Lightning-style Thor's hammer. The air exploded, the ground collapsed, and the force of his fist seemed to tear space itself. Kakashi was struck, dust and smoke billowing. When the smoke cleared, Ai was astonished. Kakashi stood unscathed, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning faster. A layer of azure skeletal structure covered Kakashi's body. It was the Uchiha's divine power, Susanoo. 3 minutes. Enough, Kakashi murmured. Because I only need 7 seconds. He clasped his hands together, and his Mangekyo Sharingan abruptly contracted. Kamui double-space severance. Space twisted, and the realm where the Raikage stood was forcibly torn apart. Half was drawn into the alternate dimension, while the other half collapsed in reality. The Raikage roared, enduring the tearing force of space with his lightning armor, but his body was still pulled apart. His left arm vanished into the Kamui space. Ah! The Raikage screamed in agony, yet he did not retreat. Instead he charged at Kakashi with his remaining body, gathering the last of his chakra in his right fist. Lightning-style ultimate art, divine lightning descends. This strike was both the end of his life and his most powerful blow. Lightning descended like divine punishment, illuminating the entire wasteland as if to reduce everything to scorched earth. Kakashi closed his eyes, and when he reopened them the skeletal frame of Susanoo began to grow flesh, and then a thick layer of armor covered the flesh. The Susanoo's height also rose from 10 meters to 150 meters. Its eyes blazed like furnaces, its face and body encased in armor with wings sprouting from its back. At this moment Kakashi had activated the complete form of Susanoo. The cataclysmic lightning was entirely blocked by the Susanoo and dissipated into nothingness. Impossible. The Raikage knelt, the light fading from his eyes. Who are you? Kakashi walked up to him and said softly, I am the future of Konoha. And you are the past. He raised his hand, a wisp of black lightning coiling around his fingertip, then gently touched the Raikage's forehead. Lightning-style black Chidori, finale. The Raikage's body slowly disintegrated and the black lightning reduced to ashes scattered by the wind. The fourth Raikage had fallen. While Kakashi clashed with the Raikage, the Konoha army had already split into 3 routes, launching a full-scale assault on Kumogakure. On the left flank, Shikaku Nara commanded, with Inoichi Yamanaka and Choza Akimichi leading the raid on the north gate. Yamanaka clan mind body switch technique. Dozens of Yamanaka ninjas formed hand seals simultaneously, and a tide of chakra surged forth, instantly taking control of the north gate guard's consciousness. Akimichi clan expansion technique. Choza transformed into a giant, smashing the city gate with a single palm strike. Konoha ninjas poured in like a flood. Kumogakure ninjas fought back fiercely, lightning and fire styles interweaving, turning the battlefield into a hellish inferno. On the right flank, Shibi Abirame led the insect infiltration unit, infiltrating through the underground. Abirame clan insect clone technique. Countless insect shadows emerged from beneath the earth, devouring the chakra of Kumogakure ninjas and cutting off communications. Insect-style sealing barrier. A layer of black insect web enveloped the south gate, blocking reinforcements. Kumogakure ninjas retreated in terror. It's Shibi Abirame. Retreat. In the Central Army, Tsukumo Hatake personally led 5,000 elites in a frontal assault. Hatake sword-style 1 flash. A silver light flashed, and 3 Jonin heads fell to the ground. Inazuka clan Fong passing Fong. A combined whirlwind of 2 ninjas tore through enemy lines. Hyuga clan 8 trigram 64 palms, empty palm. Chakra shockwaves swept the battlefield and Kumogakure ninjas fell like wheat. Inside Kumogakure, fires raged. Children wept in shelters. Surrender! A Jonin roared. The Raikage is dead. Further fighting is meaningless. Yet loyalists still shouted. The dignity of Kumogakure shall not be trampled. Fight to the death. The battle raged for an entire night. At dawn, the lightning of Kumogakure finally extinguished. Kakashi stood at the village entrance with 8,000 Konoha elites behind him. 2,000 Konoha elites had perished in the recent battle. Inside the village, the surviving ninjas slowly lowered their weapons and knelt in surrender. Those who surrender shall not be killed, Kakashi said calmly. Those who resist will meet the same fate as the Raikage. He turned, gazing at the rising sun in the east, and murmured, I did it. In Konoha, inside the Hokage's office, Kakashi was reviewing documents when he suddenly sensed the vibration of a flying thunder god kunai. He reached out and took it. An image materialized. Kakashi stood at the entrance of Kumogakure, behind him the surrendering ninjas, his voice transmitting. The Raikage is dead. Kumogakure has surrendered. Mission complete. Kakashi's lips curled into a faint smile, and he said softly, Good. He stood up, walked to the window, and gazed into the distance. The branch village in the Land of Wind was secure. Kumogakure had submitted. Kirigakure had yielded, leaving only Iwagakure isolated. Anoki, will you still resist? He picked up his pen, circled the Iwagakure location on the map, and wrote 4 characters: Unify the Ninja World. He closed his eyes, and in his mind appeared the figure of his father Tsukumo Hatake, and the smile of the 4th Hokage. Sensei Kakashi has not disappointed your expectations. The will of fire of Konoha shall illuminate the entire ninja world. The autumn wind still blew from the west, carrying the scent of dust and withered leaves. But this time the wind carried a hint of blood and lightning. The banners of Konoha were planted one by one on the lands of the wind and lightning countries. And that silver-haired figure like a legend spread throughout the ninja world. He is Kakashi, the son of the White Fawn, the Hokage of Konoha, the Terminator of the ninja world, within the hidden rock village. The Tsuchikage Tower. An uninvited guest entered the Tsuchikage's office. The man wore a black cloak with red clouds and a conical hat. Beneath the hat a pair of shrewd beady eyes gleamed with cunning. This uninvited guest was none other than the Akatsuki's financial steward, Kakuzu. Have you made your decision, Lord Tsuchikage? For a mere 10 billion ryo the Akatsuki will commit all its forces to repel the Leaf's assault. Kakuzu attempted to persuade Inoki to close this monumental deal. Inoki let out a deep sigh. Then he nodded. I accept. For 10 billion ryo I hire you 10 rank rogue ninja to defend my village against the Leaf's attack. Upon hearing this a grin of ecstasy spread across Kakuzu's face. Inoki then produced a scroll and handed it to Kakuzu. Here is 5 billion ryo as the down payment, the remainder will be paid upon completion. Kakuzu snatched the scroll and tucked it safely against his chest. No problem. The Akatsuki's credit is impeccable. I'll report back to our leader. We'll be here before the Leaf attacks. With that he vanished in an instant. The first light of dawn, carrying a chill of cold harshness, barely penetrated the thick leaden clouds above the canyon. The light fell upon the jagged rocks, casting mottled distorted shadows like countless lurking beasts waiting to tear apart any intruder. 30,000 Konoha ninjas stood like a silent forest at the canyon's entrance. They no longer murmured or adjusted their gear, all their focus was fixed on the solitary figure ahead. The air seemed frozen, breath held in check. Only the low hum of chakra coursing through their meridians gathered into an invisible pressure that made the ground tremble beneath their feet. On the high cliff Hatake Kakashi stood against the wind. The hem of his Hokage cloak flapped violently in the mountain breeze. He bowed his head slightly, his gaze, through that ever-present mask of nonchalance, fixed on the distant fog-shrouded battlefield. His left eye, the Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Obito, now glowed with an eerie crimson light. 3 tomo rotated slowly within the blood-red iris like a miniature vortex ready to devour everything. His right eye, an empty socket housing Uchiha Shirsoi's eyeball, was a deep abyss of pitch black like the edge of the universe, hiding the terrifying power to rewrite reality. Kodo Amatsukami. Ha! Kakashi exhaled softly. A white mist dissipated instantly in the cold air. On the other side of the battlefield the fog parted as if pushed by an invisible hand, and 10 silhouettes gradually emerged. They wore black cloaks adorned with red clouds. Those eerie red patches stood out starkly in the gray canyon like 10 spider lilies blooming atop a mountain of corpses and blood. The Akatsuki assembled in full force. Kakuzu stood at the forefront, his stitched face now twisted into a greedy, cruel grin. Between his rough fingers was a huge check signed by Inoki. The paper rustled in the wind, a crisp sound that seemed to accompany the beating of his heart. 10 billion ryo, he muttered, his voice coarse as sandpaper. If I can hold back this assault, this money will let me live comfortably to 200 years old. Haiden, standing beside him, licked his cracked lips, excitedly twirling his 3-bladed scythe with a whistle. He could taste the killing intent in the air, and it made the blood in his veins boil. Damn, this smell gets me fired up. He sneered, eyes blazing with fanaticism. Who should I pick first to sacrifice to the Lord? Kisame hoisted the massive samahata over his shoulder, the serrated edge gleaming coldly. His fish-like eyes locked onto Kakashi, a grin stretching to his ears, revealing a mouthful of shark teeth. Hehe, the legendary Sharingan Kakashi. I wonder if your blood tastes as good as they say. Itachi stood quietly in the rear, dressed entirely in black, his expression detached. He said nothing, but his deep red eyes swept across the battlefield as if in contemplation, as if in farewell. Kakashi slowly raised his right hand, fingers spread palm, gathering a faint yet heart-stopping bolt of lightning. Zzzt. The minute crackle of electricity rang out starkly in the dead silence of the battlefield. 30,000 Konoha ninja knelt on one knee simultaneously, their right hands over their hearts, and let out a roar that shook the heavens for the Hokage. For Konoha. The wave of sound surged like a tide, piercing the clouds, making the cliffs on both sides tremble. Kakashi clenched his 5 fingers and the lightning dissipated. He moved, shooting forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. Attack! The instant battle erupted. Kakuzu's murky eyes blazed with a fierce light. Without hesitation, he unleashed his signature technique. Earth-style Earth Dragon Jutsu. With a low shout, the earth quaked violently, and a dragon made of solid rock roared up from beneath his feet. The Earth Dragon opened its massive maw, charging straight at Kakashi with crushing force. At the same time, the 5 hearts of rogue ninja from different villages inside him began pounding wildly, and 5 types of chakra erupted like a volcano. Kakashi's gaze remained calm. His left eye's Mangekyo focused slightly. Kamui. No elaborate hand signs, no thunderous roar. Space twisted and shattered before him like fragile glass. The fury-charged Earth Dragon, just 3 meters from Kakashi, had its head torn apart by an invisible force, crushed into countless pebbles, and sucked into another dimension. What? Kakuzu's pupils shrank, a chill rising from his soles. In nearly a century of life he had never seen such a bizarre space-time jutsu. You're too slow. Kakashi's voice seemed to come from all directions. The next second a phantom of his form remained, while he himself had instantly teleported behind Kakuzu. In the palm of his right hand the shrill lightning had coalesced into a shape, emitting a piercing screech like 1,000 birds. Raikiri. Earth-style Rock Fist Jutsu. At the brink of death, Kakuzu's battle instinct saved him. He slammed his hand into the ground, and a giant rock fist erupted from beneath Kakashi's feet in an attempt to block the Raikiri's thrust. Boom! Lightning and rock collided instantly, unleashing a deafening explosion. The violent chakra shockwave hurled debris dozens of meters away. Kakashi's Raikiri cut through the rock fist like a hot knife through butter, leaving a charred bone-deep wound across Kakuzu's back. Keijichi. Kakuzu grunted, rolling forward with the impact to put distance between them. He glanced at the wound on his back. The cells there were being ravaged by the lightning chakra, refusing to heal. Bastard! How dare you underestimate me? Jiao Du was utterly enraged. He crossed his hands over his chest, his 10 fingers weaving hand seals at lightning speed, while the 5 hearts within his body roared like 5 high-speed engines, unleashing a cataclysmic energy capable of destroying heaven and earth. Fire, release head hardening. Wind, release pressure damage. Lightning, release false darkness. Water, release water shark missile technique. Earth, release earth clone technique. In an instant the very heavens and earth shifted. Blazing flames roared like a dragon of fire, fierce winds cut like blades, lightning bolts surged like giant pythons, waves of water pounced like sharks, and rocks swung like colossal fists. 5 rank ninjutsu of varying elemental natures intertwined into an impenetrable net of death, descending upon Kakashi from 5 different directions, leaving no angle of escape. Faced with this terrifying assault capable of leveling a small hill in an instant, Kakashi's right eye twitched slightly. A faint gleam of Jishu's Mangekyo flickered deep within his gaze. Beyond-Kage instant alteration. This was a high-level application that interfered with the opponent's subconscious mind solely through pupil power without requiring direct eye contact. At the moment Jiao Du initiated his attack, Kakashi had already subtly rewritten the trajectory of his lightning release false darkness. Boom! That pitch-black lightning bolt, originally aimed directly at Kakashi's forehead, twisted eerily in midair and struck the incoming water release water shark missile technique with pinpoint accuracy. Fire and water are incompatible. Lightning and water clashed violently. A massive explosion erupted right before Jiao Du's eyes. Steam and electrical currents instantly engulfed the battlefield, and before Jiao Du could even let out a scream, he was consumed by the backlash of his own ninjutsu. It's over, Kakashi murmured as his left eye activated Kamui once more. At the chaotic epicenter of the explosion, space twisted again. Jiao Du's body, still struggling to reassemble along with his 5 beating hearts, was forcibly dragged and torn apart by an irresistible gravitational pull, vanishing utterly from this world. The Akatsuki's financial steward, the immortal monster wielding the forbidden technique. Earth Grudge Fear. along with his insatiable greed for money, were sealed forever in the eternal darkness of a different dimension. Damn it! That idiot Jiao Du! Fei Duan, far from feeling fear at Jiao Du's instantaneous demise, grew even more excited. He laughed maniacally, pulling his three-section scythe etched with cursed seals from the leather pouch at his waist. Awesome! Kakashi! Your blood must be delicious. You'll use it to sacrifice to God and condemn your soul to eternal torment. Fei Duan swung his scythe, wildly charging at Kakashi like a phantom, the blade tracing a bizarre arc. Instead of retreating, Kakashi advanced. Jishu's Mangekyo in his right eye instantly locked onto Fei Duan's gaze. Tianxin purification. An intangible mental wave immediately invaded Fei Duan's mind, forcibly severing his connection to the curse technique death possession blood ritual. Fei Duan felt a ringing in his head, the once clear diagram of the curse seal blurred instantly. What? My curse? How did my curse stop working? Fei Duan was horrified to find that his vaunted immortality and curse ability had become utterly ineffective in that moment. Your faith is worthless before absolute power. Kakazai's voice was as cold as iron. He formed seals with his left hand, chakra surging. Kamui intangibility. His body turned translucent in an instant. Fei Duan's scythe, laden with poison and curses, passed straight through Kakazai's form without even grazing his clothes. Wah! What the hell is this thing? Fei Duan was completely panicked. Sage Art Black Chidori. Kakazai's voice came from behind him. Fei Duan spun around abruptly. There in Kakazai's right hand, a mass of pitch-black lightning, exuding terrifying heat and corrosive energy, crackled wildly. This was no ordinary Chidori, it was an ultimate lightning technique fused with natural energy and dark chakra. Chidori. Stream. Instead of thrusting directly, Kakashi dispersed the black Chidori outward in all directions. Countless black lightning bolts, like sentient serpents, instantly blanketed an area 10 meters around. Sizzle. Fei Duan's vaunted, immortal body emitted a sound like red-hot iron plunged into water the moment it contacted the black lightning. His skin, muscles, and bones began to carbonize and corrode rapidly. What is this? What is this? Fei Duan let out a miserable scream, madly trying to retreat, but it was too late. Kakazai's figure appeared behind him like a ghost, and the black Chidori in his right hand pierced deep into Fei Duan's back. Thud! No blood gushed out, only black lightning raged inside Fei Duan, instantly destroying all his nerves and internal organs. You're not human. Fei Duan turned his head with difficulty, his eyes filled with despair and confusion. Kakashi withdrew the Chidori, and Fei Duan's body, like a charred log, toppled over, stiffly devoid of any life. Bastard! You killed Fei Duan! Gui Jiao roared, his massive frame crashing down on Kakashi like a small mountain. The great sword Samahata in his hand seemed to smell blood, the sawteeth on its blade trembling greedily, emitting sucking sounds. Water release great shark missile technique. Gui Jiao opened his mouth wide, and a colossal shark, made of high-density water, roared forth from his throat. Not only was this water shark enormous, but it also contained Gui Jiao's vast chakra. As it moved, it gouged a bottomless trench across the ground. Kakazai's hands moved rapidly, forming seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. Would release would clone technique. Instantly dozens of Kakashi appeared on the battlefield. Half of them were chakra solidified shadow clones, while the other half were wood clones, made of solid timber. These clones simultaneously formed seals and chanted in unison. Wind release Raisin Shuriken. Dozens of spiraling shurikens glowing with azure light and vibrating with ultra-high-frequency chakra rained down like a devastating meteor shower, smashing hard into the giant water shark. Boom! An unprecedented explosion erupted. The ultimate collision of water and wind created a terrifying shockwave and billowing mist. The entire canyon shook violently, and countless rocks tumbled down the cliffs. Under cover of the dense mist, Gui Jiao's figure glided across the water like a true shark. He grinned savagely, his Samahata swelling to the size of a wall as it came crashing down on Kakashi. Water clone explosion! At the same time, dozens of Grey Jiao's water clones emerged from puddles and pools around them. These water clones clung to Kakashi like parasitic maggots preparing to self-destruct. Kakashi's left Mangekyo Sharingan whirled wildly in that moment. Kamui chain! Without opting to evade, he directly unleashed a large-scale spatial distortion. Centered on him, the space within a 20-meter radius simultaneously twisted and shattered. The water clones that lunged at him along with Kisame's main body were all forcibly dragged into another dimension in an instant. What? How is this possible? Kisame watched in horror as his limbs were torn apart by spatial rifts, unable to control his own body. Before my Kamui, your water clones are merely slightly wetter targets. Kakashi's form appeared atop Kisame, the Chidori in his hand blazing with dazzling light. Chidori pierce. This strike precisely pierced into Kisame's fish-like mouth agape with terror and penetrated his brain. Humph. Kakashi, you're not half bad. A low husky voice came from the mist, echoing like ripples in water. But you still missed. The fog parted and a colossal figure stepped forth. He stood nearly 3 meters tall, muscles knotted like rock, his skin an ashen blue-green and his eyes bulging like a fish's. The enormous blade, Samahata, taller than himself, greedily absorbed moisture from the air, its serrated edge gleaming with a cold blue light. Kisame grinned, revealing rows of sharp teeth. This sword of mine hasn't tasted the blood of a Sharingan in a long time. Today it will feast. Kakashi slowly stood still, the Mangekyo Sharingan in his left eye revolving faintly while the power of Shizui's eye quietly circulated in his right. He could sense that Kisame's chakra was vast as the deep sea and that Samahata could absorb an opponent's chakra for its own use. Kisame, you were once the tailless tailed beast of the mists, but now you're merely a lackey of the Akatsuki. Kakashi's voice was calm yet carried an unyielding pressure. Put down the sword and it'll grant you a clean death. Ha! Kisame burst into wild laughter, shaking the valley. A clean death. I, Kisame, have roamed the ninja world my whole life. I don't know how to write the word surrender. Today let me use this blade to split you in half and let the entire ninja world know who is the true water sovereign. The moment his words fell, Kisame stomped the ground, cracking it into a web of fissures. He raised Samahata high with both hands and his chakra erupted like a tsunami. Water release, great shark bullet technique. He abruptly opened his mouth wide, spewing out a massive water sphere condensed from high-density chakra. The sphere rapidly transformed in midair into a giant shark tens of meters long, composed of water compressed to its extreme. Its jaws crackled with lightning, and it roared as it lunged at Kakashi. Where it passed, the ground was gouged into bottomless ravines and debris vaporized instantly. Kakashi's gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating, he advanced. Lightning release, Chidori. He gathered lightning in his right hand, his form like a bolt charging straight at the water shark. The Chidori and the water shark collided in midair. Boom! The ultimate clash of lightning and water erupted with a deafening thunder. Steam and electricity interwove into a web, and the shockwave flung rocks within 100 meters into the air. Utilizing the penetrating power of the Chidori, Kakashi tore a gap in the water shark's head and burst through. What? Kisame's pupils constricted. You dared to take my great shark bullet, heathen. Your water release is strong but too slow. Kakashi shook off the water droplets from his Chidori and said coldly, And you rely too much on Samahata. Enough chatter. Kisame roared. Water release, water clone technique. In an instant, dozens of water clones identical to the original materialized from the ground, the air, and even from Kakashi's own shadow, wielding Samahata and surrounding him from all directions. Each clone possessed 70% of the original strength and shared perception, making it one of the most troublesome group combat techniques in the ninja world. Finally, something interesting. Kakashi's lips curled slightly as his hands formed seals rapidly. Multiple shadow clone technique. Would release, would clone technique. Instantly 20 Kakashis appeared on the battlefield. Half were shadow clones solid with chakra and the other half were wood clones formed from sturdy timber, each wielding kunai and chidori as they faced Kisame's water clones. Bam! 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 Explosions echoed continuously. Lightning and water surged together, wood chips and water droplets flew. Though Kisame's water clones were strong, Kakashi's shadow clones coupled with the wood clones' defense achieved perfect tactical coordination. Wind release Raisin Shuriken. Lightning release Chidori Blade. Wood release Wood Dragon Technique. Various ninjutsu crossed the battlefield. Kisame's water clones were defeated one after another, but each time one was destroyed, new water clones regenerated from the water. Useless. Kisame sneered. As long as I have water I can regenerate endlessly. Can you afford to keep this up? Kakashi stood in the center of the battlefield, closing his eyes slightly. The Mangekyo Sharingan in his left eye slowly revolved in its socket, the power of Kamui unfolding silently. Kamui Insight. In his spatial distorted vision he clearly saw the chakra core of each water clone. They were not completely independent but connected to Kisame's main body by an extremely fine chakra thread. As long as he severed that thread, all the water clones would collapse instantly. Flying Thunder God Mark. He discreetly embedded a special kunai into the ground, marking Kisame's main bodice position. Now it's my turn. Kakashi flickered, activating Flying Thunder God to appear behind Kisame's main body. What? Kisame was startled and hurriedly swung Samehada to block. Kamui Intangibility. Kakashi's body half merged into another dimension, allowing Samehada's blade to pass through his phantasmal chest without causing any harm. Thighs. What kind of jutsu is this? Kisame found in terror that his attack had missed. Before my Kamui, your water clones are merely slightly wetter targets, Kakashi said coldly, thrusting his right hand with Chidori. Chidori Hard Pierce. PSSH. Lightning pierced Kisame's right shoulder, dark chakra corroding his meridians and preventing cell regeneration. Kisame roared forcefully, breaking free and retreating rapidly. You actually managed to hurt me. He looked down at the charred wound on his shoulder, wariness appearing in his eyes for the first time. Did you think only you could absorb chakra? Kakashi said coldly. But my Chidori is enhanced by Kamui. His right eye Shijui's Mangekyo spun faintly. Kodo Amatsukami's suppression. An invisible mental wave invaded Kisame's consciousness, freezing his movements. No. Kakashi activated Flying Thunder God, teleporting above Kisame, both hands raising, the Chidori chakra madly converging. Sage Art Black Chidori Deep Sea Funeral. This strike fused Senjutsu chakra, the pinnacle of lightning release, and the spatial power of Kamui. The blade of the Chidori was wreathed in pitch-black flames, as if about to ignite the entire ocean. No! Kisame roared, attempting to block with Samehada. But the instant the Chidori touched Samehada, a bizarre scene unfolded. Samehada, the legendary blade that could absorb all chakra, began to tremble violently, its serrated edge emitting a pained moan. It absorbed Kakashi's Chidori but could not withstand the Kamui power and dark chakra within it, its internal chakra circuits instantly overloaded. Crack! Boom! Samehada exploded from within, shards scattering everywhere. My sword! My Samehada! Kisame fell to his knees, his eyes filled with disbelief. Kakashi slowly descended the Chidori, pointing at his throat. You were once the pride of the mists, but you became the Akatsuki's butcher. Today your killing ends here. Kisame raised his head, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth, yet he still grinned. Kakashi. You win. But I, Kisame, die on my feet, not on my knees. He formed hand seals, his chakra reversing wildly within his body. Water release self-destruction technique. Want to die together? Kakashi's eyes turned cold. Kamui. Space twisted and Kisame's body, on the verge of explosion, was instantly sucked into another dimension. Seconds later a muffled explosion rumbled from that dimension, then silence. The wind scattered the mist of the battlefield. Kakashi dispelled the Chidori and looked into the distance. Rest in peace, Kisame. In your next life perhaps being an ordinary fisherman suits you better. He turned his cloak fluttering in the wind. When the afterimage of Guijiao completely annihilated within the alien space, the battlefield's air seemed to freeze into ice. Before the thick fog had fully dissipated, a slender figure had already quietly stood among the ruins like a ghost stepping out of a scroll. He wore a black coat with red clouds, the hem lightly fluttering, his hair as dark as ink, and his face pale as snow. Those eyes, a crimson Xiaolunian with 3 Goyus slowly rotating so deep they seemed able to devour souls. He carried no weapon, yet plunged the entire battlefield into dead silence. Yuzhibo you. He quietly gazed at Kakashi, his eyes devoid of killing intent, devoid of anger, only a calmness akin to compassion. Kakashi. His voice was as soft as a whisper, yet it pierced through the wind with clarity. You have already reached this point. Kakashi slowly raised his eyes. The Wanhuolong Xiaolunian in his left eye trembled slightly, while Zishui's pupil power silently circulated in his right eye. He could sense that Yu's chakra was not violent but as deep and still as an abyss, like a stagnant pool, yet secretly harboring towering waves. You, Kakashi replied in a low voice. You don't need to stand here. You are not a puppet of Shao, you are the hero of the last glory of Yuzhibo. Hero. A faint smile curled at the corner of Yu's lips, yet the smile was filled with bitterness. I slaughtered my entire clan, betrayed my homeland, and lived in obscurity in the darkness for over a decade. Am I worthy of being called a hero? You did it for the peace of my... Kakashi stepped forward. You bore all the sins just to protect that glimmer of hope. I have always known. Yu's eyes flickered for a moment but soon returned to coldness. But now you intend to raise Yenin and unify the ninja world in the name of peace. Do you truly believe that order established by force is peace? This is not force, it is the necessity to end chaos. Kakazai's voice was firm. Daimyo is senile, colluding with the Shao organization, betraying the future of the ninja world. And you, if you still have your heart in you should stand by my side. But I have no way back. Yu slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his Xiaolunian had transformed into the Wanhuolong, radiating a suffocating pressure. Then, let me use Yuedu to show you the true ending. In an instant the sky and earth changed color. Kakashi only felt darkness before his eyes, and the next moment he found himself in a blood-red world. The sky was dark red, the ground was dark red, and even the air was thick with a rusty smell of blood. He looked down, and found himself wearing the Huiyin cloak, but in his hand was a blood-stained lechia, and at his feet lay countless corpses of my ninja. No, he murmured. In the distance Mingren lay on the ground, his throat pierced. Suju knelt before the Yuzhibo shrine blind, holding a broken Saudi jian in his hand. Xiao Ying's medical kit was scattered, and in her hand she still gripped an undelivered kuwa. What is this? Kakazai's voice trembled. This is the peace you seek. Yu's voice came from all directions. You unified the ninja world by force, but you have provoked even fiercer resistance. Waging war under the name of revenge, Mai has been reduced to ruins in the flames of battle. Everything you cherished has been destroyed because of your justice. Kakazai's eyes turned bloodshot and he roared. This is not real. I won't let this happen. It is true. Yu's figure appeared before him, his Xiaolunian as cold as a god's. You trust too much in your own power, but you have forgotten that a ninja's will can never be subdued by conquest. Kakashi abruptly looked up, his left Wanhuolong spinning wildly. Shui. Space warped and a huge crack appeared in the blood-red sky of the Yuedu world. Kakashi used the power of Shui to forcefully tear apart the illusion space, his body oscillating between reality and illusion. You actually used Shui to counter Yuedu. Surprise appeared in Yu's eyes for the first time. Your Yuedu is a god weaving dreams. Kakashi slowly stood up, his right eye's Jishui Wanhuolong swirling. And my Betianshin is a god rewriting dreams. Betianshin break. An invisible spiritual wave swept through the entire Yuedu space like a tide. Yu's pupil power began to shake violently and countless cracks appeared in the Yuedu world. Impossible. Impossible. Yu growled. Beteon-shin requires direct eye contact to activate. How could you? I planted the mark of Beteon-shin into your subconscious the moment you gazed at me. The Uedo world collapsed with a roar. In the real world you staggered backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, the light in his Xylonian flickering slightly. You. Actually. He raised his head with difficulty. Used Sishi's eyes. Against me. This is not against, it is redemption. Kakashi walked slowly closer. You have borne too much. You don't need to fight anymore. But I must fight. You panted, but his fingers still tightly gripped the kawu. This is my fate. And my final protection for my... He suddenly formed hand seals and a blood-red light surged in his Xylonian. Tia now. Black flames like hellish snakes instantly spread at Kakashi's feet. But Kakashi was prepared. He activated Shui and sucked Tianzhao into the alien space. Your Tianzhao is ineffective against me. Kakashi pressed his hands together, and his right eye's Jishui Wanwulong radiated its final light. Beteon-shin final rewrite. This time he was no longer just interfering with Yu's will but directly rewriting his core beliefs. From now on you are no longer a member of Shao, no longer a vengeful ghost. You are the protector of the redeemer of Yuzibo. Your mission is to protect, not to destroy. Yu's body trembled violently and the light in his Xylonian gradually dimmed. He fell to his knees, the kawu was slipping from his hand. I, he murmured. I want to go home. Kakashi stepped forward and gently supported Yu's faltering body. You have wanted to go back for a long time, haven't you? Yu raised his head, tears glistening in his eyes. I have never truly left. With the last of his strength he pressed the scroll into Kakashi's hand. This is all the intelligence of Shao. Kakashi gripped the scroll tightly and nodded heavily. A relieved smile slowly spread across Yu's lips. Suddenly Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. You! Kakashi reached out to support Yu. Unfortunately Yu swayed and collapsed. Kakashi! For me! Look at the cherry blossoms of my... His voice faded away and he was gone. The wind blew across the battlefield bringing a hint of early spring warmth. Kakashi stood still gazing at Yu's body, long silent. You were never darkness. You are the most silent light of my... He turned and looked toward Yenying village, his Huiying cloak rustling in the wind. Deep in the gorge the wind cut like a knife, swirling layers of sand and gravel, howling through the broken cliffs with a wailing moan. The sky was gloomy, leaden clouds pressing down as if the 6 paths of gods were watching the mortal slaughter. In the distance the broken mountain ridges resembled the bones of a giant beast, the exposed rock layers covered with battle scars, charred marks telling of the fall of countless ninjas before. The air was thick with the rusty scent of blood and the burnt odor of chakra combustion, so much so that even birds dared not fly over this land of death. Sasori of the red sand and Deidara stood side by side, their black coats, with red clouds flapping loudly in the gale like 2 spider lilies blooming in the dead silence. Sasori was short, hidden within the puppet shell of Hiriko, his silver hair like silk, his gaze as cold as millennia-old ice. His hands were crossed over his chest, his 10 fingers precise as machinery, each chakra thread seeming an extension of his nerves. When he spoke not a word, he was like a forgotten ancient weapon, exuding an aura of death and silence. Deidara, in contrast, was entirely different. He was young and wild, his golden hair flying in the wind, his blue eyes burning with an almost pathological artistic frenzy. Standing on his clay bird, he curled his lips into a defiant smile, kneading the last lump of special clay in his hand, as if sculpting his own funeral masterpiece. He whispered at times, laughed aloud at others, as if this life-and-death battle was merely the final curtain of his artistic career. And their opponent was the man at the pinnacle of the ninja world, the 5th Hokage, Hatake Kakashi. He stood on the high cliff, the Hokage cloak fluttering in the wind like an unyielding battle flag. His silver hair cascaded like a waterfall over his shoulders, his mouth tightly set beneath the mask revealing only those deep, profound eyes. In his left eye Obito Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotated the tomo swirling in crimson as if calculating the trajectory of life and death. In his right eye Shizui's Mangekyo was profound as an abyss concealing the great power to rewrite reality. He stuck his hands into the pockets of his ninja pants, his posture seemingly casual yet like a drawn bow ready to unleash earth-shattering power at any moment. Kakashi. Sasori's voice emerged from the puppet's throat, cold and mechanical like sand scraping against rock. You unified the ninja world through force. Have you ever considered that true art is a stillness that transcends time? It is to freeze life at its most perfect moment, like this body of mine, eternal and immortal. Deidara sneered beside him, looking up at the sky with fervent light in his eyes. Stillness. That is lifeless. True art is the moment of explosion, the glory of destruction. It is the light and heat of that instant that ignites the world. Kakashi, let me send you into eternal art with C4. Kakashi did not answer. He merely raised his right hand slightly, the lightning cutter gathering in his palm, emitting a crackling sound like 1,000 birds singing together or a thunderous roar. The lightning light cast upon his stern profile, outlining a resolute contour. He pressed slightly with his feet, shattering the rock, yet there was no sound, as if even the earth dared not disturb this impending battle of gods. Your art is nothing but an excuse for slaughter. He finally spoke, his voice soft yet piercing like a cold blade cutting through the wind and sand straight to the soul. And my mission is to end this chaos, to let the will of Konoha shine upon the entire ninja world. Before his words faded, 3 figures leaped simultaneously, so fast that they left afterimages in the air like 3 meteors tearing through the sky, ripping apart the gorge's dead silence. Sasori of the red sand launched the first attack. He formed seals with his hands, his movements precise as machinery, his knuckles slightly stiff from years of puppet manipulation. The scroll on his back unfurled suddenly, chakra surging like a river carrying a mixed scent of decay and metal. Ninja art mechanism, light shield seal formation. Dozens of puppets burst out from the scroll, instantly forming a tight defensive formation. These puppets varied in form, some like wild beasts with exposed fangs and red glowing eyes, some like samurai holding blades moving in unison, some even retained human faces with hollow eye sockets and frozen expressions of terror at the moment of death. They were the ninja he had hunted in life, transformed into his collection of puppets. Shields, interlocked blades stood like a forest, protecting Sasori at the center like a moving steel fortress, cold and merciless. Puppet manipulation, thread strangle. Dozens of chakra threads as thin as hair entangled from all directions like an invisible spider web. The threads glowed with a cold blue light under the sun, accompanied by the screech of cutting air attempting to trap Kakashi to death. Kakashi advanced instead of retreating. His left eye, the Sharingan, instantly perceived the weakness, the connection points of the threads and the puppet's chakra circuits. He moved like the wind, lightning cutter in hand, each swing precisely severing the threads with sparks flying. Kamui! Space warped, and a puppet in a dead angle of the formation was instantly sucked into another dimension, exploding violently, its fragments turning to nothing in the alien space. Space-time ninjutsu is indeed troublesome. Sasori snorted coldly, pulling his hands abruptly. But my puppets are not all there is. Ninja art puppet performance, 100 puppets, heaven and earth net. In an instant, hundreds of puppets attacked simultaneously from underground, the air, and all directions. Some spat poison needles with a greenish glow that would corrode upon contact, some released corrosive chakra streams that left deep pits in the ground and turned rock into pus, some launched high-speed melee assaults, blades cutting through the air with harsh shrieks. The entire battlefield instantly became a moving death maze, perilous at every turn, even the wind carrying the scent of death. Kakashi quickly retreated, his feet gouging deep cracks in the rock as his hands formed seals like lightning. Multi-shadow clone technique. Wood style wood clone technique. Dozens of Kakashis appeared simultaneously, each unleashing lightning cutter shuriken, and wind style engaging in fierce combat with the puppet army. Lightning clashed with blades, sparks flying everywhere. The wood clones endured poison needles with their tough bodies, buying time for the original. When shadow clones were destroyed, they dissipated into white smoke, while wood clones shattered into wooden blocks with dull thuds. Wood style wood dragon technique. A gigantic wooden dragon burst from the ground, its maw wide open, charging at Sasori of the red sand with crushing momentum. Where the wood dragon passed, puppets were flung aside, debris flying like leaves in a storm. Earth-style rock fist technique. Sasori manipulated the third Kazekage puppet, punching forward as rock condensed into a giant fist, colliding head-on with the wood dragon. With a thunderous blast, the shockwave pushed nearby puppets back several steps, the ground cracking like a spiderweb. Kakashi seized the moment to use Flying Thunder God marked slash, teleporting behind him, his lightning cutter blazing with dazzling blue light, thrusting straight at the heart connection point. Kamui intangibility. His body partially merged into another dimension, evading Sasori's counterattack. The lightning cutter scraped against the puppet armor, producing a harsh metallic screech and sparks. Pfft. The lightning pierced through its shoulder blade, but what struck was a substitute puppet. Wood splinters and gears scattered, the puppet's eyes still holding an eerie smile. "You think that's enough to kill me?" Sasori's voice came from high above, tinged with mockery and coldness, echoing through the gorge, lingering long. Deidara had already ascended, riding his giant clay bird, kneading the last lump of special clay in his hands, his eyes burning with artistic frenzy. He threw his head back in laughter, his golden hair wildly dancing in the wind like a mad artist about to complete his final masterpiece. Art is an explosion. Kakashi, behold the true ultimate art of C4. He hurled the clay with sudden force, and in an instant it coalesced into a colossal clay birdhumanoid figure, C4 Garuda. The entire canyon was stained a murky yellow, the air warped from the searing heat. The birdhumanoid's chest began to swell violently, chakra rippling like a tsunami across the battlefield, shaking even the distant cliffs. Boom! A colossal explosion engulfed the entire canyon. The shockwave pulverized rocks dozens of meters high, igniting the very air into a sea of flame. The epicenter reached thousands of degrees, enough to vaporize steel instantly. The flames devoured everything like a monstrous beast, consuming even the shadows. Kakashi had already activated Kamui, drawing the core of the blast into another dimension, emerging unscathed. He stood his ground, cloak fluttering faintly, his gaze as cold as ice. Senpo Kuro Chidori Kuzan. He brandished a blade of pitch-black lightning, crackling with natural energy from sage arts, and the corrosive power of dark chakra charging toward Deidara like a phantom. Wherever the Chidori passed, the air was torn asunder, leaving a charred trail like a judgment scar carved by the gods. Futon Sabakudeso. Deidara commanded the clay bird to unleash a sandstorm. The grains were laced with poison and chakra-cutting force, like countless tiny kunai trying to trap Kakashi in place. Suten Sujin Hiki. Kakashi countered with a wall of water. The water and poisoned sand collided, hissing and corroding, steam billowing across the battlefield like hellish mist. But Deidara had already laid clay traps. Kibaka Kumo. The ground suddenly erupted, dozens of clay spiders ambushing from beneath, incredibly fast and snaring Kakashi's legs in an instant. Kamui Rensa. Kakashi warped space to draw all explosions into another dimension unharmed. You can't escape. Kakashi's voice was cold, Chidori in hand, eyes like lightning. Your explosions before my Kamui are merely louder fireworks. Kakashi did not rush to attack. He stood at the center of the battlefield, cloak gently lifted by the wind, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's. He knew well that Sasori's puppet system was extremely complex and Deidara's aerial mobility was formidable. Without breaking their coordination, the battle would become a protracted struggle. He formed hand seals, chakra flowing silently. Mokutan Mokubunshin no Jutsu. 10 wooden clones burst from the ground, each forming seals. Futon Raisin Shuriken. The 10 clones hurled Raisin Shuriken, simultaneously colliding violently with Deidara's clay bombs in midair. Explosions echoed one after another, flames painting the sky crimson like a grand funeral pyre. Meanwhile, Kakashi's main body submerged underground, using Mokutan's properties to evade the puppet's perception. Doton Retsu no Muchi. A massive whip of rock erupted from underground, striking straight at Sasori. Doton Gansiki no Kabushi. Sasori manipulated the third Kazekage puppet, punching out, shattering the whip into rubble that scattered like a meteor shower. But just then Kakashi teleported behind him, his Chidori blazing with blinding blue light. Raikiri Shinshin! Sheik! The lightning pierced through his shoulder blade but struck only a substitution puppet, wood chips and gears flying. Humph, tricked again. Kakashi sneered, activating his left eye's Kamui, instantly locking onto Sasori's true location, hidden inside the third Kazekage puppet's chest like a venomous scorpion in its shell. The heavens and earth suddenly changed color. Dark clouds churned, lightning flickered as if the six paths deities were tearing through the sky. Deep in the canyon a massive fissure split the ground, magma surging from beneath, casting an eerie red glow. The wind ceased. Time seemed frozen, even the embers of the explosions hung suspended in the air. Kakashi's eyes snapped wide open. His left Mangekyo blazed with crimson light, his right eye's Shijui's power deep as an abyss. The chakra within him exploded like a volcano. The bloodlines of the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clans merged completely at this moment, chakra surging like a great river shooting into the sky, forming a pillar connecting heaven and earth. Susanoo! Boom! Pitch-black chakra shot upward, instantly coalescing into a giant standing over 100 meters tall. This Susanoo was unlike any before, its body clad in azure armor like divine battle plate, each scale etched with ancient Uchiha patterns, radiating an aura of age and majesty. From its back unfurled a pair of enormous azure wings, their edges crackling with lightning as if they could tear the sky apart, and each flap made space tremble, the very air wailing. This was the ultimate form born from the fusion of Obito's Susanoo and Shijui's Susanoo, the azure-winged Susanoo. It inherited the power of both Obito's power, space manipulation, high mobility, immense physical destruction, Shijui's power, mental pressure, illusion, immunity. Koto Amatsukumi's were rewriting. What is this? Deidara retreated in terror, the clay bird trembling, his earlier fervor replaced by fear. A god! It's a god! Sasori trembled as he manipulated the puppets to retreat, a primal terror rising in his heart, as if facing an ancient deity. Kakashi stood within the Susanoo's head, his voice descending like an oracle, echoing across the canyon like rolling thunder. The art you pursue is nothing but an excuse for destruction. And I, in the name of a god, will end your art. Sakin Deso. Sasori manipulated the third Kazekage puppet to unleash a golden quicksand, attempting to drown the Susanoo. But the azure-winged Susanoo instantly spread its wings with a single flap. The quicksand was scattered completely, causing no damage. What? Sasori's pupils shrank. Doton Hisaseki. Deidara commanded the clay bird to initiate a jutsu, releasing a storm of sand and rocks straight at the Susanoo. Kamui. Kakashi warped space with Kamui, twisting the trajectory of Deidara's jutsu, which slammed into Deidara's own clay bird. No! Deidara roared as his clay bird exploded. He leaped out in a fluster. Kamui Kukanito! Kakashi activated Kamui, forcibly pulling Sasori's puppets toward the Susanoo. Ninpo Hayaki no Son Shun! Sasori unleashed his final move, detonating all puppets. Saioka Sai Bancho! Kakashi spread his arms, and the azure wings beat fiercely. A colossal azure blade of light swept out, tearing space wherever it passed, annihilating the puppet swarm, the explosions, and even the air itself. Where the blade touched, everything turned to nothingness. Aya! Sasori's true body within the Hiriko was pierced by the blade. His heart connection point was utterly destroyed. My art! Eternal! His voice faded in the wind. The puppet remnants collapsed slowly like a crumbling god statue. Deidara, your explosions end here. Kakashi's gaze locked onto Deidara. C4 Kikyoku no Ato. My final masterpiece. Deidara charged madly toward the Susanoo, his body swelling, chakra seething like a nuclear explosion. Kamui Fuin! Kakashi used Kamui to draw Deidara's self-destruction into another dimension. Saioka Shiketsu! The Susanoo punched out, and azure chakra transformed into a dragon, utterly annihilating Deidara. The wind scattered the smoke of the battlefield. The azure-winged Susanoo slowly dissipated. Kakashi stood among the ruins, his cloak stained with blood but his eyes as steadfast as ever, like an unshakable mountain. He lowered his gaze to the headband fragment left by Sasori and the clay shards from Deidara, the latter still bearing traces of the explosions. He crouched slowly, picked up a blood-stained headband, and wiped it gently. You were geniuses, yet you chose the path of destruction. He rose and looked toward the Hidden Rock village. The front line of the Hidden Rock bordered the Red Rock Canyon. The sky and earth were like a furnace, flames churning deep within the earth's veins. The ground trembled violently under continuous explosions, as if being struck repeatedly by an invisible giant hammer, each tremor like the earth's agonized moans. The Red Rock Canyon was originally a natural military fortress with cliffs on both sides as if cleaved by knives and axes, steep and perilous. The middle was only wide enough for 3 chariots to pass side by side, a crucial strategic choke point. Now this place had become the central stage of the shinobi war. The flames of battle had stained the canyon crimson red. Rubble and broken weapons littered the ground, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of scorched earth and burning chakra. Thick smoke hung like black clouds, layer upon layer, shrouding the canyon and obscuring the already gloomy sky. Roaring winds swept sandstones and chakra residue through the canyon, howling like wailing ghosts, as if the souls of the fallen were whispering of their endless regrets. In the distance the flag of Konoha snapped in the fierce wind, its fiery red emblem flickering through the smoke like an undying heart beating on the pulse of war, symbolizing the indomitable spirit and legacy of Konoha's will of fire. A man with silver hair like lightning stood atop a giant rock, the 5th Hokage Hatake Kakashi. He wore a deep crimson Hokage cloak embroidered with the Konoha crest, its hem fluttering in the hot wind like burning flames. His hands hung naturally at his sides, lightning flickering at his fingertips like a lurking thunder beast ready to tear through the sky at a single command. His left eye, the deep abyss-like Sharingan, the Eye of Kami, slowly rotated its blood-red 3-tomo as if capable of devouring all, twisting even time and space under its gaze. His right eye exuded a chilling pressure, the power of Kodo Amatsukami, a forbidden eye capable of distorting will and rewriting reality. He stood atop the rocky peak, surveying the entire battlefield with eyes as cold as ice yet burning with an unshakable conviction. He was no longer the languid copy ninja. He was the Kage commanding thousands, the final shield and sword of Konoha. His very existence was a deterrent, a beacon of hope. Behind him were tens of thousands of Konoha shinobi, a steel tide. The vanguard had advanced to the forefront of the Hidden Rock border. Chakra surged like rivers, forming tight battle formations with synchronized steps and unified presence. The medical corps stood ready in the rear, forming hand seals, prepared to heal the wounded at any moment. The entire army was like a waking giant beast, slowly pressing toward the heart of the Hidden Rock, each step treading on the strings of fate. Send the order. Kakashi's voice was low yet piercing through the battlefield. Vanguard advance to Sector C. Snipers lock down the high altitudes. Medical corps prepare to receive casualties. Objective: crush the main force of the Hidden Rock and break their defensive barrier. Yes. The messenger shinobi quickly departed, his figure vanishing into the smoke. At that moment an anomaly appeared on the horizon. The wind stopped. Sand and stones hung suspended in the air as if time had frozen. An eerie silence fell upon the world, and even the echoes of explosions disappeared. Then countless white paper fragments slowly rose from the depths of the canyon like snow, like feathers, like the whispers of lost souls. They swirled and converged in the air, forming an ever-expanding domain of paper. The surface of each paper faintly glowed with golden light, while crimson runes flickered at the edges, the marks of explosive tags, omens of death. Here she comes. Kakashi's left eye, the Kami, slightly contracted as he murmured, "The white tiger of the Akatsuki, messenger of the god Konin." He curled his lips into a cold smirk. One after another. After I take you down, the next one won't be pain, will it? Before he finished speaking, the paper fragments suddenly coalesced, and a figure emerged from the sea of paper. She wore the black robe with red clouds of the Akatsuki, her ink-black hair cascading like a waterfall, her eyes pale as paper yet radiating a divine majesty. She stood upon the sea of paper like a goddess descending to the mortal world. In her hand she lightly held a paper butterfly and gently flicked it. Boom! The entire canyon was engulfed by the sea of paper. These were not ordinary paper but 600 billion God's papers, fused with explosive tags. Each sheet was inscribed with Kakuzu's money, carrying the faith of the hidden rain, the last words of the fallen, and Yahiko's unfulfilled ideals. They floated in the air, forming an endless sea of explosions, turning the Red Rock Canyon into a death zone. The paper sea surged like waves, each sheet a waiting bomb, drifting silently, awaiting the command to turn the entire world to ashes. Hatake Kakashi. Conan's voice came as if from the heavens, calm yet carrying an undeniable tone of judgment. You lead the Konoha army to invade the Hidden Rock, attempting to trample another nation's territory in the name of justice. Today, in the name of the messenger of the god, I set up this sea of annihilation. Those who step in shall be utterly destroyed. Kakashi stood atop the rocky peak, his Hokage cloak snapping in the hot wind. He slowly raised his left hand, his kami fixed on the sea of paper, its pupils slightly contracting. He could sense that each sheet contained enough power to level a building, and the chain explosion of 600 billion sheets would last 5 minutes with enough force to reduce the entire border to nothingness. I see, he murmured inwardly. The Hidden Rock hired the Akatsuki, and you have become their final line of defense. He was not fighting a single shinobi. He was confronting a god. Conan, Kakashi spoke, his voice as steady as a mountain. You were once the hope of the Hidden Rain, the inheritor of Yahiko's ideals. But now you fight for the Hidden Rock, using 600 billion explosive tags to protect a country that once oppressed the Hidden Rain. Is this the peace you desire? Conan's eyes glimmered, her fingertips trembling slightly. She gazed at the sea of paper as if peering into her own soul. She whispered, My ideal is to make aggressors fear pain so they dare not wage war. The Hidden Rock may not be benevolent, but if Konoha crushes this place, the flames of war will spread across the entire shinobi world. I set this sea of annihilation here not for the Hidden Rock but for the world. Kakashi fell silent. He understood her logic. Deter greed with destruction, trade fear for peace. But this was not the way of Kakashi. But your way is destruction. He slowly drew his lightning blade, blue-white lightning tearing through the smoke. You build a sea with 600 billion explosive tags. Once detonated, not only the Hidden Rock but the 3 surrounding nations will be reduced to scorched earth. The world you speak of will also be annihilated in your divine punishment. So what? Conan raised her hand and the paper sea surged, forming a 100-meter-high explosive tidal wave. Without a thunderous means to deter greed, peace is nothing but a fantasy. You don't understand. Those of us who survived war fear not death but oblivion. She spread her arms wide and the sea of paper instantly coalesced into countless paper clones, each wielding a paper shuriken, assaulting Kakashi from the air, the ground, and even beneath the earth simultaneously. Dance of the paper shikigami. Kakashi's gaze sharpened as his left eye kamui activated in an instant. Space warped, and 3 paper shurikens striking from behind were sucked into another dimension, vanishing without a trace. He sidestepped like a phantom, the Chidori spinning in his palm, dark lightning coiling around the blade as he cleaved through the paper clones charging Hedon. Crack! The paper clone shattered into countless shreds, yet before they touched the ground they coalesced again into a gigantic paper butterfly. Its wings flapped, stirring a fierce gale laced with innumerable tiny paper blades sweeping forward like a storm. Kakashi pushed off with both feet, leaping into the air. The azure chakra of Susanoo erupted like a tempest, and his perfect Susanoo materialized in an instant. A colossal azure giant with wings sprouting from its back, wielding a kamui shuriken, a spiral spear, and the shield of Susanoo descending like a celestial god. Patterns of the 6 paths samsara flowed across its azure armor, each line pulsing with the power to tear space apart. Chidori kamui slash. He flapped his wings and charged into the heart of the paper sea, his blades splitting the wave of explosions. Fusing lightning with spatial power, the sword rent the paper sea, attempting to sever the explosive chain reaction. Yet even after being sliced, the fragments still bore the detonating talisman's runes and continued to explode midair. It's useless. Conan's voice echoed from all directions. This sea is infinite. As long as a single detonating talisman remains, the judgment will not cease. She clasped her hands in a seal, and the paper sea suddenly reared up into a 100-meter wave. Countless paper blades spun like razor-sharp edges, each shimmering with the crimson light of detonation. God's paper art, endless sea judgment descends. Boom! The first wave of chain detonation erupted. Flames writhed like crimson serpents. The shockwaves swept through the canyon, pulverizing boulders and collapsing cliffs. The vanguard of Konoha's forces was instantly engulfed, but Kakashi had prepared for this. He formed hand seals with lightning speed. Would release, would clone technique. Would release, would human technique. Dozens of wooden colossi rose from the earth, forming a defensive wall that momentarily halted the blast. Yet this was only the beginning. 600 billion detonating talismans would continue exploding for 5 minutes. Every second millions of detonations occurred. The entire battlefield transformed into a hell's cape. Kakashi knew he could not withstand this heathen. Both his eyes blazed with light. Susanoo perfect form release. The azure Susanoo's wings spread wide, shielding Kakashi's body. He hurled the Kamui Shuriken, which carved through the oncoming paper wave, sending it into the Kamui dimension. The spiral spear thrust out relentlessly. The 8,000 spears technique rained down like a storm, precisely piercing countless detonating talismans and neutralizing them. Any stray talisman was firmly blocked by Susanoo's shield. The shockwaves of the explosions burst against the azure armor, rippling outwards in concentric rings of chakra. Kakashi's left eye Kamui activated, repeatedly drawing part of the explosive energy into another dimension, while his right eye subtly employed the power of Kodoama Tsukumi, attempting to disrupt Konan's perception. His eyes were like lightning, his mind razor-focused. He controlled every movement of his chakra with pinpoint precision, as if dancing on the edge of a blade. But Konan's true body was hidden deep within the paper sea, resonating with 600 billion detonating talismans. Genjutsu sank like a stone thrown into the ocean. The power of Kodoama Tsukumi could not reach her will. You cannot escape. Konan's voice came from all around, carrying a divine coldness in the sea. I am a god. Kakashi was pushed to his limits. Cracks began to appear on the azure armor of Susanoo. Its blue light flickered unsteadily, as if it would collapse at any moment. He knew in his heart, a frontal assault would surely end in defeat. He closed his eyes, and memories surged like a tide. Obito's smile at the Kanobi Bridge, Rin's gentle gaze the moment the fourth Hokage entrusted him with the Hokage cloak, and Naruto's unwavering shout, I will become Hokage. I am the Hokage. I will conquer the ninja world. He snapped his eyes open, their gaze like lightning. His chakra erupted like a volcano, every meridian in his body seemingly ignited as the power of the Sage of Six Paths and the might of his Sharingan resonated within. Susanoo's super perfect form, final annihilation / This was an ultimate form he had never before unleashed. The azure giant of Susanoo abruptly expanded, its wings spanning 100 meters. Behind it emerged a phantom of the Six Paths, Samsara, a six-armed apparition slowly materializing, each hand gripping a different ninja tool. Behind him coalesced a blade of Amaterasu wreathed in black flames, merging with Chidori to form a colossal sword entwined with black fire and lightning, upon which the power of Kamui flowed as if it could sever the threads of fate itself. Kakashi gripped the sword with both hands, channeling Kamui's power into the blade. Space began to warp and time seemed to freeze. His silhouette flickered within the azure giant like a true deity descending. Konan! He roared, his voice like a thunderclap. Your god's paper art ends here. He flapped his wings mightily, raised the colossal blade high, tore through the paper sea, and brought it down in a straight slash. Boom! Where the blade passed, the paper sea was forcibly ripped open by a massive gash. The 600 billion detonating talisman chain reaction severed in its tracks. The wave of explosions receded like a tide before the blade's radiance. The paper was reduced to ash in the black flames, and even the ash was purified by the lightning, annihilated utterly. Konan's pupils shrank. She tried to retreat, but it was too late. The sword light drove straight toward her chest, and the colossal hand of Susanoo shot out, seizing her firmly. You, her voice trembled, fear and confusion appearing in her eyes for the first time. Have you, with mortal power, broken a divine technique? Kakashi gazed down at her, his voice low but resolute. I did not break your technique. I am telling you, A god should not be played by a human. He slowly retracted Susanoo. The azure giant dissipated into motes of light that scattered on the wind. Conan knelt to the ground. The paper sea had completely crumbled, turning to ash that drifted away with the breeze. The wind gradually died down. Conan was on the verge of collapse. Her Akatsuki robe swayed gently in the breeze, her dark hair fell loose, and on her pale face tears silently traced down. Yahiko, was I wrong? Kakashi walked up to her and crouched down. You were not wrong. You merely lost yourself. Indulging in the illusion of godhood, the peace you sought could never succeed. He extended his hand and placed a tiny paper butterfly in her palm, one he had picked up from the battlefield, an unexploded talisman with the word peace written on it. True peace is not bestowed by a god. It is carved out step by humans. Conan gazed at the paper butterfly, long silent. The smoke of battle cleared, a beam of sunlight pierced through the clouds, spilling over Red Rock Canyon. The great army of Konoha advanced slowly. The sky was as dark as ink, the setting sun casting its dying glow upon the shattered walls of Hidden Rock Village, staining the ruins a deep crimson as if the earth itself bled silently. Wind swept through the ashes, spiraling in the air like the whispers of lost souls recounting the calamity just endured. At the heart of this dead stillness, a solitary figure stood atop the collapsed rocks like a forgotten statue. He wore a dark gray ninja cloak, the Mangekyo Sharingan of Kamiya in his left eye and the Mangekyo Sharingan of Koto Amatsukami in his right, reflecting the burning embers. Hatake Kakashi, Konoha's Kakashi of the Mangekyo Sharingan, now stood alone before the self-proclaimed god who had descended from the heavens' pains Deva Path. The Deva Path hovered in midair, 6 black rods surrounding him like wings, the Rinnegan glowing with a deep purple hue in the twilight as if piercing through all illusions. He wore the Akatsuki cloak, purple patterns twisting like cursed seals, his demeanor calm and untouched. Gazing down at Kakashi, his voice hollow and distant as if descending from the heavens. Hatake Kakashi, you cannot defeat me. Konoha's assault is nothing but inevitable destruction. Kakashi did not reply. Slowly he raised his right hand, fingertips brushing the eye patch over his left eye. Blood seeped through the cracks, dripping onto the pattern of the Sharingan. That eye did not belong to him. It was the legacy of his dearest friend, the sin, an oath he bore for a lifetime. He closed his right eye, and when he opened it again, the 3-Demo Sharingan had already begun to spin, reflecting the invisible flow of chakra around the Deva Path. Shinra Tensei. Bansho Tenin. I have studied the Rinnegan's abilities for a long time, he murmured, his voice hoarse yet resolute. But a god has never been invincible. He knew well that against the Deva Path any trace of luck would be fatal. This person was no ordinary shinobi. He was a being who manipulated attraction and repulsion with the power of the Sage of 6 Paths, nearly invincible. But he, Hatake Kakashi, was no weakling either. Slowly he raised his left hand, forming seals at his chest. Lightning crackled silently in his palm. Raikiri. The current hissed like silver serpents, illuminating the cold, stern lines of his face. He did not rush to attack. Instead, he stepped back half a pace, his right foot lightly tapping the rubble to adjust his center of gravity. He knew that against the Deva Path any mistake meant death. Suddenly the Deva Path raised his hand, Bansho Tenin. An invisible gravitational field instantly enveloped Kakashi, his body seized as if by a giant hand yanked violently toward the Deva Path. His pupils contracted in an instant. He formed seals, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Boom! The clone was torn apart in midair by the gravitational force, dissipating into white smoke. But the original body, using this brief distraction, had already flashed to the Deva Path's side. Rear Raikiri aimed straight at his nape. The Deva Path remained unfazed, the Rinnegan flickering as an invisible repulsive force erupted from his body. Shinra Tensei. Boom! A shockwave tore through the air like a storm, flinging Kakashi several yards back into a broken wall. Bricks shattered and dust billowed. He coughed up blood, slowly rising with the support of the wall. His right arm trembled, residual lightning still dancing at his fingertips. As expected. There's a brief cooldown after each use of Shinra Tensei. He muttered, his gaze locked on the Deva Path. About 5 seconds. That's enough. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his right Sharingan fixed on the Deva Path's movements. He knew this battle was not a contest of power but an extreme duel of will and tactics. He took a deep breath and formed seals again. Earth release mud wall. A massive earthen barrier rose from the ground, blocking the space between him and the Deva Path. This was a feint and also a probe. The Deva Path lightly lifted a finger, a black rod shot forth, piercing the mud wall, heading straight for Kakashi's forehead. Kakashi dodged sideways, the rod grazed his cheek, leaving a bloody gash. Taking advantage of the momentum, he rolled and simultaneously threw 3 kunai, forming a triangular pattern aimed at the Deva Path's face. The Deva Path neither dodged nor blocked, instead activating Bansho Tenin again, drawing the kunai into his palm and crushing them. "All your attacks are like an ant trying to shake a tree," the Deva Path said coldly. "Give up. Your struggle is meaningless." Kakashi sneered. "You are not a god. You are merely a puppet driven by hatred." He abruptly formed seals, his Sharingan narrowing sharply. Kamui. Space twisted instantly, a pitch-black rift opened beside the Deva Path, as if to devour everything. The Deva Path reacted swiftly, retreating while simultaneously unleashing Shinra Tensei, shattering the surrounding space, forcibly interrupting Kamui's distortion. Kakashi let out a muffled groan, searing pain shot through his left eye like a knife, and blood flowed even more. The backlash from Kamui nearly made him collapse, but he forced himself to stay upright. "Your Mangekyo Sharingan is devouring your life," the Deva Path stated coldly. "If you keep using it, you will go blind, even die." "So what?" Kakashi slowly straightened, Raikiri gathering again in his palm. "A shinobi fights not for victory but for belief," he said softly, yet his voice was as sharp as a blade. "And I, Hatake Kakashi, swear to conquer the shinobi world." Before the words had faded, he shot forward like lightning. Lightning released Shadow Clone Jutsu. 3 lightning clones appeared at once, charging at the Deva Path from different directions. The original body was hidden among them. Raikiri aimed straight for the Deva Path's heart. The Deva Path's Rinnegan flickered, instantly identifying the original's position. He raised his hand. Shinra Tensei activated once more. With a thunderous roar, the 3 clones shattered and the original Kakashi was blasted away, crashing heavily to the ground. His left arm was broken, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. But he did not stop. Enduring the agonizing pain, he formed seals. Water release Water Dragon Jutsu. A vast source of underground water was forcibly drawn forth. A massive water dragon roared as it surged upward, charging straight at the Deva Path. The water dragon twisted in the air like a living creature, coiling in an attempt to restrict the Deva Path's movements. The Deva Path snorted, clasped his hands together, and unleashed Shinra Tensei at full power. Boom! The water dragon was instantly scattered, turning into a mist of water. But in the moment the mist filled the air, Kakashi had already concealed himself using the hidden mist jutsu. Hiding! The Deva Path scanned his surroundings. Useless! He closed his eyes, the Rinnegan sensing the flow of chakra. Suddenly he detected an extremely faint fluctuation from underground. He snapped his eyes open, stomped the ground hard. Shinra Tensei. The shockwave penetrated the surface. Kakashi was forced to leap out from underground, his form exposed. "Everything you do is within my control." The Deva Path raised his hand, activating Bansho Tenin again. Kakashi was drawn into the air, his body immobilized. His pupils contracted. He knew this was the most dangerous moment. But at that instant a faint smirk crept onto his lips. "You forgot. The Sharingan can also replicate gravitational forces." His right eye's Sharingan spun abruptly, instantaneously mimicking the chakra flow pattern of Bansho Tenin, briefly neutralizing the gravitational restraint. He broke free from the binding Raikiri already at the Deva Path's throat. The Deva Path's pupils shrank in haste. He sidestepped the Raikiri, grazing his neck, leaving a wound so deep the bone was visible. "What?" Pain. Deva Path showed shock for the first time. Kakashi landed, breathing slightly heavy, but his gaze remained sharp. "You're not invincible. I can see through your abilities, mimic them and counter them." He slowly raised his left hand, a kunai spinning in his palm. "Now, the real battle begins." The wind ceased, clouds stood still. Heaven and earth seemed frozen, leaving only Kakashi and Pain confronting each other amidst the ruins. Blood seeped slowly from the wound on Pain's neck, purple patterns writhing beneath his skin to repair the damage. He looked down at his own blood, a flicker of disturbance appearing in his eyes for the first time. "You actually wounded me." His voice was low, laced with disbelief. "A mortal has wounded a god." Kakashi stood 3 meters away, the lightning cutter spinning slowly in his palm, electricity hissing like a whisper. His left eye was bloodshot, while his right eye shone like a cold star. He did not answer, merely watched Pain in silence, as if calculating something. He knew that the last strike was far from enough to defeat Pain. Thus he could not stop. He had to increase his attack speed. He slowly raised his left hand, the kunai flipping in his palm, then suddenly hurled it at the ground. Boom! The smoke bomb detonated, thick fumes instantly flooding the area, obscuring vision. Pain sneered. "Smoke again. Do you think such tricks can fool me?" His Rinnegan pierced through the smoke, but he failed to detect the faint chakra fluctuations underground. Before the smoke rose, Kakashi had already used an imperceptible chakra thread to guide an explosive tag buried directly beneath Pain's feet. Explosive landmine array. A thunderous roar tore the ground apart, flames and rubble shooting skyward. Pain was flung back by the blast, but he quickly stabilized in midair, unleashing the almighty push to disperse the remaining shockwave. Pathetic tricks. He sneered, about to counterattack, when he suddenly sensed something amiss. The cooldown of his almighty push was 1 second longer than usual. Chakra interference. His pupils narrowed. "You disrupted my chakra pathways with lightning release while I activated my ability." Kakashi emerged from the smoke, his right Sharingan gleaming coldly. "Correct. The high-frequency vibrations of lightning release can briefly interfere with chakra flow. Every time you use almighty push, you require extremely precise chakra control. Even the slightest fluctuation prolongs the cooldown." He advanced slowly. "You are not a god. You are human. And as long as you're human, you have weaknesses." Pain was silent for a moment, then laughed aloud. "Good. Very good, Hatake Kakashi. You are the most composed and cunning ninja I have ever met. But you still cannot defeat me." He pressed his hands together, the 6 black rods spun in the air as chakra surged like a tidal wave. "Let me show you the true power of a god." Before his words faded, he suddenly raised his hand. Planetary devastation. A massive chakra sphere coalesced in the sky, its gravitational field instantly engulfing the entire area. Kakashi felt an invisible force pulling his body, lifting him off the ground toward the black sphere. "This is the 6 paths technique." Kakashi's pupils contracted sharply. He immediately performed hand signs, activating Kamui in an attempt to teleport himself out of the gravitational field. But the gravity of planetary devastation was too strong. The spatial distortion of Kamui was forcibly suppressed. "Useless," Pain said coldly. "The gravity of planetary devastation can warp even space itself. Your Mangekyo Sharingan cannot contend with it." Kakashi gritted his teeth, chakra surging wildly. He knew that if he were pulled into the planetary devastation, he would surely die. He had to find a flaw before being consumed. Suddenly he noticed, the gravitational field of planetary devastation was not entirely stable. At the sphere's core there was a momentary fluctuation, as if a gap existed during energy condensation. "No!" He hurled the lightning cutter with all his might, simultaneously using Kamui to lock its spatial coordinates onto the core fluctuation point of the planetary devastation. Boom! The lightning cutter pierced the gravitational field, struck the core precisely, and triggered a chain explosion. The planetary devastation disintegrated in midair, scattering into countless fragments. Pain was knocked back several steps by the shockwave, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. "You destroyed my planetary devastation." For the first time anger crept into his voice. Kakashi landed on one knee. "You are not a god. You too can be wounded and bleed," he whispered. "And anything that bleeds is not invincible." Night fell quietly, stars twinkled in the blood-colored sky as if witnessing this duel between a mortal and a god. Kakashi stood in the center of the rubble, his figure solitary yet resolute. Pain hovered in the air, the 6 black rods orbiting him, his Rinnegan gleaming coldly. He no longer underestimated his opponent, but fixed his gaze on Kakashi with genuine hostility. "You are tenacious. But this is the end." He slowly raised his hands. "Allow me to grant you a god's finale." He pressed his palms together, chakra swelled like a tide, the sky abruptly changing colors, dark clouds churning with thunder and lightning. Almighty push finality. This time the range of the almighty push was no longer localized. It radiated outward in all directions from him like the wrath of a god, annihilating everything into nothingness. The shockwave swept forth like a tsunami, crumbling buildings, splitting the earth, and tearing even the air itself. Kakashi was hurled by the blast, his body crashing into the debris like a broken kite. He knew this was the final blow. He closed his eyes, countless images flashed through his mind. The silhouette of his father Tsukumo, Obito's smile, Rin's gentleness, Naruto's stubbornness, Sasuke's departure. Suddenly he opened his right eye. In that eye the three-tomo Sharingan had vanished, replaced by the intricate pattern of the Mangekyo. Kamui! He poured a massive amount of chakra into his left eye. Space began to warp. He intended to teleport Pain's fatal strike into another dimension before destruction engulfed him. Pain's almighty push was already overhead, the aura of annihilation suffocating. Kakashi raised his hand, Kamui activated. Space twisted, the shockwave forcibly sucked into a void rift. But at that moment Pain's black rod had already reached his chest. Boom! The black rod pierced through his chest. Kakashi's body stiffened, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He looked down at the truth-seeking ball rod in his chest, yet he smiled. "You cannot kill me." Kakashi vanished. Another Kakashi appeared behind Pain. He pressed his hand to the ground. Sealing technique, planetary devastation, countermeasure, Kakashi style. This was his ultimate tactic, devised in the name of Kakashi, using the instant of spatial distortion from Kamui to reverse the flow of Pain's chakra, triggering chaos within his body. "No!" Pain roared, his body beginning to tremble, the Rinnegan's light flickering erratically. Boom! Pain's body exploded in midair, scattering into countless fragments. Kakashi watched the fragments of Pain's body dissipate into the world. "This round I win. You didn't even force me to reveal half of my true strength." Kakashi stood atop the highest boulder in the gorge, gazing into the distance. There, 3 kilometers away, he saw Obito, Uchiha, and Zetsu standing side by side on the land. "Zetsu, it seems that 1 billion ryo won't be easy to claim." Obito watched as the Akatsuki members vanished into ash before his eyes, sighing in lament. "Indeed, Obito. 8 have already perished. Should we still press on?" Zetsu turned his head to look at Obito. "Let's retreat. We have already done our part in honor." After saying this, Obito reached into his robe and touched the scroll containing the 1 billion ryo entrusted to him by Kakuzu before the battle. "Very well, then we shall convene at Amigakure." With that, Zetsu slowly sank into the ground. Obito too activated Kamui, forming a vortex that vanished into the air. "Are they retreating?" Kakashi watched as Obito and Zetsu disappeared into the horizon. "Doesn't the Akatsuki still have 2 members left? Why are they leaving?" 10 kilometers away at the encampment of the Iwagakure army, Inoki observed the battle through a telescope. Seeing Obito and Zetsu retreat, a flicker of dissatisfaction arose within him. "Oh well, the Akatsuki has already fought to this extent. Moreover, the Leaf forces have sustained losses and Kakashi's abilities have been fully gauged." Inoki consoled himself inwardly. "Katsuchi, relay my orders. Divide the 15000 troops into a pin formation to guard the camp. I will command the center with 10000. You will hold the left flank with 2500, and Kuratsuchi will hold the right flank with 2500. The Leaf's 30000 troops after the battle with the Akatsuki are probably reduced to half. 15,000 against 15,000 plus my dust release can wipe out a third of the Leaf's forces in one strike. 15,000 against 10,000. The advantage lies with us Awagakure. Inoki nodded slightly as he analyzed. Yes, father. Kitsuchi acknowledged and exited the tent. The Awagakure army began to mobilize. Iwagakure's movements were immediately detected by Leaf scouts. One of the scouts was dispatched to return to the Leaf camp and report to Kakashi. The remaining scouts continued to gather intelligence. At the Leaf camp in Kakashi's tent, a scout burst in and knelt on one knee. Lord Hokage, I have intelligence. Calm down, speak slowly. Kakashi sat at the table sipping tea unhurriedly. Yes, Lord Hokage. From the direction of Awagakure, the army suddenly shifted into a pin formation facing our camp, seemingly an offensive formation. What is the troop distribution? The center has about 1,000 shinobi led by Tsuchika Jinoki. The left flank has about 2,500 led by Inoki's son Kitsuchi. The right flank has about 2,500 led by Inoki's granddaughter Kuratsuchi. The scout reported swiftly and clearly. Humph, that old geezer Inoki has even sent his son and granddaughter. It seems Awagakure truly has no one else. I understand the situation. Good work, you may go. Kakashi waved his hand. Yes, I shall take my leave. The scout stood and exited the tent. Lord Hokage, how do you plan to proceed? Asked Nara Shikaka standing at Kakashi's side. Simple. Since Awagakure has divided its forces, we will concentrate ours and crush them. How many combat-ready shinobi do we have left? Have the casualties been tallied? Kakashi inquired. After the battle with the Akatsuki, we have lost about half our forces, 3,000 dead, 5,000 severely wounded, 8,000 lightly wounded. That leaves 1,400 shinobi unscathed and at peak combat strength. Nara Shikaka reported in detail. 14,000 That should be enough. After a few seconds of thought, Kakashi spoke. Order the 1,400 uninjured shinobi will attack the Awagakure camp in 1 hour. The lightly wounded will guard our camp, protect the severely wounded, and bury the fallen. Kakashi commanded. Yes, Lord Hokage. I will relay the orders at once. Nara Shikaka exited the tent. Kakashi heaved a deep sigh. Truth be told, the relentless fighting had fatigued him mentally. His chakra was not at its optimum either. Kakashi would use this hour to restore his condition, bringing his body, mind, and chakra back to peak state. An hour later, at the gate of the Leaf camp, Kakashi stood clad in jet black shinobi attire, a black cloak bearing the gold-embroidered words 5th Hokage flowing behind him. On his back was the white fan blade, and his hands were sheathed in black protective gloves. Behind Kakashi stood 1,400 Leaf shinobi fully prepared. Each one radiated high spirits and killing intent. Advance! Kakashi raised his right fist above his head and shouted loudly. Advance! The 1,400 shinobi echoed in unison. Then Kakashi led them toward the camp held by Iwagakure's Kuratsuchi. The entire army surged like an unstoppable tide through the sandy gorge, kicking up an endless rolling cloud of yellow dust. Soon Kakashi and his forces arrived before Kuratsuki's camp. Meanwhile, Kuratsuchi was leisurely drinking tea inside her main tent, being an inexperienced young girl unaccustomed to war. Having never fought before, she lacked a certain vigilance. Luckily, the sentry guarding the camp spotted Kakashi and the others in time. A signal flare shot into the sky. Enemy attack! The Leaf army is here! The IWA sentry gave the alarm. But it was too late. Kakashi hurled a flying thunder god kunai into the sentry's throat, then used a spatial teleportation to appear beside him. He pulled out the kunai and threw it into the main tent. The Leaf army, like wolves among sheep, instantly destroyed the camp's gate. Fire-style great fireball technique. Water-style water-severing wave. Lightning-style lightning strike. Countless dazzling and deadly jutsu were unleashed upon the IWA shinobi. Ah! Help! Damn it! Fight back! Cries of agony, pleas for mercy, and furious shouts intertwined among the Awagakure forces. The Leaf shinobi, as if injected with adrenaline, pressed the advantage continuously, reaping the lives of their enemies. Inside the main tent, Kuratsuchi, who had been savoring her tea, was startled by the commotion outside. She sprang up to investigate. "Don't move!" A cold kunai pressed against her throat. Kakashi's figure materialized behind her. "What? When?" Kuratsuchi was shocked. "Kakashi," she ventured. "It's me," Kakashi replied casually, then swiftly slashed the flying thunder god kunai across her throat. A gash opened and blood gushed forth like a fountain. Why? Why? Even in death, Kuratsuchi could not comprehend why Kakashi, who seemed about to question her, would suddenly kill her. Thud! She fell to the ground. Kakashi flicked the blood off his kunai. "Don't misunderstand, I just wanted to let you die knowing the truth." He looked into her unseeing eyes. The sounds from outside gradually subsided. All IWA shinobi had been slain by the Leaf forces. Kakashi pushed aside the tent flap and stepped out. Facing the Leaf army, he raised his right hand. "Victory will belong to the Leaf," he roared. "Victory will belong to the Leaf." The army echoed, raising their right hands in response. "Continue the assault," Kakashi commanded. Then, leading the Leaf shinobi like a surging black tide, he vanished from the spot. The silence in Kuratsuki's camp was terrifying. Suddenly a ground spider emerged from the earth, its gaze seemingly frozen upon the scene before it. Upon closer inspection, the ground spider's eyes glinted faintly like lenses. "Damn it, Kuratsuchi! My poor granddaughter! Kakashi, I will kill you!" Far away in the main camp, Inoki witnessed the devastation of Kuratsuki's camp through the ground spider's eyes. His eyes blazed with fury, his white beard bristling. Suddenly a sharp crack sounded. "Ouch! My old back! Damn Kakashi!" In his rage, Inoki twisted his back without thinking. "Lord Tsuchikage! Are you all right?" The Tsuchikage's assistant hurried forward to support him. Worry flickered in her eyes. "Lord Tsuchikage, you must pull yourself together. Now no one else can stop the Leaf's advance but you." "Cough, I know," Inoki said while coughing and rubbing his back. "Give the order to pull back our forces. Have Akatsuchi move toward the main army to avoid being picked off one by one." Inoki issued commands swiftly. "Yes, Lord Tsuchikage." The assistant rushed out of the tent to deliver Inoki's new orders. But it was already too late. At Akatsuchi's camp, a gentle breeze swept by, lifting the bangs of the sentry on watchtower. The moment his bangs briefly veiled his eyes, a flying thunder god kunai struck the wooden pillar behind him. "Who goes there?" The sentry spun around to find his assailant, but all he saw was a sharp kunai, and his own blood gushing from his neck. Whiz, Kakashi flickered between watchtowers, swiftly eliminating Akatsuchi's sentry force. To be fair, Akatsuchi, a veteran of the Third War, had a tactical deployment far superior to Kuratsuki's. Unfortunately, he faced Kakashi, a master of the Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God, a jutsu that had earned Minato Namikaze his fearsome reputation in the Third War, proved to be a veritable harvesting scythe on the battlefield. Soon Kakashi eliminated all sentries and ordered the Leaf's main force to charge unimpeded through the camp gate. "Who goes there?" "Enemy attack!" The charging Leaf army collided with the resting Iwanin in the camp. Caught off guard, the Iwanin were thrown into disarray. Many hadn't even donned their armor, wearing only flimsy combat vests. At first the Leaf ninja reaped a bloody harvest. But the Iwanin battle-hardened veterans quickly regrouped and formed battle lines. The two sides exchanged ninjutsu across the clearing. Fire-style fireball jutsu. Wind-style vacuum bullet. Secret technique Fong rotating Fong. Secret technique insect sphere. Earth-style earth rock prison hall. Earth-style earth spike. Summoning technique ground spider. Go bite them to death. Kakashi had no time to admire the ninjutsu spectacle. He was searching for the Iwanin commander, Akatsuchi. Earth-style rock fist. Earth-style earth shield. Earth-style earth spear. Earth-style earth armor. Take this punch. My monstrous strength is unmatched. Kakashi spotted the hulking figure tearing through the enemy ranks like an unstoppable force. Found you. Kakashi vanished in a flicker, reappearing behind Akatsuchi. Lightning-style lightning blade. His right hand shaped like a spear thrust toward Akatsuchi's back. What? Earth-style earth barrier. Akatsuchi's instinct honed through countless battles detected the ambush, and he reacted just in time. But Kakashi, noticing the defensive jutsu, amplified and compressed his chakra output mid-thrust. Lightning-style black lightning blade. An ominous black lightning serpent coiled around Kakashi's right hand. Damn! Akatsuchi gazed at the black chakra mass behind him, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from before Kakashi. Akatsuchi was instantly reduced to a cloud of blood mist. Beyond that, every Iwanin in front of Akatsuchi was annihilated by the black lightning. Kakashi's single strike carved a 100-meter-long vacuum zone ahead. Even the rocks had vanished, leaving nothing, truly a barren wasteland. A breeze stirred smoke and dust over the ruined camp. The charred ground was spiderwebbed with cracks, as if the earth itself trembled at Akatsuchi's fall. The residual crackle of black lightning still sizzled in the air like a demon's whisper that refused to fade. The Leaf Ninja were momentarily stunned, then erupted into a deafening battle cry, morale surging like a tidal wave. They knew the enemy commander was dead, and the scales of victory had tilted decisively. Kakashi stood still, his right arm slightly lowered as the dying embers of the black lightning blade danced at his fingertips, casting a cold light across his profile. He pressed his lips together, but his eyes remained vigilant. He knew that in the ever-changing chaos of battle, even a moment's lapse could lead to disaster. He quickly scanned the area. Though leaderless, many elite Iwanin still fought desperately, unleashing earth-style jutsu from the ground, stone walls, and even the air. Soil turned to blades, rocking to fists. The entire camp had become a weapon. All units maintain formation. Do not scatter. Kakashi's low command carried clearly to every Leaf Ninja. He made a single hand seal the ground, trembling slightly. Several Earth-style walls, dog-head version, rose from the earth, swiftly forming a defensive line to buy time for the medical squad and long-range ninja. Just then, on a distant hill, a gray figure stood silently. It was an old man clad in special IWA heavy armor, his face etched with the furrows of time and war, Inoki's personal guard, Captain Yengu. He stared fixedly at Kakashi in the heart of the battlefield, fists clenched until his knuckles went white. Akatsuchi is dead just like that. His voice was hoarse like sandpaper scraping. That boy, he said, had come back alive to see me. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, grief had given way to grim resolve. He slapped his hands together and roared, Earth-style rock prison, 1,000-layer ceiling jutsu. Instantly the ground for hundreds of meters around Akatsuchi's camp heaved violently. Countless thick rock layers stacked like the scales of a giant beast, rapidly converging toward the center, as if to seal the entire battlefield underground. This was the ultimate IWA secret technique for both defense and entrapment. Once completed, everyone inside would be buried forever deep within the earth. Damn! It's Yengu! A Leaf Jonin yelled. Kakashi's pupils contracted as he instantly assessed the technique's range and power. If they were sealed inside, even if they survived, they would be immobilized and the battle would turn completely against them. He didn't hesitate. His feet launched him forward and the lightning blade gathered in his palm once more. But this time, instead of charging at an enemy, he slashed downward into the ground. Lightning-style lightning blade, earth-splitting slash. Purple lightning like a giant axe carved into the earth, racing through the rock layers. With a thunderous crash, the crust was ripped open, halting the convergence of the rock layers. Kakashi seized the moment, leaping up and making hand signs. Summoning technique, Hellhound. A massive crimson K9 materialized, his newly acquired summon. It spat a torrent of blazing fire which rained down like a storm, precisely embedding into the seams of the rock formation and igniting further, stalling the ceiling jutsu. No! Kakashi bellowed. Everyone break through to the 3 o'clock direction. The Leaf Ninja responded, swiftly retreating in orderly fashion toward the designated point. But Kakashi remained standing at the edge of the fissure, facing Yengu as he advanced. Hatake Kakashi. Yengu's voice was low. You killed Akatsuchi. Now you'll pay with your life. In war there are no ifs, Kakashi replied calmly, his Sharingan spinning slightly. But I will protect every fallen comrade to the end. The two locked eyes, sparks seeming to fly between them. Then the sky suddenly darkened. Is it going to rain? Kakashi murmured. I hate getting wet, so I'm done playing with you. His gaze turned sharp and dangerous. Gus unease spiked his hand, seals blurred with speed. Earth-style super heavy rock technique, meteor fall. In the sky the phantom outlines of several massive meteors took shape, descending with crushing apocalyptic pressure. Kakashi closed his eyes. When he opened them again, both eyes were Mangekyo's Sharingan. Susanoo complete body. 100 turtle azure giants stood between heaven and earth. Kakashi resided within the hexagonal mirror at the giant's forehead. Kamui Shuriken. Susanoo hurled two colossal shuriken which vanished upon release, imbued with Kamui power. They reappeared, one striking the ceiling formula, the other hitting the falling meteor. No tremendous explosion followed. Gus' two strength jutsu were erased as if wiped from existence. They dissolved seamlessly under the power of Kamui. All creation, one flash. The azure giant drew the blade of Tatsuka from its back. A kilometer-high, 100-meter-wide sword aura wreathed in black flames surged toward Yengu. Is this a jutsu a human can wield? Yengu offered no resistance. He hadn't saved Akatsuchi as had promised the Tsuchikage. Nor had he changed the course of the battle. Faced with this unstoppable sword aura, Yengu spread his arms, closed his eyes, and surrendered. Boom! A deafening blast rang out. Everything vanished. Yengu, the Iwan, the rocks, all gone. The battlefield fell into a brief, profound silence. Kakashi wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow. Continue the advance? Yes, Lord Hokage. The Leaf Ninjas' faces were a kaleidoscope of shock or reverence and exhilaration. As if injected with reckless courage, they followed Kakashi onward toward the IWA main camp, Iwagakure's main camp. Dyemu paced anxiously inside the tent. I wonder if that old geezer Yengu managed to bring back Chitu. Has Chitu been moving toward me as ordered? Just as the Yemu was pondering. Report. The sensory ninja of a reconnaissance team burst in. Report to Tu Yingsama. A quarter of an hour ago, a large number of unfamiliar chakra reactions appeared in the direction of Chi-Tasama's camp. Now the chakra reactions of Chi-Tasama and the others have disappeared. What? Could it be? Damn Kakashi, that old geezer Yengu was still a step too late. Tu Yingsama. Continue monitoring the camp vicinity for any abnormal chakra reactions. You may go. Yes, Tu Yingsama. The sensory ninja, hearing Dyema's extremely cold words, felt the words he wanted to say stuck in his throat. In the end he still did not speak, slightly bowed and withdrew. Kakashi, for the hatred of Heitu and Chitu I will make you pay with blood, Dyema said resentfully. 10 kilometers from Dyema's camp. Kakashi, leading the army of Muyi ninjas, had just arrived. Pass my orders, the troops will bivouac here and rest for 2 hours. When everyone is full and refreshed, well, take Yanin Cun in one go. A group of Muyi ninjas silently sat down on the ground, taking out military ration pills or compressed biscuits from their ninja tool pouches to munch on. Kakashi, on the other hand, sat on a rare tree in the canyon, gazing into the distance. Unifying the ninja world is within reach, I must not fail. Soon the 2-hour rest period ended. Move out. Take Yanin Cun. Kakashi stood up from the tree and shouted loudly. Take Yanin Cun. Take Yanin Cun. Take Yanin Cun. All the Muyi ninjas shouted in unison. Their momentum was like a rainbow. Kakashi led the high-spirited army of Muyi ninjas charging towards Yanin Cun. Inside the Yanin camp. Report. The same sensory ninja burst into Dyema's tent again. Tu Yingsama, we have detected tens of thousands of unfamiliar chakra rapidly approaching our camp. Finally here, Kakashi, I will make you die. You may go. Yes, Tu Yingsama. Pass my orders, all troops be on alert, prepared to receive the Muyi army. As the Yima's orders were relayed layer by layer, all Yen-in ninjas stood ready waiting for the Muyi army to appear. 5 minutes later the army led by Kakashi arrived near the camp gate. Something's wrong, the Yen ninjas on the opposite side seem to have been prepared. A Riseong clan ninja responsible for reconnaissance stopped and said, "It must be that sensory ninjas sensed our arrival." Kakashi said calmly as if he had known it all along. "It doesn't matter, so what if they're prepared? Just a bunch of weaklings utterly worthless." Chimu Dao Fa Superi Shan. Kakashi drew his sword. A terrifying blade aura 100 meters long shot towards the gate of the Yen-in camp. Boom! The camp gate, underground traps, and nearby watchtowers were all torn apart by Kakashi's blade aura. Shindun Yuan Jiebo Liji Shu. Dayemu, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately unleashed the ultimate move. A blast of Shindun shot towards Kakashi and the Muyi ninja army behind him. Damn, it's Shindun! The ninjas around Kakashi looked grim. As everyone knows, ordinary jutsu is inferior to bloodline limit, and bloodline limit is inferior to bloodline elimination. Shindun is precisely bloodline elimination. At the critical moment, Shinwei. Kakashi used Shinwei to send the Yima's Shindun to the Shinwei dimension to mingle with Dai 2. It actually disappeared. Watching his released Shindun suddenly vanish, Dayemu, whose hands had not yet lowered, looked grim. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Dayemu muttered to himself. Before Dayemu could figure it out, Suzwa Nenghu complete body. A blue giant towering hundreds of meters into the sky, blotting out the sun, stood between heaven and earth. Dayemu, do you want to dance too? Kakashi, located within the forehead of Susanoo, roared loudly. Dayemu, looking at the giant before him, sweat poured down ceaselessly. This is the Uchiha clan's Susanoo. It's even larger than Uchiha band's Susanoo. Truly unbelievable. No wonder the other ninja villages fell so quickly. Under such a jutsu, any resistance is futile. Dayemu suddenly lost his will to fight. His whole self was immersed in fear, the fear of facing Uchiha band back then, and the fear of facing Kakashi now. If even Dayemu was like this, the other Yen ninjas were even worse. Help! Is this a jutsu that a human can release? You've got to be kidding. Can we really defeat this giant monster? Defeat Muyi? Chimu Dao Fa Suzwa Ning Hui Shan. Although Dayemu and the Yen ninjas were stunned and terrified, reacting not at all. But Kakashi would not give them a chance to react. A blade aura even larger than before, a kilometer long, howled towards Dayemu and the others, facing this situation of certain death. Dayemu suddenly reawakened. I cannot die. I have not yet avenged Hei 2 and Shi 2. Countless Yen ninjas are still waiting for me to save them. How can my stone will stop here? Aya. Shindun Super Yuan Jiebo Li Ji Shu. A flash of white light, even bigger and more dazzling than before, was released from Dayima's hands. It aimed for Kakashi's blade aura. The moment they touched, the blade aura was dispersing, melting, vanishing. Yo, not bad, Dayemu. I just wonder how many shots of Shindun like that can you fire? Chimu Dao Fa Suzwa Ning Husher Shan. 10 blade auras, each 100 meters wide and a kilometer long, were swung out by Susanoo. Target Dayemu. That's right, all 10 blade auras were heading straight for Dayemu. Damn it, this can't be. How can Kakashi's chakra reserve be so enormous? Go all out. Shindun Super Yuan Jiebo Li Ji Shu Shi Lian. Alas, the intention was good. But evidently Dayima's chakra reserve was insufficient to sustain continuous and highly consuming Shindun. By the time he fired the third blast, Dayemu was torn into blood mist by Kakashi's blade aura. The residual force of the blade aura undiminished shot into the Yen army. Countless Yen ninjas were annihilated in the blade aura. Not so impressive after all, Dayemu. Seeing that Dayemu was dead, Kakashi dismissed Susanoo. Brave sons of Muyi, charge with me and kill the enemy. Kakashi drew Baya and rushed to the forefront. Behind him was the countless army of Muyi ninjas following him. The massacre began. Kakashi gave no one a chance to beg for mercy or surrender. Only 2 words: kill. 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 The Yen camp turned into a river of blood. As time passed, the number of Yen ninjas dwindled until finally not a single living one remained. This war ended with a complete victory for Muyi. At last the ancient and formidable stone of Iwagakure was conquered by Kakashi. This hidden village perched atop the mountains and standing resilient through centuries of warfare was once the hardest nut to crack among the 5 great ninja villages. Built against the mountains, its perilous terrain made it easy to defend yet difficult to attack. Throughout the generations, every Tsuchikage was known for their tenacity, and the Iwagakure ninjas were renowned for their unyielding spirit, preferring death over retreat. However, this time they faced Hatake Kakashi, who had completed a system evolution and reached unprecedented heights of power. Thus, among the 5 great ninja villages, Sunagakure, Kirigakure, Kumogakure, and Iwagakure had all submitted to Konohagakure, completely reshaping the ninja world. Finally, Konoha stood at an unprecedented pinnacle, dominant and commanding the world. On the way back to Konoha, Kakashi took some time to celebrate briefly with the army. The soldiers lit bonfires along the mountain path, roasting their hunted game and drinking the sake seized from Iwagakure, with laughter echoing through the valleys. Standing atop a high place, Kakashi gazed at this land that once belonged to an enemy nation, feeling little joy, only a heavy sense of responsibility. He knew that this victory was not the end, but merely the beginning of a new phase. He raised his cup to drink with his subordinates, but only took a small sip before putting it down. He was not there for pleasure, he was there to unify the ninja world. Konoha had already prepared a celebration banquet in advance. The entire village was decorated with lights, banners of the will of fire flapped in the wind, and the streets were lined with celebratory lanterns while students from the Ninja Academy practiced traditional dances. The scale and number of the celebration banquet far exceeded the previous one. Not only were all the ninjas of Konoha present, but representatives from the subordinate villages of Sunagakure, Kirigakure, Kumogakure, and Iwagakure were also invited, sitting in designated areas gazing at Kakashi on the high platform with complex expressions. They had once been adversaries, now they had become subordinates. At the banquet, Kakashi raised his cup, looking at the many ninjas below, feeling a surge of emotions. Dressed in the Hokage robe, his Sharingan eyes flickered slightly. Unifying the ninja world felt like a dream, yet it was real enough to ignite passion. However, the war was far from over. Kakashi's gaze swept over the crowd, landing on several empty seats. There were still some small ninja villages and the neutral land of iron yet to be conquered. Those tiny ninja villages hidden in deep forests and on the edges of deserts, though lacking in elite combat power, could become the seeds of future turmoil. Especially the small ninja village with the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. The Seven Tails was an extremely dangerous existence, and if it fell into the hands of hostile forces, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, the Akatsuki organization, though its leader had fallen, was still active in the shadows as Obito awaited the opportunity to revive the Eye of the Moon plan. An even more distant threat came from the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. They had established a base on the far side of the moon and were secretly cultivating a new divine tree. And the Otsutsuki clan from beyond the heavens, those main family members from the depths of the universe, would eventually notice the changes in the chakra of the earth. When that time came, the true apocalyptic war would commence. Thinking of all the territories still not included in Konoha's domain, and all the enemies yet to be eliminated, Kakashi's blood boiled within him. He was not fighting for power, but to end the cycle of hatred in the ninja world. He aimed to establish a world without war, without orphans, and where no ninja would die on missions. Konoha must become the only source of order. After the banquet, Kakashi did not return home to rest. He removed his Hokage robe and changed into battle attire, calling an emergency meeting of the upper ninjas in the Hokage building to discuss the second phase of unifying the ninja world. The meeting room was brightly lit as the upper ninjas of Konoha gathered, including Might Guy, Yahi, Kurenai, and Asuma, who were urgently recalled. Naruto Shikaku, the Hokage's advisor and leader of the upper ninja class, stood before the strategic map and pointed with a baton, saying, "Currently there are still 17 small ninja villages that have not submitted, located along the borders of the Land of Wind, the ruins of the Land of Rivers, and the borders of the Land of Snow. Among them Takigakure is the most dangerous, as they possess the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails and have secret connections with the remnants of the Akatsuki organization." Kakashi stood in the center, his voice low yet firm. "We must establish a unified Konoha. Konoha is the ninja world, and the ninja world is Konoha. From now on there will no longer be 5 villages, only the rule of Konoha." The room fell silent, then erupted into a chorus of agreement. Naruto Shikaku raised his hand first in support, saying, "I second that. Only by centralizing power can we avoid internal strife." The other upper ninjas also seconded, even the traditionally neutral Oil Women clan leader nodded in agreement. After the meeting, Kakashi returned home to rest. He entered the familiar room, collapsed onto the bed, and closed his eyes for merely 3 hours before rising again. The next day in the morning, sunlight bathed the Hokage rock in Konoha, where new carvings were underway. Kakashi's visage was gradually being etched into the stone, standing alongside past Hokages. He returned to the Hokage building once more, joining Naruto Shikaku and others to finalize Konoha's next steps in the implementation plan. After a heated discussion, various proposals were put forth. Some suggested a soft approach to win over the villages, others recommended a phased incorporation, while the radicals advocated for a complete purge. Ultimately, the plan was as follows. First, concentrate all of Konoha's forces as well as the subordinate forces of the other 4 great ninja villages to form a unified combat army personally commanded by Kakashi to swiftly eradicate all remaining small ninja villages in the ninja world, especially the one with the 7 tails. The 7 tails is too dangerous and must be controlled by Konoha. Although the 7 tails Jinchuriki Fu has been missing for many years, intelligence suggests she is likely being secretly protected by Takigakure. If she were to be captured by the Akatsuki, it could trigger a new round of tailed beast rampages. Therefore we must act before the enemy. Additionally, all Jinchuriki captured by other ninja villages will be imprisoned in the Hatake clan territory, an underground facility located in the clan square, sealed off by barriers and monitored by the Sharingan system. Jinchuriki who escaped from the battlefield will also be wanted throughout the ninja world, with rank bounties issued for their capture, offering a great reward for live captures and lesser rewards for kills. Secondly, we will eradicate the Land of Iron. This so-called neutral land of samurai, though lacking ninjas, possesses powerful armaments and advanced technology, with its steel army having repeatedly resisted Konoha's dispatch. More alarmingly, the Land of Iron has been secretly trading with the Akatsuki, providing them with weapons and sanctuary. We must completely destroy them or forcibly bring them under Konoha's jurisdiction. At the same time, we will launch a purge operation against the remnants of the Akatsuki, led personally by Kakashi, utilizing the system's intelligence tracking module to locate their hidden bases and eliminate them all. Finally, all daimyos of various countries will be abolished. Regardless of whether they are small or large countries, their ruling power will be transferred to a local affairs office established by Konoha, with Konoha appointing elite upper ninjas as governors. All national armies will be disbanded, retaining only local security forces, and weapons will be surrendered. Konoha will control the entire ninja world, establishing a great Konoha Union. Those who dare to resist will face Kakashi's Susanoo. He was no longer the copy ninja who could only use his Sharingan to replicate jutsu. He had become the god of the ninja world, wielding the power of the 6 paths and capable of cleaving mountains with a single sword. Once the plan was confirmed, Kakashi immediately dispatched Hatake Tsukumo to lead the Konoha army to eliminate the small ninja villages in the ninja world. Hatake Tsukumo, Kakashi's father, had become the true immortal war god after being reanimated with Edo Tensei. As an Edo Tensei body, he possessed an immortal physique, infinite chakra, required no food or sleep, and his fighting spirit would never wane. Combined with his peak elite ninja strength and mastery of all of Konoha's secret jutsu, he was practically a harbinger of death. He led 30,000 elite Konoha forces advancing in 3 directions. Without any accidents, in just a week Hatake Tsukumo had cleared all the small ninja villages. Takigakure attempted to resist with poison mist and traps but was directly breached at the core by Tsukumo using Kamui, flattening the entire village with a single strike of Konoha Dragon God. Yukigakure, hiding beneath glaciers and believing itself safe, was melted by Tsukumo's fire release Great Dragon Fire technique, triggering an avalanche that buried it. Kusegakure in the Land of Rivers attempted to surrender, but due to their prior assistance to the Akatsuki they were forcibly dissolved and their higher-ups were escorted back to Konoha for trial. This was still because they spent time on the road, otherwise they could have been faster, perhaps finishing in 3 days. Countless treasures of gold and silver were loaded into carriages and transported back to Konoha. These were not only trophies but also the funds for rebuilding the ninja world. Additionally, a large number of young laborers were captured. They would be incorporated into the Konoha Construction Corps, participating in road construction, city building and mining, serving the new order. And the most precious trophies were the Jinchuriki. Not just one Jinchuriki but all the remaining ones. Except for the already deceased Gaara and Yagura, all the living ones were found. The 4 tails Jinchuriki Old Purple, the 5 tails Jinchuriki Han, and the 6 tails Jinchuriki Yujito were all captured during the sweep. The 7 tails Jinchuriki Fu was discovered in the dungeons of Takigakure, though mentally scarred, her vital signs were stable. They were all transferred to the Hatake clan territory, imprisoned in specially designed chakra suppression cells monitored by the sealing arrays set up personally by Kakashi. From today onward the tailed beasts will no longer be weapons but rather the guardian spirits of Konoha. Kakashi stood in the underground hall of the clan territory, gazing at the 7 Jinchuriki in their cages, slowly saying, "Your suffering ends here. But freedom cannot yet be granted to you." The news returned to Konoha, shaking the entire village. The civilians cheered while the ninjas looked on in awe. Kakashi stood atop the Hokage building, gazing at this village shrouded in the morning light, softly uttering, "The ninja world is finally on the path to peace." But he knew that the true challenge was just beginning. The Hatake clan grounds, Central Plaza. This place had once witnessed the glory and brilliance of the Hatake clan, but now it had become a strange convergence point where 9-tailed beasts and one shinobi's destinies intertwined. The enormous artificial lake was like a mirror embedded in the earth, shimmering and reflecting the sky and surrounding scenery. Yet at this moment, in the center of the calm lake's surface, a ceremony was unfolding that was enough to overturn the ninja world's understanding. The 9-tailed beasts from Shikaku the One-Tail to Kurama the Nine-Tails sat in a row around the artificial lake, forming a giant O shape. Their very existence was an oppression. Each one contained earth-shattering power, and even their breaths carried primal chakra fluctuations. But now they appeared somewhat restless, their gazes all fixed on the tiny figure in the center of the lake. Hatake Kakashi, once the copy ninja of Konoha, now the 5th Hokage. He now stood on the surface of the artificial lake, the water beneath his feet as solid as land, not a single ripple forming. He wore a black shinobi outfit, his silver hair gently swaying in the breeze. The mask he wore again covered most of his face, revealing only those eyes that carried a hint of laziness yet were unfathomably deep. His left eye, the Sharingan transplanted from Uchiha Obito, was now slightly narrowed as if appraising the prey before him. Kakashi formed a fist with his right hand, placed it before his mouth, and gently coughed. That cough was especially clear in the silent plaza, breaking the deep breathing of the tailed beasts. "Although this request is somewhat embarrassing," Kakashi's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached every tailed beast's ears, carrying his characteristic nonchalant tone. "I still hope you can be sensible and know when to advance or retreat. Each person, no, each beast, contribute the power of 1 tail to me." He paused as if giving the tailed beasts time to digest this absurd request, then continued, "For me to obtain the power of the 6 paths, contribute your strength. Such a great affair, is it not wonderful?" Echoing his words was utter silence. The 9-tailed beasts looked at each other, their enormous pupils filled with disbelief and speechlessness. What was this? A human audaciously seeking their power, and calling it wonderful. It was nothing but a fool's dream. Clearly Hatake Kakashi was not a qualified orator. His tone was too flat, even carrying a hint of negotiation, completely failing to stir the tailed beasts. Spirit of devotion. Especially Shikaku the One-Tail, whose cat-like face showed an extremely human expression, the corners of its mouth twitching slightly, its eyes filled with contempt that screamed, "Are you out of your mind?" It didn't even bother to speak, it just rolled its huge eyes. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Seeing that all 9-tailed beasts were indifferent, even somewhat ignorant of the bigger picture, Kakashi decided to liven up the atmosphere, or rather to display what he called his sincerity. White fanged blade arise. He uttered a soft shout, not loud yet carried an undeniable authority. His word became law. In the void behind Kakashi it seemed as if the space itself was torn open as a dazzling white light suddenly flared. It was a blade, a pure white blade radiating chilling aura and divine light. As if possessing its own will, it flew out from the scabbard behind him, cutting through the air with a clear resonant ring, and automatically came to Kakashi's right hand. The blade trembled slightly in the air, emitting waves of joyful humming as if answering its master's call, or perhaps craving the baptism of blood. Strange chakra light flowed along the blade's surface. It belonged to the legendary Hatake Sakumo, the white fang of Konoha, a blade that held power capable of cutting through all darkness. Good, it seems you are excited too. Kakashi reached out, gently grasped the handle, his fingers tightening as if becoming one with the blade. In his exposed eyes the laziness vanished entirely, replaced by a sharpness as keen as a blade's edge. Hatake sword art, interrogation of 1,000 cuts. Without any superfluous words Kakashi flicked his wrist and a fierce roar resounded to the heavens. Instantly violent blade aura burst forth from the white fanged blade in his hand. It was not 1 nor 10 but thousands upon thousands. The blade aura, like dragons, instantly wove into an impenetrable giant net enveloping the 9-tailed beasts. Where the blade aura passed, the air was sliced with sharp shrieks, the lake's surface was cut into bottomless chasms, and waves surged skyward. Ow! Roar! Wah wah wah! It hurts so much! Painful howls instantly came from the mouths of the 9-tailed beasts. This blade aura was not a simple physical attack, it contained Kakashi's unique lightning-release chakra nature transformation, and was mixed with a strange power that could erode tailed beast chakra like countless tiny knives, repeatedly cutting their massive bodies, causing an agony that pierced the heart. Among them, the Ien Kurama, freed from Minato Namikaze's body, cried out the most fiercely. Its enormous chakra body trembled violently, golden fur bristling, massive claws clawing at the ground in vain, unable to resist the pervasive blade aura. Hatake Kakashi! So you freed me from Minato Namikaze's belly just for today? Ien Kurama's voice was filled with anger and venom. You despicable human! Do you think this will make me submit? Let me tell you, I would rather die than give up my power. It roared, trying to mobilize its massive chakra to form a defense, but those blade aura seemed to penetrate the chakra defense, directly affecting its true body, causing it unbearable pain. In contrast, Shikaku the One-Tail appeared much more spineless. Although it was also in pain, baring its teeth and thrashing its huge tail wildly, its mouth had already begun to beg for mercy. Wah wah wah! Pain! So painful! Is this human insane? Shikaku screamed and shouted. Hatake Kakashi, stop immediately. This lord agrees to your demand. They'll give you power. They'll give it to you, okay? The other tailed beasts also howled in surrender under the torment of the blade aura. Matatabi the Two Tails let out a pitiful cat's cry. Son Goku the Four Tails curled up in pain, holding its head, and Koko the Five Tails spewed steam while begging for mercy. They had lived for centuries, never suffering such humiliating agony. Hearing Shikaku's plea, Kakashi gave a slight nod. With a shift of his mind, the blade aura enveloping the other tailed beasts instantly dissipated. But the attack on Ien Kurama not only did not stop but became denser and more fierce. Ow! A piercing scream that seemed to tear through the heavens and shatter the very soul erupted from Ien Ninetails. Its colossal frame stiffened abruptly, every hair bristling upright as its golden pupils contracted violently, followed by uncontrollable savage tremors. Finally its immense body crashed to the ground, sending up a curtain of water, and fell silent, clearly unconscious from the excruciating pain. Kakashi flickered and appeared beside the Ninetails in an instant. He crouched down, and extended 2 fingers beneath the beast's massive nostril. "Tough spirit," he murmured, his tone devoid of sympathy. "It actually passed out from the pain. But do you think that's the end of it?" Kakashi swung his white light blade sharply. A flash of cold light. One of Ninetail's 10 golden tails was severed cleanly. No blood spilled, only pure raging chakra energy surged from the wound. The severed tail fell to the ground and swiftly coalesced into a sphere of pristine golden chakra hovering in midair. Sealing Technique 8 Trigram Seal. Kakashi's hands moved rapidly through Seal's intricate patterns, flowing between his fingers as pale blue sealing sigils glowed to life. He chanted softly, guiding the chakra from Ninetail's tail toward himself. The golden energy seemed alive, obediently streaming into Kakashi's body. Kakashi felt a colossal violent force surge into his abdomen, but some power within him resonated, instantly suppressing and merging with it. Having completed this, he rose and swept his gaze over the remaining 8-tailed beasts. At this moment they were utterly petrified, not daring to hesitate. "I'll contribute too. Quick! Take it! Don't kill me! Just one tail human, take it!" One by one they voluntarily severed a tail with their claws or separated a portion of their chakra into the shape of a tail, trembling as they offered it to Kakashi, terrified of suffering the same fate as the Ninetails if they delayed. Kakashi nodded with satisfaction, extending his hands to calmly accept the 8 chakra offerings. "Excellent! You have shown wisdom." As he spoke, the dazzling 8 trigram sealing sigils reappeared on his hands. Sealing Technique 8 Trigram Seal. He guided the 1-tailed chakra of each of the other 8-tailed beasts one by one into his abdomen. With each absorption his chakra fluctuations intensified and the space around his body began to warp faintly. Soon all the tailed beast's chakra was sealed within Kakashi. He lifted his shirt, revealing a complex 8 trigram sealing matrix on his abdomen. At its center the 9-tails chakra glowed with the most dazzling golden radiance. The chakra of the other 8-tailed beasts orbited clockwise around the center from 1 to 8, forming a perfect circle, an arcane connection flickering among them. "Thus it is done," Kakashi murmured to himself, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. He sensed the unprecedented world-shattering power surging within him, as if the entire shinobi world lay under his dominion. Without a moment's pause he flickered away instantly. The Hokage building basement. This was the deepest, most secretive place in Konoha, accessible only to the Hokage and a handful of elites. Now Kakashi's form materialized like a phantom. The moment he appeared his chakra nearly overwhelmed him. That colossal energy, a fusion of 9-tailed beasts, rampaged inside him like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as an uncontrollable wave of chakra burst from Kakashi, forming a visible circular shockwave that hurled desks, cabinets, and all sundry across the basement, smashing them into debris. Cracks spiderwebbed across the walls. Kakashi closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, and formed a strange hand seal. He began to meticulously sense the 9 distinct yet increasingly interwoven powers within him. The 9-tails ferocity, Shu's Sandyul's flames, Jiphus water, Sun Wukong's lava, Mua's boil release, Chongming's lightning release, Nugui's explosion release. Under his guidance they slowly blended, devouring and transforming one another. Gradually a miraculous transformation occurred. The power of the 9-tailed beasts did not simply stack within him, they began to merge into one. Their cores converged, their chakra natures recombined, and a far more ancient, primal, and terrifying aura began to rise from his being. It was the aura of the 10 tails. Within Kakashi's body, or rather in his chakra sea, a colossal phantom with 10 tails slowly solidified, taking form. It radiated a breathtaking, dreadful light, the legendary 10 tails, the progenitor of all chakra. With the 10 tails' advent, Kakashi's body underwent earth-shattering changes. His skin turned as white as jade, as if drained of all color yet imbued with an uncanny divinity. 2 curved antler-like horns began to sprout from his temples, glowing with a soft luster. Most striking of all were his eyes. Driven by his Mangekyo Sharingan, the wood release obtained through system quests, and the 10 tails' power, his Crimson Mangekyo underwent a qualitative evolution. The patterns around his pupils reorganized into 3 tomo encircling a central dot, the Rinnegan. And it was a 3-tomo Rinnegan fused with Mangekyo power. This meant he could wield both the unique ocular abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan and the 6 paths power of the Rinnegan without needing to switch eye forms like Madara Uchiha. A staff formed of pure yin-yang release materialized in his left hand, its top set with a black truth-seeking ball that exuded the energies of life and death, creation and destruction. Then 9 more black truth-seeking balls also composed of yin-yang release appeared behind him like 9 black suns slowly rotating with an aura of annihilating pressure. A white 6 paths robe embroidered with black tomo patterns materialized, replacing his black ninja gear and Hokage cloak. The robe draped over him, fluttering in the breeze, with 3 black tomo on each side near his collarbone, adding to his enigmatic dignity. At this moment Kakashi appeared utterly transcendent, both seductive and divine, exuding the peerless aura of a being above the mortal world, a god surveying all creation. He was no longer the indolent copy ninja. He was the master of the 6 paths power, a god. Kakashi opened his eyes. His Mangekyo Sharingan Rinnegan were as deep as the universe, seeming to devour all light. He let out a long breath, feeling the power within him that could reshape the world, and a satisfied smile curved at the corner of his lips. "Finally succeeded," he said softly, his voice tinged with hoarseness yet imbued with an unquestionable authority. "Now I must personally set out to annihilate the Land of Iron." His gaze turned westward toward the Land of Iron. Samurai as relics of a bygone era should vanish without a trace. "I shall usher in a new era for shinobi," Kakashi murmured, his tone calm yet heralding the end of one age and the dawn of another. No sooner had the words left his lips than his form flickered and vanished. When he reappeared, he stood before the great gate of the Land of Iron's capital. The Land of Iron was a nation of samurai. Here there were no shinobi, only warriors who revered martial arts and justice. Their realm was built atop a colossal floating island connected to the outside world by a long steel-forged suspension bridge. At the far end of the bridge stood a massive gate engraved with the character for Iron, behind which lay vigilant guards. Kakashi stood silently at the bridge's entrance, clad in the 6 paths coat with 9 truth-seeking balls slowly revolving behind him, and the yin-yang staff in his hand exuding a pressure that could make heaven and earth tremble. The samurai on guard spotted him at once. The overwhelming pressure bore down on them like a tangible force, nearly suffocating them, weakening their legs and causing their long swords to quiver. Who goes there? Stop. This is the Land of Iron. No trespassers allowed." Several samurai fighting back their terror shouted in an attempt to halt this ominous intruder. Kakashi paid no heed to their shouts. He simply stepped forward, one stride at a time, moving slowly onto the bridge. Each footfall made the bridge groan under the strain, as if it might snap at any moment. The truth-seeking balls behind him radiated an aura of annihilation, filling the samurai with despair. "Quick! Report to the daimyo!" One samurai came to his senses and turned to run into the city. "Too late," Kakashi said softly, his voice low yet ringing clearly in everyone's ears. With a casual wave of his right hand, a truth-seeking ball shot forth, as a stream of black light, instantly striking the samurai who intended to send word. No screams, no bloodshed. The samurai, along with his sword, dissolved into nothingness, as if he had never existed. "What? Monster! He's a monster!" The remaining samurai were utterly terrified. Never had they witnessed such horrifying power, a single strike that left not even a trace. "Attack!" someone cried out. Mustering their courage, a few samurai brandished their long swords and charged at Kakashi with the determination of warriors resigned to death. Blades gleamed like flowing silk, accompanied by sharp whistles. Kakashi didn't even lift an eyelid. Several truth-seeking balls behind him automatically flew forward, forming a barrier before him. The samurai's swords struck the balls, shattering instantly as if against the hardest diamond, while the balls merely trembled slightly. Then the balls released a powerful repulsive force, hurling the samurai backward, blood spilling from their mouths, their fates unknown. At that moment a formidable sword pressure emanated from within the land of Iron's gate, accompanied by a resonant aged roar. Halt! A figure shot out from the gate like lightning, appearing instantly on the bridge, standing between Kakashi and the surviving samurai. The newcomer wore the armor of a samurai general, a conical hat upon his head, and held an ancient long sword. It was Mifune, the daimyo of the land of Iron. Mifune's eyes blazed as he fixed his gaze on Kakashi, his sword slightly raised, every muscle taut, entering the highest state of combat readiness. He could sense that the power of the man before him surpassed any category he knew, even exceeding the cage-level shinobi of the ninja world. Hatake Kakashi. Mifune recognized the man, his voice trembling with disbelief. How did you become like this? What do you intend to do? He could feel the inhuman aura emanating from Kakashi, a suffocating pressure. Kakashi regarded Mifune, his Rinnegan devoid of any emotion, as if looking at an insignificant ant. Daimyo Mifune, long time no see, Kakashi said in a flat tone. I have come to end the old era and begin a new one. The way of the samurai is obsolete, obsolete. Mifune's eyes blazed with fury. The honor and justice of the samurai will never become obsolete. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to provoke a war between the ninja world and the land of Iron? War. A mocking smile played on Kakashi's lips. This is not war. This is cleansing. For the new order of the shinobi world, relics of the old era like you must disappear. Arrogance. Mifune roared, and without further words he knew that communication with the current Kakashi was impossible. Only the sword could speak. Aido swallow reversal. Mifune's figure vanished from sight, moving with extreme speed, leaving only an afterimage. In the next instant he appeared at Kakashi's side. His long sword traced a brilliant icy arc like a swallow returning to its nest, slicing toward Kakashi's neck with unstoppable momentum. This strike embodied the pinnacle of his lifelong swordsmanship, swift, precise, and fierce enough to cleave steel. Yet Kakashi merely raised his left hand and casually caught the blade between two fingers. A sharp clang rang out. The blade that could cut through hardened steel was held firmly between two fingers, unable to advance even a fraction. The immense force within the sword vanished like water sinking into mud before Kakashi's seemingly fragile fingers. Mifune's pupils contracted. This defied all comprehension. The slash he had poured his entire strength into was intercepted so effortlessly. Your blade is not fast enough, Kakashi stated flatly. A massive repulsive force erupted from his fingers. Mifune felt an irresistible force that wrenched the long sword from his hand, sending him staggering backward with a mouthful of blood. But as a seasoned warrior general he forced himself to regain balance mid-retreat, swiftly forming hand seals. He too knew ninjutsu. Earth release, earth-style wall. The ground heaved and a thick earthen wall rose between him and Kakashi. It is useless. Kakashi shook his head, his voice as cold as ice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. His Rinnegan appeared eerily in the moonlight like two bottomless whirlpools, devouring all light and hope around them. The two truth-seeking balls behind him shot out instantly, transforming into two black rays that moved beyond the limits of human vision. It was not a ninjutsu but a divine power surpassing the very concept of ninjutsu. They tore through the air with a piercing screech as if splitting space itself. Boom! Boom! Two deafening explosions rang out. The earth-style rampart that Mifune had forged with all his might was pierced like fragile paper before the truth-seeking balls without posing even the slightest resistance. The black rays pressed on undiminished, heading straight for Mifune. Pft! Pft! Two muffled sounds like the sigh of death. Mifune's shoulders were struck precisely by the truth-seeking balls, instantly creating two bull's-eyes, bloody holes with flesh and bone exposed. Blood gushed out like a fountain, staining his green layered armor and the earth beneath him. Mifune groaned the immense impact, sending him flying backward to crash heavily onto the ground. He felt an overbearing black energy surging wildly into his meridians through the wounds. Wherever it passed, his chakra pathways shattered inch by inch like withered grass scorched by fire, unable to muster even a fraction of power. He struggled to rise, but the searing pain in his arms and the draining of his strength forced him to one knee. His famed blade Kurosawa slipped from his hand and landed askew in the soil. His face was ashen cold sweat mingling with blood streaming down his brow, his eyes filled with an incredulous despair and unwillingness. Kakashi slowly approached Mifune, each step feeling like a blow to Mifune's heart, and to the hearts of all the samurai of the Land of Iron present. His footsteps echoed distinctly across the dead battlefield, each one accompanied by their heartbeats. The justice you uphold is nothing before absolute power. Kakashi looked down at him, his Rinnegan devoid of any pity, only a cold indifference. Rest in peace. Your sacrifice shall become the stepping stone to a new era. He raised the staff of Yin-Yang, released the truth-seeking ball at its tips, spinning at high speed, gathering a dazzling black light. An aura of destruction locked onto Mifune, making him feel as if targeted by an ancient beast, his breath growing labored. With this single strike, Mifune would be dead without a doubt, his very soul obliterated by that tyrannical power. Mifune closed his eyes in despair, sensing the approach of death. He had devoted his entire life to the Land of Iron, upholding the samurai's code and conviction, yet he could not overcome this power that transcended the mundane. His heart was filled with regret for failing to protect the Land of Iron, for failing to fulfill his promise to Hanzo. At this critical moment, a loud, aged yet vigorous roar came from within the gates of the Land of Iron, shaking the ground like a thunderclap. Stop. Hatake Kakashi, if you dare to kill him, the Land of Iron will be at war with Konoha until one side falls. Before the voice had even faded, a figure rushed over like a meteor, leaving only an afterimage in its wake. That figure instantly stood before Mifune like a towering mountain, shielding him from all storms. It was an old man with snow-white hair, wearing solemn ceremonial robes, and holding what seemed to be an ordinary wooden sword. He was the previous general of the Land of Iron and Mifune's master, Mukai. His arrival seemed to bring a faint glimmer of hope to the despairing samurai of the Land of Iron. Mukai wielded the wooden sword, emanating a peculiar chakra fluctuation, not an offensive force but a special energy capable of sealing and purifying chakra. This was the ultimate technique he had devoted his life to, a last resort specifically prepared to counter ninja like Kakashi who wielded chakra. He stared fixedly at Kakashi, his clouded eyes filled with resolute courage and a readiness to die. Kakashi, your atrocities end here. Mukai's voice, though aged, brimmed with strength. Samurai of the Land of Iron would rather die than surrender. Kakashi halted, looking at Mukai, blocking his path. The smile on his lips grew deeper, a cold sneer that saw through life and death and scorned everything. Another one coming to die, he said contemptuously. Good saves me the trouble of hunting them down. Today let master and disciple accompany each other. The 9 truth-seeking balls behind Kakashi began to spin at high speed, releasing a pressure far more terrifying and oppressive than before, as if the entire sky had turned black. The air around them seemed to congeal, suffocating. Under his control, the truth-seeking balls transformed into 9 black lightning bolts shooting from different angles toward Mukai, and the Mifune behind him with the force to annihilate everything. Well struck. Mukai bellowed, swinging his wooden sword into an impenetrable arc of blade light. He did not retreat nor dodge, but chose to meet the attack head on. He knew well that against such transcendent power evasion was futile. Only by attacking as defense with his lifelong conviction and this sealing blade could he hope for a sliver of survival. Clang! 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 A series of metallic clashes erupted as Mukai's wooden sword collided with the truth-seeking balls, sending dazzling sparks flying. His swordsmanship was exquisite, each strike embodying the ultimate understanding of the samurai code. Where the wooden sword touched, it could temporarily resist the erosion of the truth-seeking balls. But the truth-seeking balls were too numerous, and their power too overwhelming. Though Mukai deflected the first 3, the 4th, 5th came one after another, and he gradually felt overwhelmed. A truth-seeking ball grazed his shoulder, drawing a spray of blood. Mukai grunted but gritted his teeth, refusing to step back. He swung the wooden sword faster, his whole body becoming a spinning storm, shielding both himself and Mifune behind him. Master! Behind him, Mifune, tears streaming down his face, watched Mukai's stooped yet steadfast back. He wanted to stand and help, but the excruciating pain and depleted chakra left him helpless. Mifune, don't move. Mukai roared without looking back. Watch me. Watch how a true samurai fights until the very end. At that moment Kakashi moved. He thrust his staff forward and a jet black beam shot from its tip straight at Mukai's chest. The speed and power of this beam far exceeded the previous truth-seeking balls. Mukai's pupils contracted. He could sense the terror of that beam. He abruptly crossed his wooden sword before his chest, then slammed his body sideways and backward, knocking Mifune away from the lethal strike. Boom! The black beam struck Mukai's wooden sword, shattering it into countless splinters. The beam continued undiminished, slamming viciously into Mukai's chest. He flew backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. A charred wound deep enough to see bone appeared on his chest. Master! Mifune cried out in anguish. He struggled to crawl toward Mukai, but the searing pain in his shoulders caused him to collapse again. Kakashi walked slowly toward Mukai, his staff dragging a deep furrow in the earth. He stopped before the dying old man, looking down at him. Your conviction is commendable. Kakashi's voice remained icy. But in this new era it is no longer needed. He raised his staff, the tip once again gathering a devastating radiance, preparing to deliver the final blow to Mukai. No! Mifune screamed in despair, tears blurring his vision. He watched helplessly as his most revered master was about to die before his eyes. This powerlessness was more painful than death itself. Just then Mukai raised his head with difficulty, looking at Kakashi. A strange smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Kakashi, do you think you have won? Mukai's voice was faint but tinged with mockery. Kakashi frowned, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. You, he began, but suddenly felt a peculiar force surging from Mukai's broken body, spreading rapidly across the ground and enveloping him instantly. It was a sealing power. And this power was attempting to strip away his chakra. What have you done? Kakashi was greatly alarmed. He tried to mobilize his chakra but found its flow had become abnormally sluggish, as if bound by countless invisible ropes. This is my final gift. Mukai's voice grew fainter, but his smile grew brighter. Using my life as the cost to seal your chakra. It turned out Mukai had never intended to leave alive. Using his shattered body as a medium, he had activated the Land of Iron's most forbidden technique, the life seal. This required sacrificing the caster's entire life force and chakra to impose a powerful seal on the target. I see. Kakashi struggled madly, using the truth-seeking balls to destroy the sealing force. In an instant the seal's power was repelled step by step, as if losing its source of energy. It is over. Kakashi. Mukai's voice faded completely, his body dissolving into specks of light that scattered into the air, as if he had never existed. Yes, it is over. Your sacrifice was meaningless. Kakashi turned his gaze to Mifune. Time is up. Time to send you on your way. Kakashi lightly pointed the six-pad staff toward Mifune. A black aurora imbued with yin-yang release instantly pierced through Mifune's heart. Ugh! Mifune's eyes bulged wide, blood sprayed from his mouth, and he fell silent. The deaths of Mifune and his teacher sealed the fate of the Iron Country. After unifying the Iron Country, Kakashi pressed onward with his campaign. Having conquered the Rain Country and its vassal forces, Kakashi also dealt with Obito and Black Zetsu. Obito's Mangekyo still contributed its residual power. This caused Kakashi's left eye, a 3-tomo Rinnegan, to evolve into a 6-tomo Rinnegan. This development sparked a bold idea in Kakashi's mind. As for Black Zetsu, Kakashi completely annihilated him using yin-yang release. White Zetsu became Kakashi's experimental material. The Hidden Leaf Village unified the 5 great nations and conquered all the minor countries. All the daimyo were placed under Kakashi's genjutsu control. From then on, the leaf stood alone as the supreme power in the shinobi world. The shinobi world finally achieved a nuclear peace. No one dared to oppose the leaf. On this day, to prepare for the Otsutsuki clan from beyond the heavens, Kakashi arrived at the place where he once fought Itachi. He removed Itachi's inactive eyes using the white Setsu power bank to restore their vitality. Then he performed the Edo Tensei to summon Itachi. From Itachi he obtained Shijui's other Mangekyo Sharingan. This eye allowed Kakashi's right eye to successfully evolve into a 6-tomo Rinnegan. 1 week later, white Setsu finished charging Itachi's eyes. Kakashi once again infused the ocular power of Itachi's 2 Mangekyo into his own eyes. As expected, his bold plan succeeded. Kakashi's eyes became 9-tomo Rinnegan. Thus Kakashi's sage eyes had evolved to their limit. As for his sage body, would release and yang release constantly remodeled Kakashi's body. It was believed that in the near future Kakashi's sage body would also reach its peak. The 9-tailed beasts were still at the Hatake clan's compound. Kakashi deemed it unsafe. So he merged the Inkarama and the Yonkarama within Naruto into one, and sealed them both using 8 trigrams sealing inside Naruto's stomach. As for the other tailed beasts, why bother 2 people? He simply sealed all of them into Naruto's belly in one go. Then he assisted Naruto in making peace with the 9-tailed beasts. Just in case something happened to him, while fighting the Otsutsuki clan in the heavens beyond, the leaf would still have a pillar. Indeed, Kakashi was planning to leave the leaf. Leaving the shinobi world to hunt the Otsutsuki clan beyond the heavens. As for the leaf, he would now begin cultivating all the necessary elements for Naruto to become the 6th Hokage. He trained Shikamaru to be a capable Hokage advisor. As for Sasuke and Sakura, Kakashi did not shortchange them either. When Naruto became the 6th Hokage, the 2 of them would become new elders. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye 3 years passed. Naruto was now a young man of 16. Judging from his appearance alone, he was a mature and reliable ninja, a qualified Hokage. On the day of the Hokage succession ceremony, Kakashi personally handed over the Hokage hat symbolizing the Hokage's authority into Naruto's hands. Afterward, Kakashi released the Edo Tensei on his father Tsukumo Hatake. The Hatake clan was entrusted to Ada. After having his last meal with his close friend Might Guy, Kakashi resolutely embarked on a new journey. Otsutsuki clan, here I come. His primary target was Kagaya Otsutsuki. Kakashi first activated the Susanoo ultimate form and flew directly to the moon. As he approached the Forbidden Land, he encountered resistance from the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Unfortunately for them, their strength was too poor. They were all slaughtered by Kakashi. Finally, he reached the Forbidden Land. Kakashi directly unleashed his ultimate attack. A single Susanoo ultimate form Kamui Shuriken tore Kagaya into countless pieces and banished her to another dimension. Then with a flap of his wings, Kakashi flew out of Earth. His target, the Otsutsuki in the cosmos,